Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Did any of you see or hear anything about this case in the media? See no hands. Please raise your hand if anyone has attempted to speak with you about this case other than court staff or the attorneys during the proceeding. I see no hands. Ms. Wilmot, you may call your rebuttal witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Defense calls Dr. Robert Geffner.
Sir, please come forward right up here to be sworn.
Raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Sir, please walk right around and have a seat. Thank you. You're going to need that bar right in front of you when you speak. That is the microphone. Thank you. You may proceed.
I'll let you pour some water first.
Thank you.
Good morning. Can you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
I'm Robert Geffner.
And Dr. Geffner, you are a doctor, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have a PhD?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And can you tell us a little bit about your education and training to get that PhD?
Well, I have a bachelor's degree in chemistry, which isn't related to my PhD. Then I have a master's degree in psychology from San Jose State University. Then I have a doctorate, a PhD in psychology from the University of California at Santa Cruz.
And after you received your doctorate, did you get a license to practice?
Well, I first had to have postdoctorate training and supervision. Then I received my license. I was an assistant professor in Texas, and so I was licensed as a psychologist in 1980, but I had been licensed prior to that as a marriage and family therapist in California when I was working on my doctorate degree.
Okay. And when you're licensed as a marriage and family therapist, is that with a master's?
Yes.
Okay. And so while you're working on, once you get your doctorate and you do your postdoc work, that's when you get your license as a psychologist?
Yes. I mean, you have to do various things. You have to pass tests. You have to document your training, and then you can apply and become licensed.
All right. And you did that in 1980?
Yes, I was licensed in Texas as a psychologist first in 1980.
Okay. And are you licensed as a psychologist anywhere else?
Yes.
Where else?
I'm now licensed in California. When I relocated to California about 14, 15 years ago, then I became licensed in California. I think I got that license in 1999.
All right.
So I'm still licensed in both states.
Okay. So how long have you been practicing as a psychologist?
As a psychologist, 33 years.
And is there a difference when you say practicing? When can you say that you've been practicing as a psychologist?
Once you receive a license, well, as a psychologist, you have to be licensed then as a psychologist, and then you can call yourself a psychologist, and that's when you can practice in a variety of settings or on your own. If you're licensed in another profession, then you can call yourself that profession, and then you can be in practice from that standpoint.
And can you say that, can you count the time that you used to get your training and supervision to ultimately get your license? Can you count that as practice time?
Not officially. You cannot practice in a mental health professional until you have some type of license, and then you can only call yourself by that license. So, for example, licensed as a marriage and family therapist, once I get that license, I can call myself a marriage and family therapist. Once I get a psychologist license, I can call myself a psychologist, and then I can practice. Practice could be on my own, it could be for a clinic, it could be for an agency.
Well, tell me what it is that you're currently employed with.
I have a variety of titles. I am the president and founder of the Institute on Violence, Abuse, and Trauma at Alliant International University. I'm housed in San Diego. The university actually has 7 campuses around the state of California, plus in programs in 3 other countries. And I'm also a research professor of psychology at Alliant International University. My actual title is Distinguished Research Professor. I was promoted from clinical to distinguished. That's the highest level. That was about a year ago. So I'm a professor there. Those are the things I get paid for, but I'm also the founder and president of the Family Violence and Sexual Assault Institute, which I started in East Texas 29 years ago, but I don't get paid for that. It's like volunteer work.
Okay. And so how long have you been working then with the Alliance University?
Alliant International University I started with when I relocated back to Southern California. 1999, so it'd be about 14 years there, being a research professor, training doctorate students. In the early years, I actually taught some of the courses. Now I supervise still.
Can you tell us a little bit more about your responsibilities? You're telling us that you've supervised. What is it exactly as the president and founder that you do, and professor?
Well, I have a variety of responsibilities. The nonprofit institute has several components. We have a training component, we have a publications component, we have a policy component, we have what we call a direct services. That means actually providing services to clients or working on cases like this. We also have a nonprofit bookstore. We provide continuing education to professionals in a variety of disciplines like attorneys, psychologists, social workers, marriage and family therapists, etc.
Let me ask you about that. How do you provide continuing education?
We're well, two ways. We're an accredited agency nationally and in states. So that means if we co-sponsor or actually put on a training, then people who attend it can get what's called continuing education units or hours, which is required for most licenses. So attorneys, psychologists in most states are required to have a certain number of hours of continuing education each year. So we're an agency essentially that can provide those hours. So that's the continuing education. We actually put on trainings ourselves. So we have 2 conferences that we actually, meaning my staff, put on, one large one in September each year in San Diego, which is the International Conference on Violence, Abuse, and Trauma. That goes for almost a week with various trainings, and it brings in anywhere from 1,200 to 1,400 people from all over the United States and from other countries. So we actually host and put that on with national planning committees.
I'm sorry.
We also put on a regional trauma conference every year. That one is in Hawaii. We're in the 10th, this will be our 11th year next year for the trauma conference. The international conference is now, this year will be its 18th year. So those are major events, but we do trainings throughout the country and in other countries, either myself or others that we're associated with.
You mentioned trainings with for lawyers, other psychologists. Do you ever train have medical doctors
Yes.
for training?
Yes.
And what about judges?
Yes.
What kind of training do you do for judges?
For about 10 years, I was the lead psychologist for the National Judicial College. That's the main entity in the United States to train judges in a variety of areas. They're located in Reno, Nevada. So judges come there from all over the country and spend anywhere from 1 to 2 weeks being trained in different topic areas. My areas of the training were in domestic violence, child abuse, diagnostic assessment, use of expert witnesses, how to make appropriate referrals, things like that. So I worked usually with 3 judges, and those trainings usually went for a week. So judges from all over the country would come. And then I've also done them for a variety of states that brought me in to train judges on particular topic areas. Most often domestic violence or child abuse or aggression or violence or trauma, risk assessment, how to deal with repeat offenders, the dynamics of these different types of forms of violence and abuse. Those would all be topic areas that I would be brought in to train people on.
You mentioned that your organization is a nonprofit organization.
Yes.
What does that mean as far as, because we know that you're here as an expert, what does that mean as far as, do you get paid for what you're doing?
Well, I'm on salary for the Institute. As president of the Institute, I have a fixed salary. All my staff are salaried. So we don't get paid for anything in particular. So working on the cases we work on or doing the trainings or those things doesn't change our salaries. And unfortunately, our salaries have been frozen for the last few years, but it doesn't change. No, I don't get paid. I don't get any money myself for the work we do on these things.
Okay, so in other words, coming here, are you getting anything extra into your salary this year because you've come here to testify?
No.
You talked about you mentioned some of the training that you train. Who is it that you train?
Variety of professionals depending on what we're asked.
I'm sorry, I meant supervise. We talked about training.
That's very good.
I'm sorry, supervise. Who is it that you supervise?
Right now, I supervise a variety of people. Part of my position at the university as a research professor is I have what's called a research group. That means there are people who are working on their doctorate degrees in clinical or forensic psychology who meet with me each week, and they have to do research projects. They're called dissertations. So I supervise 12 doctorate students right now who are working on their dissertation. They would have to, in order for them to be in my group, they have to be doing research on some areas of my expertise. So it would be like trauma or violence or abuse or aggression or neuropsychology or forensic psychology, family psychology, something along those lines. Then they would be in my group. So one area of focus for me would be the supervision of the doctorate students for research. The second part is the clinical part. As I mentioned, one of the other components of our institute is direct services. Means we actually treat clients in our local region or people who come into our institute because they've been traumatized, either victims or offenders or children or families, all sorts of issues in the mental health arena we have a treatment for. So right now, and each year actually, there are 2 doctorate students who are getting their degrees in either clinical or forensic psychology that could be from our university or other universities. We're state recognized, meaning people can apply to be in our internship programs virtually from anywhere. So we have 2 interns that work with us each year. So the ones I have now will finish in June and the new set will come in July. So I supervise them for clinical practice. We train them on a variety of issues in clinical and forensic psychology. And then I have a postdoctorate fellow. This is a person who's already received his or her doctorate degree, and they're now doing the supervised training after their doctorate toward their licensure. So we have a postdoctorate fellow now, and we have another one who will again start in the summer. So each year we have a new group that comes in. And then we have other psychologists and professionals that come to us for specific training. So there's now a licensed social worker and another licensed psychologist who already practice in different areas of the state of California, and they come to us once a week so they can be trained, for example, in doing child custody evaluations, another area we focus on. So in addition to overseeing the staff of the Institute, then those would be people I supervise officially.
Okay. You mentioned the postdoctorate fellow that you have. Now, so after somebody gets their doctorate, you were talking about needing to have so many hours before they can actually apply for their license.
Yes.
Are you familiar with the way that the state of Arizona works when somebody is applying to get their license?
Yes.
And how does it work once you get your doctorate for someone to get their license?
Upright.
Now, you said that you are familiar with the way the licensing works in Arizona?
Yes, pretty much.
Okay. And specifically with regard to getting once somebody has their postdoctorate, so they have their doctorate degree, and prior to applying for their license. Are you familiar with how many hours Arizona requires of supervised work?
Objection, lack of foundation.
You may answer yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. And what is, based on your knowledge of that, how many hours does the person have to have supervised before they can apply for their license?
Objection, lack of foundation. That's no.
Sustained.
Judge, may we approach?
You may proceed.
Dr. Guffner, when you say that you're familiar with the way Arizona works as far as the number of hours a person needs to get after their doctorate to the time they get licensed, how is it that you know this?
Well, there's two ways. One is because we deal with postdoctorate fellows from all over the country who apply to us to work at our center. The American Psychological Association publishes a guide each year on what licensure requirements are needed in each state. So that way the people we supervise we can work with. So people go back to different states. For example, we've had people go back to Massachusetts, we've had people stay in California, we have people go to Texas. So they publish a guide on what's required. That's the first thing.
Okay.
Second is there are two states that we've been doing more work than in other states, Arizona and Hawaii. So we've actually looked at what it would take for me to get licensed in both those states. And so we looked at the requirements in the licensing board acts themselves. That's what tells you what the state requires. So both those ways are the way somebody like me or somebody else can decide or find out what the requirements are.
Okay, so based on that information that you have, do you have an understanding of how many hours a person would need or what it takes to get a license, I guess, for psychology after their doctorate?
Yes, there's two ways. One is the normal way after you get your doctorate is 1 year roughly of postdoctorate supervised experience by another licensed psychologist. Almost all states, including Arizona, put a number of hours. 1,500 hours is what's required, for example, in California and Arizona. So they take an exam, usually two, one that's national, that actually tests you on your knowledge of psychology, and another tests you on your knowledge of the ethical codes in that particular state, etc. Once you pass that and you've had your number of hours of supervised experience that's been documented, you can apply for your license in Arizona or in other states.
All right. So
That's one typical way.
that somebody who's just receiving their doctorate, that's
Correct.
how it's typical.
Yes.
So if somebody just received their doctorate, is there any possible way in Arizona that they could be licensed immediately?
Not to my knowledge.
All right. So they would still have to do that 1,500 hours of postdoctorate supervision work.
Yes.
What's the other way? If somebody like you, if you want to become licensed in Arizona, is there another way to do it?
Yes, if you've licensed in another state, then each state has what's called reciprocity. They have requirements of how you can transfer or obtain an additional license in another state. If you have what is called a diplomate from the American Board of Professional Psychology, then many states honor that, and that with another license, assuming no ethical complaints have been validated against you, you can apply, and then you don't have to do exams and you don't have to do the others. They assume because of those credentials that you've met the criteria, and that's what we're looking at with both Arizona and Hawaii.
All right. And you mentioned diplomate. What is that?
In the mental health profession, for example, for me, licensure is one level of ways of verifying amount of experience and credentials and experience. It's a level of recognition. There are levels of recognition beyond licensure. There are certifications somebody can get, and then the highest level in the mental health field is termed diplomate. Diplomates have very specific requirements of what you have to do in training, experience, and process to obtain a diplomate.
What kind of things do you have to do?
For me, you had to be 5 years after your doctorate, 5 years after licensure. You had to have, it's an area of specialization, so you had to actually have training in that area of specialization. You had to be able to document the supervised training. Then there's normally some type of examination. For me, and what's customary is a 3-hour oral examination by a committee of people who already have the diplomates, and that happens after a committee has reviewed your credentials, experience, and work, what's called work product. You have to send samples of your work to them to be able to have them verify that you actually know what you're talking about and that you do have this specialized training. So when you've done all that, then you can receive a diplomate.
Okay. So as I understand it then, a diplomate is something that is a specialized training of something in particular under psychology.
Yes, there are diplomates for different areas of specialization that somebody can apply for.
All right. How many diplomates do you have?
I have 2.
All right, so let's talk about one of them. What's one of them?
One is in family psychology. So I have a specialization in family psychology, and the way it's termed, for example, on my vita or credentials is I'm board certified in family psychology.
And so what does that mean for the rest of us? If you're board certified in family psychology, what does that mean you can do?
Theoretically, it means that you can trust, because I've been evaluated by those who have the expertise, that I know something about that field, that I have met the specialized training requirements and supervision and have the credentials. So it's a way for the public or others to be able to be somewhat assured that this person has that kind of training, because a licensed psychologist, for example, doesn't really tell you if I'm trained in clinical psychology, am I trained in family psychology, am I trained in neuropsychology, am I trained in industrial psychology. This says I'm licensed as a psychologist, and then theoretically you're supposed to practice in your areas. But for somebody else looking at that, it doesn't tell you if this person actually has specific training or specializations.
So the diplomate tells us that you have a specific training. What's the other diplomate that you have?
Neuropsychology, clinical neuropsychology.
Okay. And with that diplomate, that tells us you have a specialty in neuropsychology then, right?
That is correct.
All right. And how often do you have an idea of or knowledge about how often psychologists have diplomates? Is this something common that a lot of people have?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Sustained.
Do you have an understanding, based on your training and experience in dealing with other psychologists and the number of years that you have worked as a psychologist, do you have an understanding as to whether or not many psychologists or few psychologists have diplomates?
Objection, lack of foundation.
So yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, how do you have that understanding?
The American Psychological Association, which is involved in one of the major organizations nationally that is at least involved with diplomates. The actual one with them, there are a variety of recognized boards. One is the American Board of Professional Psychology, and they publish information each year on how many diplomates there are and in what different areas. So from that, we know what percentage of psychologists have one diplomate, and then there's also information on how many have more than one.
Okay, so based on that information, what's the percentage of people who have one diplomate, psychologists?
In the field of psychology, it is just a few percent. In other words, less than 5% of those who are licensed and practice as psychologists have a diplomate in one or another area of specialization.
And what happens to that percentage when we talk about somebody who has 2 diplomates like you do?
It drops way down. Less than 1% of psychologists have 2 or more diplomates.
All right. How long, part of the component that where you, at the Institute, you said is forensic work, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and how long is it that you've been doing forensic work?
30 years.
Okay, and what does that mean? What does that encompass when you tell us you're doing forensic work?
Well, theoretically, there's 2 types. One is training. I mean, you can do forensic work by training others, meaning work tied into a court one way or another. So there's criminal cases like this one. There are civil cases where somebody is suing somebody else. There are family law cases. So forensic work means somehow dealing with the legal system, courts, etc. So you can be involved in the forensic arena because of training others, or you can actually practice. Practice means either as a psychologist, you may be in court testifying about clients you treat. You can also be in court testifying as, quote, an expert witness. If you have an area of specialization, you can be in court to educate a judge or a jury about particular areas. So that's another way. Or you can actually be what's called a forensic evaluator, where you are actually evaluating a person or a case specifically for court. So all those are possible.
All right. And what type of forensic work have you done?
All of those.
Okay. Have you testified before?
Yes.
Do you have an idea about how many times you've testified in the last 30 years?
I would estimate probably, as overall, because different years change, at least 150 times.
Okay. And when you've testified before, are they always for criminal cases?
No, it varies. In my earlier days, for example, in the 1980s and 1990s, I would say I probably testified in more criminal cases than civil, but we also testified in others, in state court, in federal courts, in various states. In more recent years, not as much criminal, much more civil or family law. It just varies. Everything is word of mouth. We don't advertise. So it just, whatever happens to come to us, it just rotates around. I could go months without testifying, and then just coincidentally I might testify 2 or 3 times within a month on completely unrelated cases in different states.
Okay. And so some of those, you said family law, is that things like child custody or things like that?
Yes, exactly. Or it could be domestic violence or child abuse related to either custody or just related to the abuse. Or it could be in a juvenile dependency court because of child abuse or domestic violence. Or it could be in a criminal case. So that topic area could be in almost any court. It just depends on what the particular case is about, and if somebody is suing somebody or if somebody is charged with a crime. Could be either way.
Okay. And what about capital cases? Have you been called to testify for capital cases, cases involving the death penalty?
Yes.
And do you have an idea how many times you've done that? And roughly, if you don't know the exact number.
I probably have, can't remember exactly how many I've testified. I may have to change my estimate of how many times I've testified, because I think I've actually testified in near 100 capital cases in my 30 years. It's not 30, testified in near 100 capital cases, civil cases and others. I probably have to go over 200 times I've probably testified. A lot more capital cases in the past than more recently.
So that's something, capital cases is something that you haven't done as recently? Is that what you mean?
Correct. I think the last capital case I testified in was probably about 10 or so years ago. I think it was in Louisiana or somewhere there. When I relocated, I'm not sure people found me or know where I am. I just haven't been asked to do capital cases. So we do, as I said, we do whatever comes into our clinic or into our service. We don't promote or advertise.
And when you've been retained on capital cases, what kind of work are you typically doing for those capital cases?
Usually one of two things. In many of those cases, we actually evaluated the defendant. That means in those 100 cases or more, there's more cases, but I didn't always testify.
Okay.
But we actually would do complete psychological evaluations, neuropsychological evaluations, interviews of those defendants. And then in other cases, it would be as an expert witness, where I did not evaluate, but I would review records or be asked about specific areas of interest in the case.
When you say evaluating defendants, does that mean that you're being used as a witness for the innocent phase of the trial?
Well, it varies. Actually, quite a few of the cases were what's called case in chief. Even though we weren't involved in innocence or guilt, they would have us testify as to the person's functioning, like if they were victims of domestic violence or drug history or other things in the case itself. But we wouldn't be involved virtually at any of these cases in whether somebody was innocent or not. It would be what's called mitigating factors. Are there things that went on with this person that might be a reason or help understand why what happened happened? That would be more, but sometimes we would testify in the regular case. Sometimes they would bring us in and we would testify about our evaluation if they were found guilty in the second phase, which is the sentencing phase. It just varied depending on the attorneys and what they preferred.
Okay. And in the times that you have been, well, since you've been licensed, have you ever had any type of disciplinary action?
No.
What about, have you ever had any ethics committee or a licensing committee reprimand you or found complaints to be valid complaints of any kind?
No.
All right, so some of the things that you have experience in and has to do with testing, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and in this particular matter, in preparing to testify, did you review different assessment tests?
Yes.
What did you review?
Reviewed and, well, some we reviewed, some we rescored ourselves.
Okay, well, did you review an MMPI-2 results?
Yes, I did.
And did you rescore those yourself?
Yes, I did.
And did you review MCMI or the Milan test? Did you review that?
Yes, I did.
And have you reviewed a post-traumatic stress test?
Yes, I did.
And that's called the PDS?
That is correct.
And have you reviewed a trauma inventory test?
Yes, and rescored that one as well.
Okay. And that's called the TSI, right?
That is correct. It's the TSI-1.
TSI-1. And how many TSI-1s did you review?
2.
And in any of your work, did you ever speak with Ms. Arias yourself?
No, I did not.
And did you ever review any records with regard to Ms. Arias? And let me say, like police reports or that type of thing?
I did not.
All right. So did you contain your review basically to the assessments that were done, that were by others?
That and the report and information from Dr. DeMarte.
Okay. And, okay. So let's talk about testing for a moment.
Yes, ma'am.
What kind of training or what kind of experience do you have with these types of tests?
A variety. In graduate school, we're trained in some of the tests. I mean, that was a long time ago. I obviously wasn't trained in the trauma symptom inventory because it wasn't in existence when I was in graduate school. But, and it was the MMPI-1, not the 2. So part of it is trained in graduate school to do testing. Then part of the practice after that continues that. One of my areas of specialization was diagnostic assessment. So I had quite a bit of and continuing education and still do in different types of assessments. When I was in Texas after my doctorate, I became an assistant professor of psychology at the University of Texas at Tyler, and then I moved up over the years to full professor.
And let me stop you. In Texas, this is before California, right? This is before where you are now.
Before where I am now, after my doctorate, I took an academic position at the University of Texas at Tyler in 1978, and part of my role in that department was essentially beefing up the assessment. We trained in Texas master's level, so they were licensed as either marriage and family therapists or what's called licensed professional counselors, or actually licensed as psychological associates. These were people at the master's degree. So the program that I was involved in, that was the training we did. So I was actually in charge of expanding our assessment courses and expanding the training that our students received in how to do assessment. So I actually taught the courses from intelligence testing to achievement testing, and then I created in the 1980s the neuropsychological assessment courses and oversaw that. And then I would supervise our graduate students in their what's called internship or practicum training in overseeing the assessments they did. So I did that then, and I still do that. So over the years, we've expanded the assessments. In a clinic that I hadn't talked about, but a clinic I also oversaw, we would test out instruments for different publishers.
What does that mean?
Well, for example, the TSI, the Trauma Symptom Inventory, was developed in the 1980s by a psychologist named John Briere, who's at the University of Southern California. So we were a test site because we were trained in trauma and saw clients who had been traumatized, both offenders and victims. We would often be selected as a site where they could test out their tests. So we would administer them to clients that we saw or people that were involved in research with us, because we've done all those things. So we actually tested out the trauma symptom inventory, gave feedback to the person who was designing it, John, or Dr. Briere, sorry, and then they would make the revisions and test again. So we worked with that instrument before it was public knowledge. And then it actually got published by a professional test publisher, and then we've been using it ever since until they came out with an updated, newer version. So in our current program, we use quite a bit of testing even now when clients come to us or in forensic cases, and we train. So for example, last week
Do you have recent experiences using these instruments as of last week?
Yes.
Okay, what's that?
We do, part of our internship training program is we do trainings each week with all our staff, who are the clinical people, the interns, the postdoc. So last week, one of the trainings involved the use of trauma inventories and how do you score it, how do you interpret it. So we're constantly looking at new instruments and what's out there so that the people we're training have the best current knowledge of what we know about how to use different ways of assessing clients, children, adolescents, or adults. So we're continually doing those things.
Okay. And with regard to the testing, are there certain tests that have things that are called validity scales?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let's talk about that for a second. What is a validity scale in general?
In general, when somebody takes
Approach, please. Overruled.
So can you tell us, in general, about validity scales? What does that mean?
validity scales are ways that tests themselves, some tests build in to check that the person is not trying to distort their responses. So validity scales mean you want to know if the person is being defensive and likely not willing to admit areas of potential problems, or are they lying? Are they actually trying to distort and give you incorrect responses? Or are they trying to look good or look bad on the test? So a lot of the instruments build in scales to test that out, because in order to interpret a test, you need to know that is it likely that this person answered in a relatively open and honest manner. If they did not, if they were so defensive and not willing to admit anything, or they were trying to, lie on this, then it invalidates the test. You don't interpret the test. You basically say the test isn't meaningful because I can't tell what the person was doing. So a lot of the tests now build in scales specifically to look for those things, and then after you determine that the test is valid, you can then interpret the various scales.
And how do these scales work? How can they tell if somebody is being defensive or lying about something?
Well, in general, without giving you information about the specific questions, one way is by you, in a long test, may have the same type of question asked different ways. And you look at whether the person at the beginning answered the questions the same they did at the end. There are certain things we know in psychology that tend to go together. So you might ask a person about some aspect of themselves and then ask them about another aspect, and we know in the research that those things should have the same answers. So that tells me if somebody's not willing to admit. So these scales actually look at a variety of ways to try to determine if the person is being relatively open and honest in responding to the test.
So it doesn't sound as simple as just answering a true or false and lying true or false and you just accepting the answers.
That is correct. It would not be a simple, especially with long tests, like one that has 567 questions. There's virtually no way a person could remember what they answered specifically about a question if they made it up, and something similar, an hour later in the test. So that's one of the ways it checks. Even on shorter tests, there are things that the research will show you that are very unlikely. So a person in a variety of settings or with a variety of symptoms, they're not likely to answer a particular question in a particular way. If they do, in my view, it's a red flag. It would escalate or elevate that validity scale, and it would tell the interpreter to be cautious when you're interpreting this result.
All right, and with regard to this case, did you review two trauma symptom inventory tests that Ms. Arias did?
Yes,
took
I
part in?
did.
And did you review a Milan MCMI test?
Yes.
And did you review an MMPI-2 test?
Yes.
And these tests were given by how many different providers? How many different people?
3 different mental health professionals.
And over what period of time? Do you know?
Over about a 2-year period.
Okay. And over that 2-year period, in all of these tests, do these particular tests have validity scales?
Those particular tests do, yes.
Okay. And in that 2-year time, with 3 different mental health professionals giving those tests to Ms. Arias, what did the validity scales tell us about her?
All those tests that had validity scales indicated that they were valid responses. In other words, 2 of the tests indicated no attempt at distortion, lying, or faking good or bad. 1 test indicated significant symptomatology. It didn't invalidate the test, but it indicated that the person was responding in a way that indicated lots of emotional and mental health issues. Another test indicated that at times it...
Which test?
Okay.
Sustained.
You can tell us which test you're referring to.
Sorry. The trauma symptom inventories, both versions...
Foundation, which one you reviewed to?
Sustained.
He's about to tell us. You reviewed 2 trauma symptom inventories, right?
Correct.
Okay. Are you speaking generally about the trauma TSI?
I was speaking about both of them. I was about to.
Okay. Go ahead.
Both trauma symptom inventories indicated that the validity scales were in the normal range. There are 3 scales on each test, and they were all within the normal range. The Milan, which is a personality type inventory, indicated that the tests were valid, but the person sometimes was answering in what's called in our language socially desirable ways. In other words, it was a little bit elevated in trying to make themselves look actually a little bit less problematic than they might be. The MMPI actually indicated that the person may be responding in a way that they might look a little bit more negative than they are. So all those were in the valid range, all within the normal range, but there's slight differences over the 2 years with the different tests.
And in any of those tests, is there any indication of her defensiveness, being defensive about answering?
There is a scale on the MMPI and on the others. Those were in the normal range at both tests, the MMPI and the MCMI.
Okay. And with regard to, you're familiar with the MMPI being given by, MMPI-2 being given by Dr. DeMarte, right?
Yes, I am.
And so in that particular validity scale, does it show, can we rely on the results in the MMPI?
The MMPI was considered a valid profile, but it also indicated that the person was reporting numerous symptoms and issues on that particular instrument.
Does that invalidate it in any way?
No, it just tells you to be aware, essentially. It's like a caution that this person is expressing many symptoms, many issues that need to be explored.
And you said you reviewed 2 trauma symptom inventories, 2 TSI tests, right?
That is correct.
Do you know how far apart they were given
Yes.
from each other? How far apart?
A year and a half.
Okay, and anything with both of those validity scales showed that the tests were valid, is that right?
That is correct.
All right, let's talk first, maybe let's do the MMPI.
Yes, ma'am.
Why don't you tell us what it is?
It stands for the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory. This is the second version. It is probably the most common measure of personality characteristics in the field of mental health and psychology. It's probably the most researched measure around. It's a true-false test. It has 567 questions. It takes anywhere from an hour to an hour and 3/4 for somebody to take it. It requires about a 5th grade reading knowledge ability. And it gives you a lot of information. It's broken into what we call the validity scales, which we just talked about. It also has what's called clinical scales, which are general clinical issues like depression, anxiety, etc. And then it has, well, actually I haven't counted, probably 50 subscales to help explain what the other scales mean. And it helps say a clinical psychologist look for what might be going on with this particular person. In my language, it's like it gives you working hypotheses. When you assess somebody, you want to know what are you dealing with, and you form a hypothesis based on this. So the test by itself, you don't want to use to diagnose somebody, but it would provide information to guide you on what might be important to look for in trying to figure out what's going on with the person. You know, what are the different personality issues? And it breaks into numerous subscales.
Okay, well, let's take a look. I'm showing you Exhibit 631. This is the MMPI-2 that Dr. DeMarte the computer, is it a computer printout? How do you refer to this? It's computer scored, right?
Yes, well, the particular manufacturer of this test has the copyright, so they're the only ones who can computer score it, and because it has so many scales, you really don't want to do it by hand. I mean, we train our people on how so they know, but it could take you easily an hour just to score all those scales if you're using templates. So now you can score it with the computer by putting in the person's answers, and then you get a printout, and there's different printouts. This is called the extended score report, which provides us all the scales, and then you can get interpretation reports and others. So this is the test that Dr. DeMarte administered and then is scored by the computer.
And you mentioned copyright. Is that what you're talking about at the bottom of the page?
Yes, Pearson is the company that has the copyright to this test, so it means two things. One is they're the only ones who are allowed to score this by computer, which was major lawsuits 10 years ago because others did it and they could not anymore. The other means somebody in my profession cannot give somebody else who's not a trained professional licensed psychologist copies of the raw data or the questions. So in other words, we're not allowed to release that because then it would defeat the purpose of the test.
How does it defeat the purpose of the test?
Well, if people knew what the exact questions and answers were and how that scores, then you could fake the test because then I would know, well, I don't want to answer this way or that way. So in all the tests that we're talking about, they all are copyrighted, meaning that we're only allowed to release the information to another licensed psychologist or trained mental health professional who then is also bound by not releasing it to others so that the confidentiality of the test itself is not breached. The profiles can be shared, but not the questions or how they actually get scored.
Okay, so what we're about to take a look at then has nothing to do with the raw data then?
Well, it's the results of it,
Yeah.
but it doesn't tell you the exact questions or things which is acceptable.
Okay, so in other words, we're not going to see the 567 questions, right?
That is correct.
Okay. All right, so let's take a look at this. We're looking at page 2, the validity and clinical scales. So is this a representation of the validity scales on the left side here?
Yes, that is correct.
And we've discussed that already. So let's take onto the right side, what are we looking at here?
These are what are called the clinical scales, which is the major thing you look for diagnosis. And if you look at, well, I don't know how to do this, like the fifth.
There's a, on the top right-hand corner of your screen, there's like a little arrow.
Yes.
Do you see, if you touch that,
Yes.
it'll give you a little menu that you can use as an arrow if you want to
It
point
won't
to
break.
these.
Okay. All right. Now
So
what?
if you see the arrow underneath clear,
Yes.
if you push that, you can use it to point to things.
Oh, excellent. Do I move the arrow or I just touch something now?
Well, now just touch something.
Okay, so if you see this line here that says 50 across, that's average on this test. So it's what's called in the normal range. If you look up here, can I touch again?
Uh-huh.
Okay. If you look up here, this is 65. That's what is considered the clinical cutoff. So that means scales or scores above that 65 would be in the clinical range and things that we have to pay attention to. Also, just for diagnostic purposes, if you get things really low, down here below the other way, it's something to pay attention to also in certain scales. So when you look at this particular test, you can see here and here and here. All these are obviously elevated above 65, and that's what I meant before when I said this test is giving you pretty significant symptomatology. It's indicating there's lots of different areas that this person is having difficulty with. And so you generally pick some of the high scales and then interpret it. But this, when you look at this profile, it means that this person is displaying many symptoms in various areas of personality to explore.
Okay, and just so we all understand, at the bottom here we see T-score. Does that actually give us the numbers?
Yes, it does. These scores down here are what gets plotted up here. So if you see this one I just highlighted, it says 53, and if you look up here, that's where the dot is. So each of these scores down here are what ends up with that plot.
Okay, and so tell us then, you told us, so there's a number of elevations on this.
That is correct.
Okay. Have you ever heard or know about a term such as called a floating profile?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that is?
Floating profile was a term made up by psychologists a long, long time ago to indicate, well, it depends on who you talk to. They had different definitions. But the overall idea was somebody who had a lot of scales above this 65 or 70 they called it a floating profile. Some said you had 6 scales, some said 7, some said different numbers. But the idea was that there was a lot of scales above the 65 or 70 for the MMPI-1. And then they made and wrote up some articles on what it might mean. One of the more common ones that was written for quite a while, quite a bit of research actually, well not research, quite a few articles was actually written by a psychologist in Dallas, Robert Gatchell. And he originally wrote and published that this floating profile, lots of scales, was associated in his view, in his practice, with what was called borderline personality disorder. And that was published over, I guess his stuff was probably 8 or 9 years, different articles where he was talking about clinical practice. And then research actually started being done. The people who designed the MMPI, and they have lots of very thick books on how to interpret never talked about a floating profile, didn't think it was relevant, they never used the term, even in the books that were published while this was going on, none of the MMPI books refer to anything called a floating profile. So this is really by some of the people who are in clinical practice giving some of their impressions and some of the things they were associating with this type of profile.
That's what Dr. Gatchell was doing.
And some others, and yes.
Okay.
And then people started actually looking at the research. And so articles started coming out around 2006 who actually studied. In other words, in the research arena, if somebody has an idea or a hypothesis, you actually study it. So they actually then administered tests to people who had borderline personality and disorder and were diagnosed with that and others, and they did not find any significant association. So articles began to be published around 2006 that said, you know, the research doesn't support any type of thing called a floating profile in order to predict something else. In fact, they said, according to the research, the MMPI was not good at predicting borderline personality disorder or such things as post-traumatic stress disorder or other things. It was designed, and what it was good for was telling you about the person's personality. And so they basically said there is no such thing as a floating profile. And so Dr. Gatchell himself started to focus more on chronic pain people and came out with articles, and his colleagues in about 2008 or so, basically saying that the floating profile really wasn't valid and he wasn't using it, and he realized that it really isn't a floating profile, it was really what he termed a disability profile and seemed to be more associated with chronic pain and things like that. So somebody who's reporting numerous symptoms like you see here might be somebody that's associated with either significant personality issues or symptoms or pain, and then he started focusing on a pain population, which is completely separate. And so that term pretty well disappeared in 2008 as the research made it clear that it wasn't useful, it wasn't substantiated.
So is that a term that you use then?
No. In fact, I've never used that term, never trained on it. I mean, I've heard about it, but it was never really researched, so I didn't pay much attention. But when...
Sustained.
So you said you never really trained on it. Is that because there was not a lot of actual research supporting it to begin with?
Correct. Oh, sorry.
You can answer.
Oh. Yeah, yes, because there was no substantiation of that, so we never trained others about it. I pretty well never paid attention to it until it came up in this case.
Okay. Now, when you have somebody who has multiple elevated scales, like we see here, is it common to take the top 2 or 3?
When you're doing interpretation, yes, it's called a code type, so you usually do that, and the research indicates that that there's a relationship between certain scales and somebody's personality, especially if they have 1 or 2 or possibly 3 scales that are elevated. That's a little bit different to do when you have several scales elevated.
Okay. If we took the top 3 scales here, is it something that can support a personality that is aggressive, defensive, hostile, or holds their emotions inside? If you're looking at this.
Those would be working hypotheses. In other words, theoretically, somebody who had those characteristics could end up with a profile like this. That would be something that would be to explore. So if we said, well, boy, this is, a pretty major profile, and we think, for example, that, well, maybe we have somebody who does have borderline personality, or we have somebody who's very hostile and aggressive, then the next steps would be, well, let's look at those subscales and see what they say. That would be the next step in how you use a test like this.
Okay, so the rest of these, there's several other, we look at several other charts showing the subscales, is that right?
Yes,
Okay, and these are something that you use, right?
definitely.
Okay, let's take a look at page 5. Can you tell us what scale is it showing us?
Well, these are several. They're called content scales, but you have several different things. If you see at the bottom, I'll try that. You see these are terms that define different things. So, for example, this is anxiety. Again, A and X. And again, it's the same. So if you look here, normal is 50, clinical cutoff would be 65, and so you would look at some of these scales. So if we had a hypothesis, for example, that the person was hostile, aggressive, controlling, or things like that, then the way to do this is to then look at those scales and see what they show. That way you have an idea of whether your hypothesis might be correct or not, and if it's not, well, what are other hypotheses? And then you would check those out.
Okay, so let's go with the hypothesis of somebody who's aggressive, defensive, hostile, holds their emotions inside. What do you see? Do you see anything on these content scales?
Well, there are two scales you would look at in this particular graph. This one here is called, well, I didn't mean to cover it up, but it's anger. If we said somebody who's angry, hostile, and all that,
That's A and G?
that's A and G. Well, so we look at that scale, and then you go up here and you see, well, it's right in the middle of the normal range. This person is not, even though they're displaying many symptoms, it doesn't appear that they're an angry person. That doesn't mean the person can't get angry. We all can get angry. But it means basically that this is not part of their personality. That would be one thing you would look at. Another would be, say, antisocial practices, that they're doing this on a regular basis. That would be this one here.
Is that ASP?
Correct. And you can see that's also in the normal range. So for your working hypothesis that you mentioned, those would be two of the scales that you would look at here.
Okay.
And then you would look at others on other pages.
All right, let's take a look at, well, so right now what we're seeing with anger and antisocial practices, we're seeing them in the normal range.
That is correct.
Okay. So let's take a look at page 6. All right, and does page 6 tell us anything? If we're looking at this hypothesis of aggression and hostility, does it, and the other things, what does page 6, the scales on page 6 tell us?
Well, there's three scales here that look at those particular dimensions that you would want to look at. One is this one over here, which is called DO, dominance. Does the person have a need to control and dominate other people? And this particular profile is way below average, meaning that it's likely the opposite. Instead of this person being dominant, this person is more passive, submissive when you have that low. So that's one scale.
Okay.
Another one is this one, which is, well, there we go, HO, which is hostility. Is this person overall a hostile person? And you can see that's roughly in the average range here. And then the next one is OH here, which is called over-controlled hostility. In other words, do they have a lot of hostility inside that is either spending a lot of energy keeping inside or trying to control it or things like that. And you can see that's within the normal range also. So those would be three of the scales on this particular supplemental scale profile that you would look at for that hypothesis.
Okay. And let's take a look at page 7. These are the Psi-5 scales, right?
Yes.
Okay. And with regard to the Psi-5 scales, does it tell us anything about our hypothesis for aggression and hostility?
This first scale is actually termed an aggressiveness scale.
Okay.
It is actually looking at, is this person have an aggressive personality? Are they aggressive in general? And this is showing, again, significantly below average, which then would lead you to a hypothesis that instead of being aggressive, this person is a personality. That doesn't, again, mean that somebody can't act aggressively at times, but what it means is as a personality, say a trait or part of them is actually more submissive, more passive.
Okay. And anything else on this page?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So based on all the scales that we just looked at, then, what does it tell us about our hypothesis for aggression, hostility, and over-controlled hostility, or holding your emotions inside?
Those would say that that's not likely a good hypothesis to have, and you may need to look for other hypotheses.
Okay. What if you, after interviewing somebody, doing clinical interviews, you have a hypothesis or you have an understanding that they were involved in an abusive relationship, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
And you develop a hypothesis that the person may have PTSD or some type of anxiety.
Yes, ma'am.
Would there be scales on the MMPI-2 that we can look at for that hypothesis?
Yes, there are.
Okay, so shall we flip back to page 5?
Yes, that would be fine.
Okay. All right, so we're looking at page 5. So with our new hypothesis, what do we look at on page 5?
Well, now you're looking at somebody, if in your hypothetical, who might be traumatized, have PTSD, be a victim of some type of a trauma or abuse. So now what you look at is anxiety. So this first scale here, we mentioned before, we weren't talking about this hypothesis, but we mentioned, which is an anxiety scale. And it's significantly elevated, as you can see up here. So that would be one of the things we would look at on that. Another one would be self-esteem. The hypothesis is that somebody who's been traumatized or in an abusive relationship, it would possibly affect their view of themselves. It would lower their self-esteem. So there's a scale right here called LSE, which is low self-esteem, and you can see this is elevated in the significant area, meaning this person does have lower self-esteem than is either healthy or normal. So those would be two particular scales you would look at on this particular chart.
Okay, and I just want to make sure, so when we talk about low self-esteem here, and it's elevated, that means the person has lower self-esteem than normal.
Correct. So it's
Okay.
just like, because it says low self-esteem, higher numbers mean lower. It's like an inverse relationship. So the higher the scale, the lower the self-esteem is. Just like here, anger, the higher the scale, the more anxiety they have. So this is what we call in our language inverse. It's reverse scoring. So that means the higher it is, the lower the self-esteem is. Does that make sense?
I think so.
Okay, good.
Okay. All right, so let's try page, is that it for this particular scale?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so let's take a look at page 6, and we're looking at the supplementary scales.
Yes.
Now, with our new hypothesis, with PTSD or anxiety, what do we look at here?
Well, again, this A is another way of measuring anxiety. So there's a
Yes.
variety of things. Pardon?
I'm sorry, that's down here at the first?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, there we go. So that is another way, and it is, you can see, is showing you a significant elevation. I'm not doing this real well. I keep covering the dots. Okay, so in any case, that shows you significant elevations and anxiety. You also, again, using your working hypothesis of somebody from an abusive relationship, then you're going to hypothesize that they're going to not only be, well, I'm saying that double negative, they're not going to be controlling, they're going to be the opposite. They're going to be more submissive if they've been traumatized in an abusive relationship. So they're likely to be the opposite. And that was the dominance we measured, or we talked about. Right next to it is ES, which is ego strength. In other
What's
words,
ego strength?
ego strength is a way of not only measuring self-image, self-esteem, but ego strength means how you feel about yourself overall. And the research is pretty consistent. Somebody who's been who's been suffering from PTSD, they usually internalize that, whether we're talking about a hypothetical of an abused victim or somebody coming out of combat. So they feel a lot of internalized guilt and self-blame, and that lowers their ego strength and self-esteem. And you can see their ego strength is way below average. It's near the bottom of that scale. So that would be another red flag, and that's the term I use, that so far we are consistent with that working hypothesis.
Of what?
Of somebody who's either been traumatized or possibly in an abusive relationship or something along those lines.
Okay. What does R mean?
Repression. That's whether somebody is trying to block out unpleasant thoughts or feelings or events. So that's not in the clinical range, but it's above average. But it's not elevated like some of the other scales.
Okay. And is there any other scales on here that we'd want to look at?
Yes, ma'am.
What else?
This PK scale right here, that is the one actual measure of trauma that this test does. If you remember before when I was talking about the research, it indicates that the MMPI is really not on its own a predictor of like a personality disorder or PTSD, but it will give you working hypotheses. So this is the one scale that actually looks at post-traumatic stress disorder, and you can see how high up that is. It was actually the highest scale. So again, that would be consistent with our working hypothesis, or at least it says that needs to be explored in more detail.
Okay. And so when you say explored in more detail, I take it you're not telling us because the PK or the PTSD scale on here, because it's high, we know for sure she has PTSD, right? That's not...
No, that's not what I'm saying. It is
Okay.
not appropriate to take any one test and diagnose a person based on that. These, for lack of better words, these are working hypotheses. This is giving the clinician a guide that these things either may or may not be correct, and you need to explore further with other tests, with interviews, with collateral records, with whatever, to try to verify that. And there's one other one I missed there, by the way, and I forgot what scale it's on. But another area that would be part of our working...
There's lack of foundation, which scale?
Did you miss one that is supportive of the working hypothesis?
Yes.
Which one is that you missed?
It's called fears. Another one, it's on...
Could we have that marked, please?
Are you reviewing your own copy of this?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And does that help you to see it there versus having to look at the screen?
Yeah, yes, that's acceptable.
Judge, I'd ask that we not have to mark it. It's the same item.
I would ask that it be marked. He's looking at it and not what's on the...
All right, we're going to take a break in about 5 minutes, and at that time I will let the prosecutor look at the exhibit or the witness's notes.
Okay.
And we'll decide if it needs to be marked at that time.
Okay.
Continue.
So we're looking back at the content scales. Is that where we see fears?
Yes, that's what I skipped, and I apologize, I didn't mean to. But one of the other things we would look at is fears, which is over here, and it's not in the clinical range, but it is above average.
All right, and you're referring to what it says FRS, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's not in the clinical range, so why would you look at it?
Well, again, we're looking at things that might contradict our hypothesis, so either one way or the other. So if, for example, the fears was way down here and below average, then that would be somewhat contradictory, and we'd have to try to explain why. So when you don't have consistent results, then if everything is consistent in one way or another that says yes or no, you can either discard it if it doesn't match. If it's consistent yes, then you go further. But if you have inconsistent findings, let's say half the tests I just showed you show significant elevations and the other half do not, then you have to try to figure out why. That's what diagnostic assessment is to try to explain what is going on. When I do the training, I look at these things and I train people on viewing it like a jigsaw puzzle. Your job as a clinician is to put the puzzle together. So I'm trying to decide what is going on with a person. I need to know what the picture is, and so I need all these pieces of the puzzle to fit together to finally get what the picture is. So I can't decide, for example, I don't like this part and I'm going to throw it out. That's like throwing out a piece of the puzzle, and it could be a significant piece, so I don't know what the picture looks like. So I have to figure out how all these pieces of the puzzle fit together in order to eventually come up with a diagnosis.
So even though we see fears above normal but below clinical, is that still a piece of the puzzle for you?
Yes, so, I mean, it's still in the direction. It doesn't, again, it's not something I would harp on, it's not something I would go overboard on. I would say right now, based on this test only, that you do have some consistent findings that would need to be explored.
Okay, and the consistent findings that need to be explored are consistent with what?
Anxiety, trauma.
Okay. And what does the research tell us about the MMPI-2 diagnosing borderline?
It could only be used really as, again, a working hypothesis. So you would look at some of the scales we did, but it would really say that if you think you do have, say, from whatever reason, a borderline personality, then you need to explore further. So this particular test is not designed and has never been designed to measure personality disorders. It's designed to do what we just did, looking at overall personality. It's also not designed to really assess trauma. It would give you some ideas that you'd have to explore further if you're doing it correctly.
All right. And so if we're going to explore further, let's say a hypothesis of borderline, what might be another test that you would want to see?
The test you would look at would be what's called the Milan Clinical Multi-Axial Inventory, and I did not name it.
Okay.
It's the MCMI. That is the test that is specifically designed to look at personality disorders.
Okay. And Judge, that's probably a good time for a break then.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please try to limit your break to approximately 10 minutes. Let's say 10:45. Please remember the admonition. You are excused.
Please stand for the jury.
Counsel, please approach. You may be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Ms. Lamont, you may continue.
All right. We started talking about the MCMI, right?
Yes, well, I don't think we actually talked
We
about
mentioned it.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Can you tell us what the MCMI is? What is it?
It's the most standardized measure in our field to look specifically at at personality disorders, including borderline, paranoid, etc. So it actually is designed to assess personality disorders.
Okay. And how is it designed to do that?
By actually focusing on that population in the research and looking at what kinds of responses people who do have known personality disorders show up and how they respond. So that's what's been done over a long period of time, decades, in designing and updating and standardizing that measure. So it actually is specifically geared more to looking at the personality disorders.
All right, so let's say then we were talking about if there's this hypothesis of borderline personality disorder, is this the test then that you would want to see the results of?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll give you a second. You're not the first one.
Came out a little bit too fast. I'm sorry.
Okay, all right, so if we're going to conduct an MCMI test with a working hypothesis of borderline, then is that would be something accurate, or that would be something that you would want to do maybe as a next step?
Well, if you're, again, looking at that hypothesis or the possibility, yes, that would be what would be appropriate. Or if you've already administered these tests, then you'd look at it. I mean, a lot of times you don't know the hypothesis ahead of time, and you would administer a battery of tests, and then you would go through, the person would have taken all of them, and then you go back and look at each one, working through it like, more or less like we're doing. But it's really unusual to give a test and score it, interpret it, and then say, oh, well, I want to do this, and then go. So if you already have an idea of the areas you want to explore, you would normally give all those tests at more or less the same time.
Okay. And in this particular case, are you aware that Ms. Arias was given the MCMI test?
Yes.
And did you review the profile results?
Yes.
All right. And I'm showing you Exhibit 541. What are we looking at in Exhibit 541?
These are the profile results for this particular test. It's a different format, which isn't relevant. It's just different tests are viewed differently, but it's the same idea. So, but this is scored a little bit differently. So when you look at this 75 here, that would be more of what we would call our clinical cutoff. They don't call this T-scores, and they call it base rates, but the idea is somebody who's at 75 or above, that's in the clinical range or the areas we'd want to look at. So the first three scales here, okay, I didn't do, all right, so there are what is called the validity scales, like we were talking about before, and whether the person is attempting to distort their answers, fake good, fake bad, things like that, lie. So these different ones look at whether they're willing to disclose, that's the first one, whether they are trying to answer a little bit more favorable. In other words, this particular elevation here at 67 means it's above average. It's not clinical, but it's above average, meaning the person may be trying to present themselves in a little bit more favorable way than they really are. And then this is putting themselves down. Are they actually trying to look worse than they are? And that's not. So when you get a score that's starting to get elevated, if you get it way up here, then you start worrying about validity. In other words, is this test able to be interpreted correctly? But when you start getting in this range or up here, then you start thinking, well, this profile might actually be a little bit lower than is what occurs in reality.
Okay,
So it's
let me stop you there so we
Yes.
can understand. So based on these, the top three scales here, the validity scales, overall, can you tell us, is this test going to be considered valid?
Yes.
Okay. And then you were talking about the desirability scale, and we see that that's at a 67, which you were saying that's not at the clinical level?
It's correct, but it's
Okay.
above average.
Right. So explain to us then the above average on that particular, the desirability.
Well, it just means that you don't go crazy. It's not in the clinical range. You're not having an invalid. But it says there's a tendency on this person to, on this particular test, to perhaps try to look a little bit better, a little bit more favorable than they might actually be in real world, real life. And so in a clinician's or a diagnostic way, you sort of assume then that you would move the profile up a little bit, but you're still going to look at what are the high scales. But it means that, again, it could mean that these scales are actually a little bit lower than they would be if the person, if this scale was down here, for example, like these others, then the assumption is that all these scales in here probably would be up just a little higher, not a particular scale, just in general. Did that help?
Not really.
Okay.
With the desirability scale, and you see that it's elevated, what does that mean for like something like one of the other scales, like PTSD? We see it's at 69.
Well, it means that in reality, if this person had completely answered in a way that wasn't desirable at all, that 69 could be a little bit higher, and you might need to pay attention to it. But again, we're talking about working hypothesis. We're not saying we're going to go overboard, and again, we're not going to diagnose somebody just on one test, but we're starting to look for patterns among the tests.
Okay. All right, so let's talk about our working hypothesis back to borderline personality disorder.
Yes.
What do we see with regard to the MCMI, a test that, as you say, is specifically designed to detect personality disorders?
Yes, so one of the ones you just mentioned is right here, borderline personality disorder, and you can see it says a score of 11, which is right here, which is, if anything, in the low or below average category. It's not elevated, it's definitely not one of the major scales, so that would tend to indicate that your working hypothesis is not likely correct.
Okay. And then what about if we have a working hypothesis for anxiety or trauma or PTSD? Can we learn anything from these scales based on that working hypothesis?
Under the same conditions that you don't want to go overboard, specifically because this test is not designed to actually diagnose others, but it gives you a working hypothesis again. Anxiety right here is at the clinical level. PTSD, which is the second highest scale, is there. This is not in the clinical area, but it is elevated, but this is. So that would support a working hypothesis of an anxiety disorder or PTSD. Again, that's the way you would view it. You wouldn't, based on, if I had only given this test, I wouldn't go out and say this person has PTSD or an anxiety disorder. But at the same token, I wouldn't say they had a borderline personality disorder. So you have to put everything together. That's the pieces of the puzzle. But this would not support borderline, and if anything, would support more anxiety-oriented things.
All right. And the fact that we have the PTSD scale at 69, so not clinical, when you talk about pieces of the puzzle, is that still a piece of the puzzle even though it's not in that clinical range?
Yes, it's still going with your working hypothesis of it's definitely the second highest scale, and so it's something to consider. And so theoretically, your next steps would be, well, let's test out. If we think that this person is suffering from PTSD or a trauma or an anxiety disorder, let's administer trauma inventories or something specifically designed to assess trauma. That would be appropriate.
Okay. All right. So, and as far as you know, the trauma inventories were given to Ms. Arias, right?
Yes.
Okay. And trauma inventory, the TSI-1, can it be computer scored as well as hand scored?
Yes.
And are you, well, Judge, may I approach? Okay, I'm showing you Exhibit 629 and 628, and then I'm showing you also Exhibit 646. So 628 and 629, are those hand scored?
Yes, this would be, well, this is the profile you would end up with. Usually, if you hand score it, you get the numbers, and then you plot it, and it goes on a graph like this. And the other one, I don't know what number you said, 646, would be the computer scoring printout of the same test. It just puts it in computer forms, and it does a profile with this that tells you what's going on with it as well.
Okay, and can you review that to tell us if the computer scoring matches the hand scoring?
The scales that are on this form are all matched the ones from the computer score. The computer score also does additional summary scales that's not on this form.
Okay, so the hand-scored forms don't have any summary scales on it?
That's correct. You would write them in.
Okay. And the computer printout form, the computer-scored form, is that something that you did?
Yes, ma'am.
And how
Well,
did...
my staff did it and I checked it.
Okay.
I think one of them, I believe the postdoc fellow actually ran it on the computer and I double-checked it.
Okay. And when that gets run on the computer, how is it that you were able to do that?
We have the scoring programs for these various tests. So on the trauma symptom inventory, especially since we were a research site and we've been using it ever since, we actually have the computer scoring program. I mean, people can buy it, but we're a training institute, so we have those things. So we have that. We also have the one for MMPI. We also have the one for MCMI. So many of these things we're able to do as part of the training of our graduate students and doctorate students or as part of research.
Okay. And did you have what's called raw data, or basically Ms. Arias's answers, to be able to then feed into the computer to get this computer score?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that how it's done?
Yes, ma'am.
Generally speaking?
Well, they could actually take the test on the computer, too. We don't tend to do that. We tend to give them the questions, let them fill out an answer sheet, and then we transfer it to the computer.
Okay. But you never met Ms. Arias, right?
That's correct.
So you're working from what you've received?
That's correct.
Okay. And with regard, is it 646?
Yes, ma'am.
So does that reflect an accurate scoring of this raw data that Dr. DeMarte had given you, that you've seen?
Yes, ma'am.
And the computer scoring added the summary scales to that?
That's correct.
And do those summary scales then match or make sense with what the raw data that you saw going in?
Yes, they do.
Okay. And Judge, at this time, defense would move into Exhibit 646.
Any objection?
I haven't seen it, so I need to know it. No objection.
All right, and Dr. Gaffney, you told us some of the things that your institute does with regard to trauma. Do you have other specialized training with regard to trauma?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you do speaking engagements or training? What is it? How do you have this additional expertise in training or trauma?
It actually grew out of working with abused women and children and child abuse victims. We realized that there was a major connection to trauma. So back in the early 1980s, I started actually doing more research on trauma and actually started going to specific trainings with some of the people around the country. We continued to work. We then began to assess for trauma. We did some of our own research with the clinic I had set up and also at the university and at the crisis center and shelter for battered women and children that I helped build. So we were doing research and training and practice all in this area. And then I ended up getting involved in establishing major organizations dealing with this and still do.
All right, and what about part of being a psychologist is do you do any type of articles, like writing articles for journals or chapters for books or books?
All of the above. I have co-edited, co-authored books in these various topic areas, including trauma, domestic violence, child abuse. I actually haven't counted lately. I think I've edited or co-edited or written or co-written probably about 45 books going back into the early 1980s. Chapters in books, research and other types of articles in what's called peer-reviewed journals. I actually have not counted how many I've done, to be honest. It's something we regularly do and we train our people. So the research that I'm supervising, for example, we work with them as they become professionals to publish their work and present them at conferences. So I oversee quite a bit of that as well, and do training myself all over the country and in other countries about trauma, about domestic violence, about how they're all interconnected, and how they affect children, how they affect victims, treatment programs. We've designed treatment programs for victims and for offenders and for children, published books on that, hosted national think tanks on dealing with children exposed to violence growing up in homes like this. All those I'm involved in a variety of different ways.
And what about peer review? What does peer review mean?
With journals, which is the way you actually look at the research, when you have, say, an article, clinical article, or treatment, in other words, or research, to get it published in a reputable journal, the journal would need to be peer-reviewed and usually anonymous. So that what that means, like with the journals I edit, an article gets submitted to us, and that we send it out to people who are known in the field, who are on my boards, to review this. But they don't know who the author is, and the author doesn't know who reviewed it, because we have like 100 people for each journal. And they provide feedback, and they make recommendations as to whether this meets scientific merit, whether this is worthy of publication. Based on that, it goes through processes of revision until the quality is acceptable to reviewers. That's what peer review means. For research to be recognized, others have to have reviewed it to make sure it was done appropriately, to make sure it actually is meaningful, and a whole bunch of things that we don't need to go into. But then it gets published. And the peer-reviewed, good journals are all peer-reviewed. They're all usually anonymous, what we call double-blind. So reviewers don't know who the authors are, the authors don't know who the reviewers are, and then us in the editorial process make the final decisions to get something published.
So are you involved in the editorial process?
Yes, ma'am.
On several journals?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know which ones?
I hope so.
Which ones?
I'm the editor of the Journal of Aggression, Maltreatment, and Trauma. That's been out 15 years. It deals with all areas and it comes out 10 times a year. I'm the editor of the Journal of Child and Adolescent Trauma. It's newer. It's been out about 7 years now. It comes out 4 times a year. These get disseminated worldwide. I'm also the editor of the Journal of Child Sexual Abuse. That's the oldest journal I've been involved in. It's in its 22nd year. And I'm also the editor now of the Journal of Family Violence. These are different publishers that do this. And we have staff. We train our doctorate students and others. I have a whole staff that works with me on the editorial process. So this is a major operation. The Journal of Family Violence comes out 8 times a year. So they all come out different times, but they all get disseminated to professionals worldwide. That's how people get educated about what the current research tells you. That's how we can know, for example, that there was no floating profile, because somebody has done the research on it and it gets published in peer-reviewed journals that mental health and other professionals have access to, either online or hard copies. So yes, we're involved in all that.
Okay. And earlier when you were speaking about Dr. Gatchell writing some articles about floating profiles, are those things that were actual research and peer-reviewed?
I believe most of them were peer-reviewed, but they weren't really focusing on research. Most of them were focusing more on clinical practice. So peer-reviewed doesn't always have to be research. So if somebody has a treatment program or a theoretical idea or framework, as long as it goes through the same process, that's how we learn. That's how we move the field forward. That's how we all continue to learn about things we now know that we didn't know 20 years ago, things like that.
Okay, and then later on was there research about research actually relating to floating profiles and borderline personality?
Yes, that was actual research that again was peer-reviewed and then published, not in my journals, I mean we weren't involved in that, but in other recognized journals.
Okay, all right, so let's talk about then Exhibit 646, which is the computer printout or computer scoring of the TSI, and this would be, are you familiar with the trauma symptom inventory that was conducted by Dr. DeMarte, those are the hand scoring you just saw, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you know the timeline in which she gave it to Miss Arias? In other words, when did she want these symptoms to be reported from?
She indicated that this particular one was to be from equivalent of 2007, 2008, prior to arrest, at least that's my understanding.
Okay. And is that something possible?
Well, it's not ideal. I mean, you're having the person try to recall the way they were then and to respond. Ideally, it would have been good to administer that test at the time and then possibly again at a different time. It's definitely not the ideal way of doing something, what we call retrospective. It's not what I would like to do. Ideally, I'd like to do it at the time, but if we aren't able to, then at least it gives us an idea. Again, not conclusively, not to make a diagnosis, but again, we're looking at working hypothesis, what makes sense. So it does give you some information.
Okay. All right. And so let's talk about the working hypothesis of anxiety or PTSD and trauma. Okay?
Yes, well, that's the things, if you have the profile, it might make it easier to see. But because this lists it, the other shows you on a summary scale, like, yes.
This one?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Because then it's easier maybe for people to see that.
Okay.
Even though it's a little smaller, again, so we look at what's average, what's above average, what's clinical. Oh, that was nice. So 50 again here is average. 65 again, a little bit like the MMPI, is in the clinical cutoff range. So those are the things we look at. These three scales here on this side are the validity scales. Did the person answer consistently? Are they giving responses that are really sort of bizarre and atypical? Are they giving you things that seem to fit in what we know about people, who take this test? And you can see they're all in, all in the average range below clinical, meaning it's a valid profile. So that's the first thing we look at in this test. Then we look at which of the scales that are elevated above this level. And you can see there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of the 10 test scales are elevated in the clinical area. So we focus on that, and then we come back to these over here.
There's the summary scales
Those
at the
are the
end?
3 summary scales. So what this instrument does is it not only looks at trauma overall, which is this right here, based on these results, well, the other scales, I don't know how to get, like your hand was there, but, and then these tell you other parts of the overall scale, like what's the mood level, what's the way this person views themselves. So these sort of combine the whole test into those 3 summary scales to determine whether it's likely that this person suffered trauma and or may have a diagnosis of PTSD.
And this particular instrument,
Excuse me.
does it necessarily focus on one particular trauma, or does it talk about facts of a trauma, or just trauma in general?
No, this one is looking at trauma in general and symptoms and impact. In fact, it doesn't ask specifically for what may have traumatized you. It doesn't focus on the particular act. It focuses on the impact of whatever this person is reviewing. But it's actually looking, the reason it's called a symptom inventory, it's asking you what symptoms you may have. It is actually not necessarily asking you if you've been traumatized or had a traumatic event. It's saying, like, in the last whatever this time period is, have you had nightmares? Have you had difficulty going to sleep? Have you been overly concerned about your sexual interactions? I mean, it does all those things. I don't want to go into too many. I don't want to give you the questions. But basically, it's asking the person about symptoms. There's 100 of these. So it's looking at that. And then because of the research that's been done over a couple of decades, it puts it together now into these different scales that we can now interpret based on that. So it is not asking the person, him or herself, at all about what might have caused this behavior or what the action might have been. So, I mean, it could also be that this person has had several traumatic incidences in their life because we're focusing on their symptoms now. Does that help?
Yes.
Okay.
And so we talked about these 10 scales and then the summary scales.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you aware that Dr. DeMarte indicated that the TSI does not have summary scales, that they don't exist?
Objection, she indicated that the hand scored one did not have it, not the computer one.
You may continue.
So, Dr. Geffner, do you have information that Dr. DeMarte at some point indicated that summary scales do not exist?
Objection, what we indicated was she was going to say that. She told, yeah.
Sustained.
Based on our conversations, are you aware of that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And is that in any way true?
That they don't have, well, it's obviously not true. They're here. And you have two ways of getting those summary scales. A is the computer scoring, which is typical, which actually produces this. If you're not computer scoring it and you're hand scoring it, it tells you in the scoring manual how you end up getting these three scales, which things you add up in order to get it. So either way, the summary scales, A, exist, and they're part of the way you use this instrument. That's part of what you use it for.
Okay, so if Dr. DeMarte just did the hand scoring, did that in any way prevent her from coming up with summary scales?
No, ma'am.
And in fact, if she would have read the directions on the scoring manual, would she have known? Would it have explained to her how to do the summary scales?
Yes, ma'am.
So in any way, shape, or form, is it true just because somebody hand scores the trauma symptom inventory, you can't get summary scales?
That is not accurate. Unless that was a double negative, I wasn't sure if I answered that the way. You can get summary scales.
Overruled.
You can get summary scales whether you hand score it, use templates, or computer score. It's easier with computer scoring, but it doesn't preclude you from doing the other.
Okay. And this particular test was the TSI-1, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you aware of any other TSI tests, trauma symptom inventory tests?
Yes, ma'am.
What else is there?
There is the TSI-2 that updates, expands, and has renormed the TSI.
Okay, and so when did that come out?
The TSI-2 came out in early 2011, around February, March 2011.
And do you know when Dr. DeMarte did the TSI?
Yes, ma'am.
When was that?
Summer of 2011.
And so at the time that she gave the TSI-1, was the TSI-2 available?
Yes, ma'am.
What is it, as a psychologist in your training, especially training others, and your experience, is it appropriate for someone to use an outdated test?
No, and that's part of your responsibilities is to stay current on whatever you're using and to use what's most current and most updated. Just like the MMPI-2, it would not be appropriate to use the MMPI-1 anymore once the other's been out. Or a lot of these tests. I mean, over time, populations change. People change. Norms change.
Sustained.
Why is it important to use the updated versions?
Because over time, people change. Our society is not the same now as it was 20 years ago. People respond differently. So in our terminology, use norms. In other words, you go back and you see how people now respond to these, and you revise questions. Some questions may not make sense in our current age of technology and all the advances we've made. So some questions have to be thrown out, some have to be added, which is what tests do that are standardized. So the TSI-2 did that and was available and publicized in early 2011.
What about if Dr. DeMarte told us that she didn't have the updated test because her employer didn't buy it? Is that an ethical, is that a good reason to not give an updated test?
Objection, it was actually defense counsel who told us.
Rephrase.
If Dr. DeMarte told us that she did not give the TSI-2 because her employer didn't get it for her at the time, is that a good enough reason to not give a updated test?
No, if you're administering a test, there's requirements. A, you have to understand the test, and you have to be trained in it, or at least have the training to do it. Otherwise, it's not clear you would be administering it or scoring it or interpreting it correctly. Second is you are supposed to be current on the research. And I mean, we knew that TSI-2 was coming out a year before because it was already publicized it was going to be coming out. So not using an updated test unless there's a particular research reason that, has been shown, like the new test is not good for A, and A is what you want to find out, then you might use the old one. But barring that, really to say, well, I have 10 of these in my office, I'm going to use them up because I don't want to buy more or because somebody didn't get it, it's incumbent on you and your responsibilities as a psychologist to do what's the most appropriate battery of tests. If your employer, in your example, says, I don't have it, then it's up to you to tell your employer, hey, it's easy to get. You just, call up the psychological assessment resources and order another set. And then if they refuse, I don't know they did, but if they do, then you shouldn't be using the old version anyway. Then it'd be better not to use either and use a whole different test.
Okay. And you said that you knew that the TSI-2 was coming out long before it did. So is it any surprise that there's an updated version coming out soon?
No, not at the time.
People who work in this field?
No, Dr. Briere had already started doing presentations at trauma conferences. People around the country were already involved in the test sites with the renorming. He had already announced, and the publisher of the test had announced that it would be coming out in 2011. So it wasn't a surprise. I mean, people don't do that. They don't surprise you. I mean, they let you know what's happening.
All right, so anybody who's working in a specialty of trauma, should they have been aware that the TSI-2 was coming out?
Yes.
All right, so let's talk then about what we see on these scales.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us what when we're looking at these scales? What is it that we're seeing?
Well, first, the way you would focus on this would be, again, what's in the cutoff range. So first thing we notice, as I mentioned, is 7 of these out of the 10 are in the clinical range. That's indicating pretty significant trauma symptoms. You don't get that normally. And again, keeping in mind, our validity scales were within the normal range. So this suggests that this person is suffering some pretty major symptoms based on some trauma or traumas. We don't know what they were from this, but we know they occurred. So then we start looking. So there's 2 ways we deal with this. First, we interpret it, well, 3. First, we interpret it with looking at these particular scales. Then we interpret it with respect to the summary scales. Then we look at, has this been administered before, and is it consistent with prior administrations? Then we look at, is it consistent with other tests? You keep going as you're dealing with your working hypotheses.
Okay, so let's, with your first one, what's the first step?
Okay, so this AA is anxious arousal, D is depression, those are in the, DA is defensive avoidance. In other words,
I was going to say, tell me what defensive avoidance is.
Okay, so this means somebody is trying, at least inside their head, what we call cognitively, to not think about or talk about the trauma. They're trying to block it out, trying to avoid dealing with it. or avoid thinking about it. Any of those would go into this scale. This scale is called dissociation. That means trying to literally block out unpleasant ideas, thoughts, feelings that are coming, perhaps trying to block out the event, spacing out, separating out your thoughts from your feelings. So even if you remember the event, blocking out the feelings that went with it so you're not overwhelmed. It's a coping mechanism so we can survive and move on. So that's in the clinical range. These two here deal with sexuality issues. SC is sexual concerns, meaning the person is concerned about their attitudes, are thinking about the way they view sexuality and sexual interactions. All those things go into whether they're concerned about their own sexual interactions, behaviors, things like that. It's an attitude issue. This one here, which is the highest scale, is called dysfunctional sexual behavior, meaning this person is very concerned about the way they have acted sexually, either with different partners or the types of acts, internalizing a lot of trauma from it, guilt, all sorts of things go into their behaviors. It could be multiple partners, it could be the unprotected sex, all those types of actions would go into this scale. And then this scale here, ISR, is called impaired self-reference, that these various symptoms are producing a pretty major impact on the way they view themselves, their self-image, their identity is being affected by the trauma or traumas. And so those are all in the clinical range. So then the next thing we would do would be look at the summary scales.
Okay, and that's these three over here, is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
So, because we're now looking at actually possible diagnoses. And so the first one is trauma. Overall level of trauma, is it in the clinical range that might lead you to suspect post-traumatic stress disorder? Again, I want to emphasize, if all somebody gave was this one instrument and then they said this person suffers from PTSD, that would not be appropriate. It's part of your jigsaw puzzle and part of looking at working hypotheses. So, but this is indicating clinically above cutoffs for trauma, overall trauma. The next one is self, meaning this person is having some major issues with the way they feel about themselves, view themselves, identity issues, self-confidence are all being impacted by whatever these trauma or traumas are. And lastly, dysphoria, that this is affecting their mood, depression, anxiety. These things are being affected by whatever, the traumas are. That's the way this would be viewed, and then you'd want to compare it to say if the test had been administered at another time.
Okay, and are you aware of whether or not this test, the TSI-1, was administered at another time?
Yes, I am.
And when was that?
It was administered a year and a half before this, actually in the spring of 2010.
Okay, and who administered that?
Dr. Cheryl Karp.
Okay, and so, and it was the TSI-1, right? It's the same exact
Well, then
test?
it was appropriate. The new one hadn't come out.
Okay, and are you aware of the scaled results from Dr. Karp's TSI-1?
Yes, ma'am.
And are they similar? Are they different? What do you see?
Similar. The validity scales over here were also normal, according to Dr. Karp. And then...
Specified from another document. Mark, please.
I don't think he was looking at a document, Judge.
No, I was just pointing on the screen.
All right.
The lack of foundation as to the other document. Where is it?
Oh.
Judge, may we approach?
You may. may continue.
All right, Dr. Kevner, just let me know if you need to review, if you need to look at Dr. Karp's report. If you don't need to, that's fine.
I do not.
Okay. All right, so tell me that we were talking about the similarities and differences.
Yes. So the validity scales were in the normal range on that test also. In her test, 6 of the 10 scales here were clinically elevated. The difference, so it's a similar profile, a year and a half apart. The differences between Dr. Karp's and Dr. DeMarte's is that this scale here that you see, it's called intrusive experiences. That means like flashbacks, the thoughts coming back into your head when you don't want to. When Dr. Karp did it, this was in the elevated range as one of the scales. So it had dropped in that year and a half. And then these 2 scales, the ones with sexual concerns and dysfunctional sexual behavior, had increased. Those were not in the clinical range. So over time, those things were becoming more dominant in the way the person who was thinking about it, getting more concerned, reflecting over time, and these scales now became much more problematic. On the summary scales, both the trauma and the dysphoria scales were clinically elevated, dysphoria a little bit higher. So even though it's still in the clinical range, the mood wasn't quite as depressed a year and a half prior to this as then, but the self scale had moved from the high average range. It had now, over time, thinking more about self-image, self-concept, had now moved into the clinical range. But in general, both tests would indicate, even though by different people over different time periods, significant trauma, significant issues that were causing major symptoms to the way this person views themselves, the way they are experiencing things, the anxiety level, and so they would be consistent with an anxiety disorder or post-traumatic stress disorder.
And if Dr. DeMarte termed the similarities between the TSI-1 given by Dr. Karp and the TSI-1 given by herself, Dr. DeMarte, if she termed those as similar, pretty much the same, would you agree with that?
Yes, they were, with those 3 different changes, which you want to note, because again, your job as a clinician or a diagnostician is to understand the data there. Your job is not to make it go one way or another, it's to help understand it for that jigsaw puzzle. So yeah, those would be similar profiles, and you'd want to understand what might change somebody.
You might want to understand what?
What some of the changes were and does it make sense. So, but yes, I would agree with her that they are similar profiles.
Okay. And on this TSI-1, how many questions are there?
100.
100. All right. And so that means that a year and a half apart, in order to get these similar profiles, what does a person have to do to get similar profiles with these 100 questions?
Well, they have to answer the questions of what symptoms they're experiencing. There's no way somebody would know. They would have to hopefully be relying on what they're actually experiencing. It would be very unlikely that somebody a year and a half apart would remember how they answered those questions. So that's a way of also checking, is this a pattern of behavior? In other words, did something all of a sudden happen in that time period that added and the scales went up? Somebody who was functioning normally before and now they've had a traumatic reaction and now they're suffering, you can use the test that way. But with a year and a half apart, we're looking at a consistent pattern of trauma.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else that you would do with regard to this test?
Well, after that, I mean, you now have working hypotheses, so I'm sorry.
Approach, please. So based on what you see in Dr. DeMarte's TSI and Dr. Karp's TSI, the trauma tests, what does it do with our hypothesis for PTSD or anxiety or trauma?
Well, it supports those issues. So then the question, again, this test doesn't tell you what the trauma was or is. So the next is to determine what is the traumatic events, singular or plural, that led to the consistent hypotheses now across all these tests. So are we talking about particular events, a long-term history of events? That's where your records, collateral information, your interviews need to focus, is trying now to explain what may have led to this situation.
Okay. Before we move on, can we talk about whether or not the TSI, this trauma test, if it can tell us anything about borderline personality?
Well, we can talk about it, but it doesn't do that.
Okay. Can you use this test in any way to support a hypothesis of borderline personality?
Not really. I mean, it's not designed to deal with personality disorders at all. It's designed to deal with trauma. Now, the difficulty is those things overlap. So
what things overlap?
borderline personality disorder or borderline characteristics can impact or be impacted by trauma. So impaired self-reference, dissociation, some of these things that come about from trauma can also be involved in, say, borderline personality disorder. So this test is in no way designed to assess a personality disorder, but theoretically, if the person has borderline personality disorder and no traumas in their history or nothing that was a traumatic reaction, then you might see some of these particular scales elevated, but theoretically you shouldn't see this elevated, or you shouldn't see some of these.
When you say this, what do you mean?
I'm sorry. The trauma scale would not be elevated, but you could get certain scales elevated. For example, you could get the dissociation scale elevated. You can get the impaired self-reference, not from trauma, but something else. But then the trauma things like defensive avoidance, like this trauma one here, intrusive experiences, those things then would tend not to be, because they tend to be associated with trauma. So you can indeed have somebody who has, in our language, co-occurring disorders. That means they have two things. They could be suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder and borderline or other things. Or you could have somebody who has post-traumatic stress disorder and they have major depression. It is incumbent on the diagnostician to look at that, because in our diagnostic code, it basically says if you have a clinical diagnosis, such as post-traumatic stress disorder, that's what you diagnose. You don't diagnose a personality disorder unless it is actually co-occurring. That means unless you can show that separate from the trauma, you have these other things going on. What that would mean more in English is that if somebody had a long history of harming themselves, of unstable relationships, of dissociating, of suicide attempts, or things like that, long before going back into adolescence, then you might have a borderline personality disorder. Now that doesn't eliminate PTSD, but if your trauma comes from something that happened, say, in adulthood, then that would be a reason to give both diagnoses. But if all your symptoms of borderline or anything else occurred at the time or after the traumatic reaction, then it's not appropriate to diagnose with that. You diagnose with the PTSD or anxiety disorder or whatever it is that's the major issue going on. And that's listed in the manual for diagnosticians. So you could have two, not based on this test, but that's the way you would use the test to look at determining diagnoses.
Okay. So as a hypothetical, if someone got PTSD from an abusive relationship, being involved in an abusive relationship.
Approach, please. You may proceed.
Thank you. Okay, Dr. Geffner, as a hypothetical, if someone were to get PTSD or suffer from PTSD because they were involved in an abusive relationship, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
And because of this abusive relationship, they were suffering from trauma, okay? But they also exhibited borderline personality characteristics. What you're telling us is that they could have both, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But would it be appropriate in coming to a conclusion about borderline personality, would it be appropriate to use anything, any factors during the time of this abusive relationship in which the trauma is occurring?
In order to diagnose
Borderline.
the borderline? No. If you have a diagnosis of PTSD or anxiety disorder or something from known events and matches, say, your testing, and all your borderline behaviors, actions occurred during that same time period, then no, that would not. You'd have to have a prior history of those behaviors long-term, going back into adolescence, to diagnose any personality disorder. So they would have to have both to get both diagnoses.
Okay. And when you talk about long-term, back into adolescence, are you looking at just one thing that happened, or are you going to want to see patterns of these behaviors?
For diagnosing borderline, you need to have patterns of behavior, and it would need to meet all the various criteria for borderline that would have to have a history of that. You wouldn't be able to have two things that happen, say, in adolescence, two other things that happen, say, when you're 25, three other things that happened when you were 32, and then you're adding those up. You would really need to have a history of those criteria and a pretty consistent history of those things happening before whatever other events you're talking about.
Okay. So we would want to see a consistent history then before this abusive relationship then?
In your hypothetical, yes.
Okay. So then based on what we see in this TSI and the other TSI, then is it consistent or not with our working hypothesis of PTSD and anxiety?
Right now, it's consistent.
Okay. And and when we don't just look at the TSI and we look at the other tests that we've discussed so far this morning, what does that do to our hypothesis with PTSD and anxiety and trauma?
Right now, all your tests are not supporting a personality disorder. All your tests are supporting some type of anxiety or trauma disorder.
Okay. All right, so you talked about after this, is there a specific test that can go into the types of trauma?
There are quite a few, two more typically used ones.
All right, what are those?
The detailed assessment of post-traumatic stress, abbreviated DAPS, also created by Dr. Briere. That one tends to focus more on the diagnostic criteria for PTSD, and it talks about particular events that the person lists. That one I view as being better because it has validity scales again, and it's more detailed, it's more current. Another one, though, is called the the post-traumatic distress scale, the PDS, which also has a research basis. It does not have validity scales, but it also focuses on particular trauma incidents.
Okay. And when you talk about research basis, what do you mean?
Well, it means that there's some research behind it, but it's not a major norm group type of test. It's all, that test, the post-traumatic distress, is based more on criteria. In other words, we say, does this person have this behavior? Does it have this behavior? Does it have this behavior? We know that those are the behaviors that make up the diagnosis. But it's not like some of these other tests where they're actually researched on how people check off symptoms. It's hard to describe. In my language, it's like the difference between quantitative research and qualitative. One uses research data and statistical analysis. The other is matching the questions with the diagnosis you're trying to end up with or to verify. It's a little hard to explain without getting too technical, but so there are different ways of looking at thing. But the PDS does not have specific validity scales.
Okay. And without validity scales, can it still be used?
Oh, yes. It's telling you what the client, whoever it is saying, and whether what they're saying matches the criteria for a diagnosis of PTSD and what level of severity it's at. But it's based on, again, I mean, these are all based on self-report, but there's no check on that one. Basically, the client says, yes, I had this traumatic incident, and then you ask about a variety of things related to that incident. You know, did you have nightmares about it? Did you, were you afraid? And then you check off these boxes, and then it produces whether the person met the various criteria for that, for PTSD.
Okay.
Post-traumatic stress disorder.
All right. And did you review the PDS test that was given to Ms. Arias?
Yes, ma'am.
And in your review of the PDS test that was given to Ms. Arias, did she meet according to that test, did she meet the criteria for PTSD?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that's what it's specifically designed to do, this particular test?
Is designed to do two things. One is to tell you whether the person met all the criteria, whether it would qualify, if they did, for what's called an acute onset, meaning it happened right after the event, or a more chronic onset, meaning it's continued and had longer effects. And then it's designed to tell you what level of severity that is.
Okay. All right. And in this particular test, it focuses, unlike the TSI, is it focusing on what the trauma might be? Or
Yes.
the different traumas the person has suffered?
It's based on what the person has indicated. So it asks the person a whole bunch of questions like, were you assaulted by a stranger? Were you assaulted by a family member? Were you assaulted sexually? Were you assaulted physically? So you are noting the type of events that you have experienced, and then it's saying, okay, of these various events, which do you feel was either the most traumatic or the one that you feel is impacting you the most? And then the questions go from there.
Okay. And with regard to this particular PDS test, on part 2, and I'm showing you Exhibit 550, on part 2, does it tell us, under question 14, does it tell us what the person feels the most significant trauma is?
That, yes, that box number 4 checks off what the particular question is.
Okay. And number 4, is that relate to an assault by a stranger?
Yes, that's what that question is asking.
Okay. And then it asks the person to briefly describe the traumatic event, right?
Yes.
And we see here that it says assaulted / life threatened.
Yes, ma'am.
So my question to you then is, if there is an assault on this person and this person felt that her life was threatened, and she says on this test that it is traumatic to her, okay, would it matter as far as PTSD or trauma is concerned whether or not who did it to her?
The test would not matter, the criterion would not, because it's then assuming this is what you're talking about, this event, and then it's from there on it doesn't focus on the event, it focuses on the impact of that event in nightmares, in intrusive experiences, in anxiety, in disruption of your life, things like that. That's what it focuses on from that point on.
All right. And in your experience, you've told us that you have a lot of experience with, obviously, trauma victims and domestic violence victims. In your experience, do people ever not report correctly about who assaulted them?
Objection, relevance.
Approach.
May continue.
All right, Dr. Geffner, so the fact that if we're talking about somebody who doesn't report accurately about who caused this trauma, does that ultimately affect whether or not they actually have trauma? Let me ask that in a different way. If the person says that, let me give you this example. If a person says that they were attacked by a tiger, but in reality they were attacked by a bear, either way, they're telling you that they've suffered trauma. Is it going to matter one way or the other?
No, not for this test or for a diagnosis of PTSD. It's the reaction.
He's not finished answering.
Overruled. You may continue.
It's the reaction to the event that is assessed and goes into the diagnosis, as long as there was some type of traumatic event. The diagnosis requires there to be a traumatic event. It doesn't require what it is. So either one of those would qualify, but the test is focusing on the reaction to it.
Okay. And I think you talked about, with regard to PTSD, does it have to be one event or can it be multiple events?
Oh, it can easily be multiple. I mean, you can have somebody who suffers a trauma in childhood from child abuse or being bullied, to later being a victim of date rape, to later being a victim of domestic violence. Unfortunately, what we know from the research.
What do we know from the research with regard to PTSD and having one event versus multiple events?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
We know from the research that if you have a traumatic event early on, what is called adverse childhood experiences, and there are a variety of things that qualify for that, whether in childhood or adolescence, it increases the odds of being victimized again if there's no intervention or treatment. So it's not unusual for somebody, unfortunately, to have some type of traumatic stressor that produces the symptoms.
Scope.
Approach. May continue.
Finish what you were telling us about with childhood trauma and unfortunately what happens?
When somebody has experienced one or more adverse childhood experiences, and the more they experience, the worse it is later on too, they are much more at risk for later traumatic experiences that affect their mental health, their physical health. We have a lot of research now that shows that this is a lifespan approach if there's no intervention, so that somebody who's been victimized in childhood is a much greater risk of being victimized later, or if they're victimized in adolescence, for example, a victim of date rape or they end up at a higher risk for other victimizations later on.
Okay.
So it does not have to be one event. You can have one event. You could have an acute stressor like an earthquake or something like that, or an assault. But you can also have a whole series of chronic events where you may not have been physically or sexually touched, but you grew up in a home that had so much trauma and chaos and abuse that it traumatizes you.
Okay. All right, I want to talk to you about and I don't know the full name for it, the rat, Wexler. The RAT test?
The
Oh,
RAT
wide.
is called the Wide Range Achievement Test, and there's various versions.
Okay. All right. Are you aware of whether or not Dr. DeMarte gave this test?
Yes.
All right. What is this test? What does this test mean?
It's an achievement test. If you do the various subscales, it'll tell you what level the person is reading, spelling, arithmetic, etc. Like the 8th grade level, high school level, above. It's a standardized achievement test.
Okay. And how long do these tests normally take to give?
Depends on how many subscales or subtests are administered. It could be anywhere from 20 minutes to closer to an hour, depending on if you administer all and they keep going through it.
Okay. And the other test is, there's another test known as the WACE. That's the Wechsler one, right?
Yes, the Wechsler is the adult intelligence scales. There's also various versions. It's in the 4th versions. That's a measure of intellectual functioning. At least it gives you IQ scores in different arenas.
All right. And are you aware of whether or not Dr. DeMarte gave this test as well?
Yes.
And incidentally, were these tests both updated?
Yes.
The ones that she gave?
Yes.
Okay. And so, do these tests provide any type of psychological diagnosis?
No.
Anything? So if Dr. DeMarte tells or says that the reasoning for giving this test was to provide any information regarding psychological diagnosis or a state of mind at the time of the incident, or Ms. Arias' emotional functioning. If Dr. DeMarte were to say that, do these tests do that?
No, they do not. They are very specific in those particular areas, looking at, again, my language is cognitive functioning, the different skills, abilities the person has in the academic arena, their vocabulary, their verbal skills, their ability to put blocks and other things together. In my language, that's called spatial relations. They're very specific for those types of things. They are not psychological measures from the standpoint of anything we've been talking about today. They don't lead to diagnosis other than if the person has mental retardation. That would be a diagnosis that you could obtain partially from those tests. Or if they have a learning disability, you can get an idea from those tests whether they might, that you should explore further. But from a psychological standpoint, emotional, no, they're not connected.
Okay. So in this situation, prior to giving the MMPI-2, would it have been appropriate for Dr. DeMarte to give these two tests, the RAT and the WACE, in your opinion?
Based on the role you defined, no, they wouldn't have provided any meaningful information that you could not get for the other test by having the person talk to you or read the first paragraph of the MMPI to make sure they can read at the 5th grade level and understand it. That would take a couple of minutes. There's no other reason that those would be connected to trying to determine a diagnosis.
Okay. And are you familiar with other psychologists who have given these types of tests in situations where they're not needed?
Oh, yes.
And how does that happen?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Two ways. One of the things in graduate schools virtually all over this country is there's quite a bit of effort spent on training psychologists, including ours, on how to administer the adult intelligence scales and the achievement tests and others, especially if you're evaluating for competency or your disability or looking at kids for learning disabilities. So there's a lot of training. So most psychologists are trained on those tests. Because many psychologists are not trained on other tests or understand them, they use what they do know. So you see this happening over and over in cases we deal with regularly, where these are used and they're not meaningful in what we're looking at, because it makes it look like you've done a comprehensive battery. I've given all these tests. Well, these aren't relevant. So we see in cases we deal with where people administer that to say it's that, also it increases their hours and fees. But it's not meaningful, it's not relevant for what you're looking at.
And so in this particular case, was it meaningful or relevant at all, in your opinion?
That's correct. What the results...
Sustained. The noon recess at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask that you take an abbreviated lunch today. 1 hour and 15 minutes, so please be back at 1:20, and we will start promptly at that time. Please remember the admonition. You are excused.
Please stand for the jury.
Council, if you could be back here by 1:15, we are at recess. Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Ms. Wilmot, you may continue with direct examination.
Okay. Good afternoon, Dr. Geffner.
Good afternoon.
All right, so I wanted to ask you a few questions, and we've discussed some of your credentials and your background. But as far as different types of organizations, have you had an opportunity to head up or be a part of or oversee different types of national organizations?
Yes, ma'am.
What kinds are those?
I was one of the co-founders and then president of the Trauma Psychology Division of the American Psychological Association. So you go from like president-elect, president, past president.
Okay.
I was in that position for a while. I've headed up a variety of national committees, state committees, especially when I was in Texas and for quite some time. And then currently I'm involved in 2 major national organizations. I'm the co-chair of the National Partnership to End Interpersonal Violence Across the Lifespan. That is actually comprised of about 200 other organizations, agencies, federal, state, individuals, and others that started up about 4 years ago. And it is looking at changing policies and the way this country deals with all types of interpersonal violence, from child abuse to domestic violence to sexual assault to elder abuse across the lifespan. So I co-chair that group. And then I also am now the president of the American Academy of Couple and Family Psychology, which is a national organization that's also tied into the board certifications in family psychology.
Okay. And these, you're telling us these are national organizations?
Yes, ma'am.
So they're more than just what you deal with in California?
Yes, that is correct.
With regard to this case, had you ever been retained to work on a case of mine before?
No, ma'am.
How about Mr. Nerman?
No, ma'am.
Have you ever met Ms. Arias?
No, ma'am.
What about, have you ever worked with Mr. Martinez?
No, ma'am.
Do you know or have you met Dr. DeMarte?
No, ma'am.
And what about Alice LaViolette? Have you ever met her?
Yes.
And do you know Miss LaViolette?
Yes, I do.
How do you know her?
When I relocated to California, well, I knew of her because of a book she had co-authored with a colleague of mine. I think I first met her when I moved to California. We put on, as I mentioned, that international conference, and she was one of the people that the planning committee selected to speak. I think that's where I first met her. And then after that, we're involved in an organization. I think she's involved actually in the partnership representing another organization. She co-chaired the Association for Batterer Intervention Programs in the state of California, and I chair the research committee from that organization. She's presented at the conference we put on from time to time. I've trained at, I think, some of her conferences. I believe I know of, or recall one article that she has published in one of the journals that I edit. We did a special issue about 6-7 years ago. I don't actually remember. I'd have to look at my Vita.
Okay.
On domestic violence offenders, looking at national policies, and we had about 16, 18 different articles that was published in a double issue of one of the journals. That later came out as a book, and she has one of those peer-reviewed articles.
Okay, and you were the editor for that article?
Co-editor, Alan Rosenbaum in Illinois, was my other co-editor.
Okay. And so would you consider Ms. LaViolette a colleague of yours?
Yes.
And other than that, have you ever worked together? Do you ever team up to work together?
Other than training, no. I mean, we never dealt with clients together. I think she's referred cases to me from time to time. I've referred cases to her from time to time, especially because I live in San Diego, she lives in the Long Beach area, so we're probably about an hour and a half away from each other. I don't recall working on any cases with her or where she was involved or anything along those lines.
All right, and with regard to this case, in preparing for this case, did you review anybody's testimony?
No, ma'am.
And did you watch anybody's testimony?
No, ma'am.
Other than what you and I have discussed, are you aware of what Ms. LaViolette testified to?
No.
And actually, did we ever discuss Ms. LaViolette's testimony?
No specifics that I'm aware of.
Okay. And did we mainly discuss Dr. DeMarte?
Yes, I believe a little bit about Dr. Samuels because he administered 2 of those tests, but I don't know what he testified to, and I'm not aware of anybody else.
Okay. But other than that, did you ever watch any of their testimony or read it?
No.
So are you aware then specifically of what they've said?
No, I am not.
You've been practicing for about how long now?
My first license was over 35 years ago. I was a marriage and family counselor in California.
All right. So during the time that you have been practicing and during that time testifying in different cases, were you aware that superior courts or appellate courts have had occasion to comment on your testimony or an aspect of your testimony in that other case?
Not at the time.
And when you say not at the time, what do you mean?
Well, I would, in various cases, come in and either as an expert or if a case I evaluated and testify, and then my role would be over. So I am virtually never aware of cases that get appealed. Sometimes I don't know the outcomes of the cases, sometimes I do, but the appeals or things like that, I'm not involved in, don't know about, and usually I think maybe in all those cases somebody might have told me they were appealing one or may have gotten something, but most of the time I have no idea unless somebody specifically brings it up.
Well, and so at some point down the road, did you ever learn of any cases where appellate courts have had a comment about an aspect of your testimony?
Yes.
And how did you learn that?
It was actually in another court case where an attorney was trying to impeach me and brought up these cases of which, I mean, I knew, I think it was 4 or 5 or half dozen. A couple of them I remembered the names. Some of these went back 25 years. But the details I really didn't know. And so they were asking me questions and I really couldn't say, and then they would read what an appellate court had said, and I guess basically to try to impeach me. I mean, those cases, they were mostly deemed by those judges when this happened as not relevant to what I was doing then. Subsequent to that, somebody did go back and trace those cases.
Did you get more of an understanding of what those cases were later on?
Some of them, some I couldn't remember what they had cited. Again, that's in the legal arena, and I don't have access to necessarily checking legal citations, but another attorney did check those.
Okay, and what we're talking about is right now, would you agree that we're in a superior court, a trial court, right?
Yes, I actually didn't know it was titled Superior Court. Different states, different jurisdictions used different titles, so I didn't know what this one was.
All right, and what we're talking about with these opinions from other judges, are we talking about in appellate courts, courts above this one?
That is correct.
So when appellate courts are reviewing, you are no longer involved in that case, is that right?
Yes, in fact, some of those were like 5-10 years later,
Okay, that the appellate opinions come out.
evidently.
And any of these cases with regard to these appellate opinions that make a comment about an aspect of your testimony, is there anything about these that commented that you did anything unethical?
No, ma'am.
What about any comments with regard to being disciplined?
No.
And did any of these comments ever lead to anything like you were disciplined?
Oh, no.
And what about, was there at any point where you were not allowed to testify, where you were not qualified to testify?
No, even in those cases, my credentials were accepted. Most of those cases, there was something...
So were you allowed to testify in those cases?
Yes, in all those cases, I was allowed to testify, but not necessarily about a particular thing. In some of the cases, the appellate court, like struck, I guess is the legal term, part of it because they said technically or legally I couldn't say certain things.
And did that have to do with a legal matter, not having to do with your qualifications?
Sustained.
At some point in time, did you learn about these opinions?
Yes,
as
ma'am.
we've discussed. And so based on what you've learned about these opinions, did you learn that these comments are made about a legal aspect versus an aspect of your expertise?
Yes, that is correct. Oh, I'm sorry.
You can answer.
Yes, that is what I was told by the other attorneys who reviewed them.
Okay, that these were legal aspects.
Yes, different technicalities or legal things or something that an appeal court then made a specific ruling about. Not my overall testimony, but about particular parts of it.
Okay, and not about your expertise?
No, that was not challenged.
All right. We talked a little bit earlier about you having a diplomate in neuropsychology, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
What is neuropsychology?
Neuropsychology is the bridge between psychology and medicine. So in psychology, it's a science of the study of human behavior and all the things that go into that. In medicine, neurology is a study of the nervous system, the central nervous system, and the brain from a medical standpoint. Neuropsychology bridges those two, and it basically is the study of how the brain affects behavior and how those are interacting. That's the realm of neuropsychologists.
And so a neuropsychologist then would specialize in what? What does a neuropsychologist do?
They would do usually one of three things. Actually, what we would call neuropsychological tests. So if somebody wanted to know whether or not they had some type of impairment in some part of their brain, a neuropsychologist, assuming we're not talking about a fracture, but would be the one to do that. So evaluation of the different ways the brain affects behavior and functioning would be up to a neuropsychologist. So evaluation is one part. Treatment would be another. So if we discovered that somebody had particular parts of their brain that weren't functioning quite right due to an injury, a stroke, an illness, or closed head injury, then the neuropsychologists or the people they work with would structure what would be called the cognitive rehabilitation. It would be the program in treating that person to help them regain functioning, and either outpatient outside the hospital in your own clinic or in some kind of clinical setting. It would be developing the program to do that and perhaps actually doing it. We can't change the brain itself, but what neuropsychologists do is figure out how to use parts of your brain that are working right to help compensate for whatever isn't working right. And the third would be training education about what neuropsychology is, what we know about the brain. That would be another component of that.
So based on that, then, are neuropsychologists taught and trained specifically about what the brain functions do? What parts of the brain do what?
Yes, and how to evaluate the different parts of the brain to look for impairment in the different areas of the brain and how that would impact the person, him or herself. So what part of the brain might be impacted that would affect certain behaviors. that would all come under the purview of a neuropsychologist.
All right. Can you tell me, since you have a diplomate, and we discussed it earlier, tell me what kind of specialized training that you have then with neuropsychology?
Neuropsychology is actually one of my earlier specializations. I was trained in my pre-doctorate years in dealing with learning disabilities in children mostly or adolescents, attention deficit disorder, etc., and had done some research on that. And then after I received my doctorate and became an assistant professor at the University of Texas at Tyler, I was the one in the department charged with developing our assessment protocols. So I ended up going to quite a few trainings. Some were 1 week long, some 2 in different parts of the country. In fact, one of them was here in Arizona, and the other was in Nebraska, to learn the different techniques in assessment so that I could bring it back and develop those at the university. And then ended up going to quite a few workshops on the brain, on neuropsychology, what the research was, etc. And so it was probably about the mid-1980s, after having done this for over 5 years, that I applied for that first board certification, the first diplomate, which I believe was awarded sometime in the mid-1980s. And then have continued that ever since. So,
How do you continue that?
well, 2 ways. One is, as I mentioned before, I set up the courses at the university in Texas to train our graduate students in how to do these assessments. How do you actually assess for brain functioning, and how do you find out how that's impacted on the person? So one was there. The other is I had a large private practice mental health clinic that one of 3 that I had created and built that I oversaw. And we actually did the work in that clinic. We had a clinical staff of about 13, psychiatrists, psychologists, social workers, MFTs. So we actually had a whole part of our operation that conducted neuropsychological evaluations for the local hospitals and clinics and others. So if somebody either had or was suspected of having a learning disability or a head injury or a concussion or a stroke or anything that impacted the brain, then often the referral would come to us. We would evaluate that person and then make recommendations about treatment, rehabilitation. And then we also had part of our clinic that actually did the outpatient rehab. So that started then, and it's continued. So we still train people even now, though I'm here now, in neuropsychological evaluations, how that connects to trauma, what happens in the brain, how to do those assessments, and from time to time we're still asked to do those types of evaluations.
Okay. And have you ever, we talked earlier about peer review and publishing. Have you ever had any publications with regard to neuropsychology?
Yes.
Could you tell us what those are, or do you need to look at your Vita?
One was some of them were dealing with learning disabilities and looking at that in school children, which was early on. Another one was focused on neuropsychological assessment. And another one was on research we had actually conducted. We had actually conducted neuropsychological and what's called quantitative EEGs. It's a way to measure how the brain responds to different things going on in the person's life. So we actually had a research study comparing domestic violence offenders to people who were referred for head injuries to people who didn't have either. And that was published in '97. And then we are currently now putting together the entire database of all the capital cases where we did neuropsychological assessments over about a 15-year period.
What does that involve?
Well, it meant that we went in and actually conducted full neuropsych evals of capital offenders in 8 states.
Judge, may we approach?
Abstain.
So besides becoming a diplomate in neuropsychology a long time ago, are you currently involved in neuropsychology?
Yes.
Okay. And are you currently involved in studies with regard to neuropsychology?
Yes.
Okay. So does that keep you up to date then?
Yes.
Okay. And so based on that information, do you have a very good understanding of the different parts of the brain and how it works?
I would say yes. There are probably very specific things that I probably don't remember anymore. But in general, yes, we still do the training to people on how that's connected to other things even now.
Okay. And you're obviously familiar with the physiology of the brain, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And in your practice, have you specifically dealt with brain injuries?
Yes, I have.
Have you evaluated, you've told us that you've evaluated people with injuries. Have you ever had an occasion to have people with frontal lobe injuries?
Yes.
And have you treated people with frontal lobe injuries?
Yes.
And specifically, do you recall about how many?
Well, frontal lobe injuries, in the broad perspective, would be quite a few because often closed head injuries or concussions cause damage to the frontal areas of the brain. So we've worked with that quite often. The different types, we've had occasional times where, I couldn't tell you how many, but where somebody had a stroke or a hemorrhage or something that also affect frontal lobe, temporal lobe, other areas of the brain. And then we had a few cases that are called projectile, where something penetrated the brain, and a few others where the skull penetrated the brain. So over time, we've had quite a few different types of cases.
Okay, let's talk about the projectile penetrating the brain, not the skull itself, but a projectile. Have you had specific cases that you have worked on with regard to that?
Yes, ma'am.
And about, when we're talking about projectiles and not being knocked out by a skull fracture, so we're talking about specifically projectiles, do you remember the projectiles that you worked with?
There were two that I can recall.
Okay.
One was, or two cases were bullets, and one was a nail from a nail gun.
From a nail gun, okay. And in these three particular cases, are we talking specifically about the frontal lobe?
Yes.
Okay. I'm showing you what's been already in evidence as Exhibit 529. From this picture, can you tell us where the frontal lobe is?
Yes. From this one, it would be, whoops, let me just look a second. Can't tell if we're looking at the front or the side view. Broken. Yes, it would be on the left side of the picture. It would be over this area. The frontal lobe would be this area in here, would be the frontal lobe of this person's brain. I can't tell if it's right or left side, but that would be the frontal lobe.
Okay. All right. And when we're talking about frontal lobe, does it matter whether it's right or left side?
Yes.
Okay. How does it matter?
Well, if it's the right side of the brain, especially if you're talking about, say, motor skills or sensory skills, which would occur more in this area, the right side of the brain controls the left side of the body. So the left side of the brain controls the right side of the body. So that's why if you hear somebody who, for example, had a stroke in the left side of the brain in the parietal or motor area, then they may become paralyzed, their right arm or right leg or both. Or if it's on the left side, similar. Or if they've had a stroke, say, right in this area, which is sort of on the lower side of the frontal approaching the temporal region, you can see this particular diagram talks about the Broca's area. The Broca's area there is speech. So somebody who has damage to that area of the brain on the left side would mean they might have significant difficulty in speech. It could be anywhere from not being able to talk to saying the wrong things or not being able to literally form the words. If it was below that on the left side, it could mean that they could speak, but they may not understand language or words. It's on the right side, it wouldn't affect speech, it would affect some other function. So each part of the brain affects different things we do, from our way we perceive, hear, see, touch, motor skills, thinking, reasoning. Everything we do comes from basically the brain, except for breathing, or what we call autonomic things. Breathing, sleeping, things like that are controlled more with other parts of the brain.
Okay, and so we're clear. What you're telling us then is that on the left side of the brain is where we talk about speech, is what controls speech.
Well, left side of the brain in a particular area, correct.
Right, and so that particular area, can you, this picture isn't particularly good to show us, but as generally speaking, where, if you're looking at your own head, where on the left-hand side of the brain are we talking about speech?
Well, I'll do both. In this particular diagram, it would be right in here.
Okay.
In what that does on the actual brain would be sort of inside the brain, sort of behind the eye, about in that area, but inside. See, this is inside the brain. It's not on the outside of that area, it's inside. Depending on the size of the head, the skull, and brain, it would be at least a few inches inside.
Okay, so inside the brain on the left-hand side.
Yes.
Okay. And that's where we talk about, that's where speech is.
That's correct.
Okay. And what about...
Well, I need to clarify a little bit.
Sure.
I mean, that's generally where speech is, but
Okay.
theoretically, certain damage to the motor skills could mean that you might be able to speak, but you can't actually control, say, the muscles or the motor parts of speaking. But you would know how to do it, but you couldn't do it. This actually means that you can't speak, not because there's a problem with your motor skills. It's really more of a problem with the way the brain is.
Okay, so motor skills, let's talk about motor skills. Where do we get those from in the brain?
In this particular drawing, it would be in this region in here. It's called the frontal parietal lobe. It has particular names because toward the frontal side here is the motor skills. Behind it is more of the sensory. So everybody listening to me now, that would be here, this perceiving what I'm saying is more in the sensory region. Me actually talking would also be, and moving, would come more from the motor skills. And then again, the right and the left side. But that's sort of in the, when you're looking at the brain, sort of in the center of the brain, inside, is probably the best way I can describe it. So you can see if this is the front of the skull, if this is the front of the head, you're talking about pretty well up and in.
So up and inside the brain.
Correct.
Anything to do with the frontal lobe? Does
Pardon?
it have anything to do with the frontal lobe?
Well, all the brain is interconnected, so it's not like everything works in isolation. So yes, the frontal lobe is involved, but it's not really, the frontal lobe doesn't focus on motor skills, but let's say you want to do a very complex motor skill, like a sport event or something that required skills. That would likely involve both the frontal lobes and the sensory motor cortex. So the motor skills part would come out of the motor cortex, but being able to plan and develop those skills would come out of the frontal lobe as well. So they work together. The brain is a very impressive, unique thing in the way everything does interconnect. There are millions of neural pathways that go all the way through the brain and connect all sorts of different things, which is why then the neuropsychologist tries to figure out what's going on, where in the brain it is, and then what can we do.
Okay. When we talk, is there anything, when we look inside a skull, and and you're looking at a brain, is there anything in between the skull and the brain?
Yes.
What's in between?
There are membranes, 3 actually. One is called the dura mater, which is on the outside here. So the skull would essentially be, all around here on the outside, and then in between that and the brain itself are membranes. Dura mater is one of the ones that is inside there, and it surrounds the brain. So in some respects, it protects the brain, because essentially the brain is not rigidly in your head. It sort of floats and does other things. So these all sort of protect it.
One of the membranes, the dura mater, you said?
Yes,
And is that something that completely surrounds the brain?
yes,
And in particular, is it something that is surrounding the frontal lobe of the brain?
yes. So in this drawing here, I mean, it would go all around here.
Okay. And as a part of this case, did you have a chance to review the medical examiner's report?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was Dr. Horn?
I believe so.
Okay. And in reviewing his report, he talks about Mr. Alexander's brain that he's examining, right?
Yes,
All right. And so when you're talking about people's brains, I want to go back to the people that you specifically worked with, your 2 gunshot wounds and the nail gun.
yes.
Okay. The 2 gunshot wounds, can we talk about, do you remember where those gunshots went into those particular patients?
More or less.
Okay, well-
I don't think I can tell you exact, but more or less.
Right. Well, which part of the brain?
It was frontal lobe.
Frontal lobe injury?
One was from down up. It was a suicide attempt, and a bullet went this way.
Okay.
The other was I believe an accidental shooting or something, and the brain went, this doesn't show, from the side through.
Do you know which side?
No, I couldn't tell you if it went from left to right or right to left, but I think it went completely through.
Okay. So in and then out.
Yes,
Okay. And in both of those cases, did you have a chance to see those patients at some point?
yes,
And were you familiar with their cases?
At the-
Familiar with their medical history from the gunshot wound?
yes.
And in those particular cases, were those people incapacitated because of a gunshot wound to their frontal lobe?
No.
What can you tell us about incapacitation with regard to gunshot wounds or injuries to the frontal lobe? Projectile injuries.
Well, first, incapacitation in the technical sense is usually referred to as somebody who has an inability to move arms and legs. They may or may not be conscious, but even if they're conscious, they couldn't do that. That's generally what we mean by incapacitation.
Okay, and so with these patients that you specifically worked on with frontal lobe projectile injuries, were they incapacitated to a point that they could not move their arms and legs?
No. In fact, neither of those two actually lost consciousness.
Okay, and in fact, you said one of them, the bullet actually went through and through, right? In and out.
I believe both actually did, but from
both.
different angles. Neither one had the fragment left in the brain.
Okay. Oh, so the bullet went in and came out on both of them.
Correct.
Okay. And neither one of those people were incapacitated?
That is correct.
Then, in reviewing this medical examiner's report, Dr. Horn's report, I'm looking, did he talk about the gunshot to the head?
Yes.
And did he talk about where the bullet, the wound track perforated?
Yes.
And was that the anterior frontal skull,
Yes. Right side.
near the superior orbital bone?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that means?
It means that the bullet went in essentially above the eyebrow on the right side, and it actually tells you where it shows you a picture, but it went in through the skull here. The orbital is the bone behind where your eye is, and the skull is in there. So it went in above the right eyebrow. That's what the medical examiner's report showed.
Okay. And then does he talk about how it traverses the right anterior fossa?
Yes.
What is that?
That's the area below here, sort of the crater area that the brain frontal lobe sits in, and behind the nose, essentially.
Okay. What do you mean crater area?
Well, you can see, like right here, this doesn't go all the way down to your chin or others. So there's spaces in here and other areas of the brain that's called, well, for lack of better words, called a crater area.
Okay. And are you aware that Dr. Horn's own report said that there is no gross evidence of significant intracranial hemorrhage?
Yes.
And what does that mean to you?
It means there doesn't appear to be actual damage to the brain itself.
And what about when he says that, or apparent cerebral injury?
That's again saying there's not apparent injury to the brain itself from the bullet.
Okay. And does he qualify this with talking about the fact that the brain was somewhat decomposed?
Yes, he says that as well.
Okay. Regardless of the decomposition, based on the report reading, was there any injuries noted inside the brain?
No.
Objection, lack of foundation, Rule 703.
Approach.
So Dr. Geffner, again, with regard to Dr. Horn's report,
Yes.
okay? Based on his own report, do we see that even Dr. Horn said there is no apparent injury to the brain?
Yes, that's one of the statements he made.
All right. When we talk about this duramater,
Yes.
okay, so this membrane that surrounds our brains, right?
Yes, ma'am?
Does Dr. Horn talk about the duramater?
Yes.
And what does he say about the duramater?
He said it was intact.
What does that mean to you?
It means that this membrane around the brain here was not penetrated or damaged in general.
And is there any possible way that you can see a projectile piercing the brain without piercing the duramater?
Not to my knowledge.
And so is the duramater such that it surrounds our brains that if something's going to get into our brain, it has to pierce through the duramater first?
And the other two membranes there as well.
Okay. But Dr. Horn's own report notes that the duramater was intact. Is that right?
Correct.
Assuming for a second that that's a mistake and the duramater was not intact and he made a mistake, okay?
Yes, ma'am?
If the bullet did pierce through the frontal lobe and then out into the left cheek,
Yes.
we know from his report, did it go through the right side?
Right side and then downward, yes.
Downward into the left cheek, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So the right frontal lobe, what is it that you would expect to see if there was damage to the brain, to the right frontal lobe?
Difficulty with spatial relations, in other words, being able to perhaps have depth perception or see how things fit together, non-verbally. It doesn't deal with verbal issues. The right frontal lobe talks about planning, reasoning, things like that, but mostly regarding nonverbal types of interactions. So some of the movements might be uncoordinated, you might have some disorientation, things like that are all aspects of the right frontal. You could see some issues in behavior depending on how long we wait. You could see personality changes.
Personality changes, are we talking like down the road?
Usually, I mean, you don't usually get an immediate personality change. It usually takes more time. But if you did have something in there, that's one of the things we do see, is personality changes.
Okay.
Those would be types of things that would come from right frontal lobe, depending on, again, where in the lobe it is, too.
Okay. If Dr. Horn told this jury that he believed it would be immediately incapacitating, meaning that the person would not be able to purposely lift their arm or move their leg, would you agree with that based on what you know about the brain?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Approach. You may continue.
So let me try that one again. If Dr. Horn were to tell this jury that because a bullet somehow made it past the dura without piercing it and leaving it intact and made it through the brain and out into the left cheek, the frontal lobe, if he told this jury that that would have caused immediate incapacitation where the person could not move, would you agree with that based on what you know about the brain?
Not unless it produced some type of huge explosion or something in the brain that would affect all these other areas in the motor strip. It could disorient the person, it could cause some other things, but there is substantial documentation in the research about frontal lobe injuries, some even more severe than that, that do not cause incapacitation.
What kind of research are you referring to?
There's been research in both, especially in the neuropathology area, in the journals that deal with medicine and legal and neuropsych, that have studied going back into the 1990s the effects of projectile wounds like gunshots on different parts of the brain. There have been actual journal articles on what types of things lead to incapacitation, what do not, and numerous case studies reported where somebody either shot themselves or were shot by somebody else, and then how they acted afterwards. So that's been documented going back 20 years.
Okay. And based on that research, do you have an understanding then with a frontal lobe injury, what, if the projectile, you talked about if there was a big explosion. So what's your understanding what would qualify as a big explosion?
A bullet like a hollow point or something like that that shatters, or some other kind of things that actually literally shatters and goes everywhere, or somehow blows up the brain, explodes inside the brain, something like that could cause widespread damage. But a bullet that goes through, even if it did go through, say, the frontal area here and out the other side, it would likely cause some things happening, but nothing in that part of the brain would incapacitate a person. That's not the area of the brain that does that. So there's no evidence from a report that that would cause that effect unless something else happened that we don't know about.
All right. And are you aware, based on the reading of Dr. Horn's report, that he didn't find any fragments, so there's no evidence that the bullet or anything shattered into all these pieces? Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am.
And what if Dr. Horn were to talk about some kind of a shock wave that occurs? Do you know anything about that?
No. I mean, the type of shock waves that are generally dealt with in this area are something from outside, like an explosion, like now coming back from Mideast. You have all these people with IED explosions. That produces a huge shock wave, but that causes the whole brain to be impacted, and that's how you get concussions, closed head injuries. But to incapacitate somebody, most of the time we're talking about neurogenic shock is to the spinal cord or in this area, because that's also movement. If you sever the spinal cord here by a bullet or anything else, then the person essentially immediately is incapacitated and or dies. So something that went all the way through the head and severed back here, that could do it. Or you would need something to go up here. But a bullet going through one particular side and coming out, I'm not aware of how that would impact all the way into the motor strips and other areas to, quote, incapacitate. Now, it is conceivable that there's some other type of thing that happened because of this, but it wouldn't be immediate. I mean, over time, if something else ruptured, like an artery in here, and then it started hemorrhaging and eventually hit all these other areas, you'd probably see it on your medical examination report, but then that is a possibility.
Okay, and did you see any evidence of that in reviewing his report?
No, ma'am.
And you said something that would happen later?
Well, yeah, you could have long-term effects if damage is there and you have further hemorrhaging or other things, but not likely an incapacitation.
Okay. Is there anything that you have said today that in any way has attempted to diagnose Miss Arias?
No, ma'am.
Anything that you have said that has attempted to diagnose her as a battered woman?
No, ma'am.
Anything that you have said that has attempted to diagnose her as an abused woman?
No, ma'am.
PTSD?
No.
Why not?
Because I focused on the records that I was asked. That was my role. Tried to explain those records. I have not evaluated her. I've not met her. I've not reviewed her case. I've not seen the testimony. I don't know the interviews of her or others. Haven't met with her myself. Those would all be necessary to do that.
To make an actual diagnosis?
That's correct.
Okay. And the tests that you have reviewed, that we've talked about today, how do you characterize those? Would you say that they're objective or subjective?
They're classified as, the ones we reviewed today are classified as objective personality tests or trauma inventories or whatever.
Okay, so if you're looking at those tests, are you looking presumably that then at objective results?
Yes, ma'am.
And based on your reading of Dr. DeMarte's report, did you review her report, by the way?
I did.
Okay. And based on the review of her report and the things that we've talked about today, do you have an opinion as to whether or not Dr. DeMarte has an adequate understanding of the tests that she administered, the MMPI and the TSI?
Yes.
What is your opinion?
Judge, lack of foundation.
Sustained.
Judge, may I approach?
Sustained.
All right, so based on your review of Dr. DeMarte's report, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And in her report, are you aware that she diagnoses Miss Arias with borderline personality?
Yes.
And that she specifically says that PTSD does not exist?
Yes.
Based on your review of that, okay, and then your review of the testing and the data that you get from these objective tests that you've looked at and we've discussed today, do you have an opinion as to whether or not Dr. DeMarte has an adequate understanding of these testing to make that type of diagnosis?
Yes.
Judge, that lack of foundation.
Approach, please. You may continue.
Do I need to ask the question again, or do you remember it? Do you have an opinion with regard to whether or not Dr. DeMarte has an adequate understanding of how to administer these tests and make a diagnosis?
Yes.
Okay, what is that opinion?
The trauma symptom inventory and the MMPI are the two that she does not appear to have either an adequate understanding of their uses or their interpretation or the actual ways those tests are to be used.
Why do you say that?
Well, first, the whole issue we talked about before about the summary scales on the TSI, not actually even knowing or not using the TSI-2, the interpretation of the TSI to try to diagnose borderline, all indicate a lack of adequate understanding of that inventory, not understanding all the supplemental scales and how to approach those, to use those, this floating profile. These are pretty outdated, and it doesn't take long to find that out, that there is no longer a floating profile or things like that. Those all indicate a lack of understanding of that test. I have no doubt about her understanding of the achievement or the IQ's test, those, other than why they were used, but and her explanation of even the MCMI is questionable because it was clear from that test that borderline would not be a high priority issue. So that's one set. The other set is, as we did today, you have all these tests administered over a 2-year period by 3 different mental health professionals, including herself, that show a consistent pattern of anxiety, trauma. And so you can't throw that out. If you think there's another diagnosis, then that's fine and you need to explain it. If you don't agree with that, then somehow you have to explain in your diagnosis and your reasoning why all these things are indicating something and you're not doing it.
So let me ask you this then. Would it be appropriate to potentially diagnose somebody, given all these testing, to diagnose somebody with borderline personality without diagnosing anything with regard to anxiety?
Not really, because the, well,
Why not?
thank you. First, the tests you administered yourself and others don't suggest borderline. I mean, even if you want to say that, well, a borderline person could answer this test, like the MMPI, in that way, but then the other tests show that's not likely. And then if you say, well, I don't want to believe that this person has some type of trauma, anxiety disorder, then how do you explain this? You can't ignore it. Then your job as a clinician or a diagnostician is to say, all these tests are consistent. So if I'm not going to somehow at least include an anxiety disorder, PTSD, I need to explain why and somehow be able from interviews, other sources, to say why this is showing up, not just that I don't believe it or it shouldn't be there. It is there. These are data. You have to then deal with it as part of your jigsaw puzzle and have to say why specifically you're not including it, or include that along with whatever else you find as well.
And these test results that are all consistent with anxiety type disorders, can they be used simply rather than say, well, they're not anxiety disorders, but this just supports borderline? Can you say that?
Unfortunately, people could say almost anything. It wouldn't be a valid statement to make because, again, at least relying on the test, you don't have support for borderline. So it is really hard to say that somebody has a personality disorder like borderline when the specific test that you administered or somebody administered doesn't give that at all. So the first thing you would do is you'd have to say, well, the test isn't valid. They lied or did other things. Well, then you look at the validity scales. Well, it doesn't show that. So you're back to, it doesn't make sense. Anytime you have something that does not make sense, no matter what it is, your job is to make sense of it, is to figure out how it goes in the jigsaw puzzle. You can't dismiss it. You have to come up with some kind of explanation. And sometimes that's a real challenge. But your job is to do that, is to find out from the interviews or the collateral sources or the person, him or herself, or the testing, how do these finally make sense? That's the job of a diagnostician, an evaluator.
Okay. Now, you understand that Dr. DeMarte spent some time speaking with Ms. Arias, right?
Yes,
And you did not.
that's correct.
And she reviewed other documents that you did not
Correct.
about Ms. Arias.
That's my understanding.
Okay. So how is it then, since you have not reviewed or spoken to Ms. Arias, how is it that you can say this then about these tests, that they don't support borderline, or that borderline might not be an appropriate diagnosis, without also diagnosing anxiety?
The tests ultimately have to be put into context, which is why I can't diagnose her or anybody else without doing it. So the tests are, for lack of better words, give you guides, working hypotheses. Your interview is to clarify. Your records and history are to clarify and to build the context. So it is conceivable that something somewhere might indicate depression. And in your history you found out, yeah, the person was depressed because a family member died, but now they're past it. So okay, now I understand why that scale is elevated and where to go from here. But that's still your job, is to put it together. When you do these tests, the first way you do it is almost exactly like we did it here. In other words, in our language it's called blind. I don't know the person, I don't know the history, but this is what the tests tell me. Okay, now the job is to link it up with the others, but you can't ignore what the tests tell you. That's why you give them. And when you have patterns, which is somewhat unusual sometimes, that, I mean, I'd have to think for a while to come up with testing over 2 years with 3 different mental health professionals, completely different types of tests, and one that's given twice, that shows a consistent pattern, and then somehow need to explain that through your other things. I didn't do those other things. All I can tell you is you have a pattern in those results that somehow need to be explained and can't be ignored.
And if you were actually doing an evaluation of Ms. Arias, if you were had a working hypothesis for Ms. Arias, for a diagnosis of some sort, what would your working hypothesis be based on these tests?
Based on these tests, I would need to...
Foundation and scope.
Sustained.
May we approach?
Me.
All right, so if you were doing an evaluation, Dr. Geffner, of Ms. Arias, and based on just this testing alone, we understand that you haven't interviewed or done anything else yet, but just based on these objective tests, what type of working hypothesis would you be looking at?
I would be looking at anxiety disorder, PTSD, and trying to find out what potential traumas may have occurred either currently or in the past, what types of things are going on that would produce those types of symptoms, and try to define and get more clarification on what these are related to, especially on the PDS. That at least gives you an indicator of identified stressors. I'd want to know a lot more information about those and a lot more explanation, and likely from an interview and then from collateral sources, from families, from others. That would be the steps.
All right. Thank you very much. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Sir, one of the things that, could do that. Okay. Sir, one of the things that you told us was that you're licensed in California, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you also indicated that you were licensed in Texas, right?
I still am.
So the answer is yes, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're not licensed in the state of Arizona, are you?
No, sir.
And you're not licensed in the state of Hawaii, right?
Correct.
And you've testified in Hawaii, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
And you're also not licensed in the state of Tennessee, right?
Yes, sir. I mean, correct.
And in fact, in the state of Tennessee, you testified in a case involving two individuals with the last name of O'Rourke, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And in that particular case, sir, isn't it true?
Objection, relevance.
Approach.
Overruled.
Sir, you testified in the O'Rourke case, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And that was in Tennessee, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, that's the case where the trial court found that you were nothing more than a hired gun, right?
That is what the judge stated.
That's right, at the trial court level, not that at the appellate level, right?
That is correct.
And in fact, he had some other choice words about your testimony, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
And in fact,
Objection, relevance, specific details.
he indicated, that judge where you testified indicated that your testimony was completely without merit, right?
I believe something of those facts.
Do you want to take a look at this opinion?
That would be fine. I don't
Sure,
remember his
let's do
exact
it.
words, but yes, that would be fine.
Sir, take a look at page 13 of the opinion. It's head note number 18. Why don't you read it to yourself? When you're done reading it, let me know.
Yes.
If I may have it now.
Oh, okay. Since if you ask me more, I'll have to look at it again.
Isn't it true, sir, that the trial court found that your testimony in that case was completely without merit, right?
Don't remember now if he said completely, but yes, generally that's true.
No, not generally. Isn't it true that the court said his testimony was completely without merit? Yes or no? Take a look at it again, 648.
Yes, sir, that is accurate.
And in fact, sir, in that particular case, in the O'Rourke case, you gave an opinion. You were hired by the mother, weren't you?
Yes, I was. Or, well, her attorney.
But you were hired on behalf of the mother, right?
Yes, sir.
It was a child custody dispute, right?
Yes, sir.
And you gave an opinion in that case without speaking to the father, didn't you?
I gave some opinions, yes.
Sir, well, let's take a look at the opinion about what it says. I want you to take a look at page 5. I want you to read it. And then also take a look at the top of page 6 and see what it says.
Did you say the bottom of page 5?
No, page 5 and then the top of page 6.
You're talking about two different cases here. Are you asking me about this case or another case?
I'm asking you about that case. Take a look at it.
Okay, because page 6 you just told me to read is about another case.
Where you testified, correct?
Yes, so I'm a little confused, so...
Well, why don't you read the first part, and then we'll go over that. Because the second part talks about a Texas case where you testified, correct?
No, sir.
The Hawaii case where you testified?
That would be Hawaii, not Texas.
Go ahead, read the first part.
Okay, just to clarify, are you
Read.
asking me to read page 5?
Go ahead and read page 5, yes.
Okay, yes, sir. And if you can refresh and tell me what your question was?
Are you done reading it is the question.
Well, I read the paragraph
Yes or
about...
no?
Yes, sir.
Let me have it back. In that case, sir, isn't it true that in your assistance of the mother, you provided an opinion with regard to whatever the issues were involving the children without talking to the father, right?
Yes.
And in fact, you also and in this case, the opinion is back in 2010, right?
No, sir.
Well, sir, why don't you just take a look at...
That was, the case was before
Sir,
that.
take a look at exhibit number 648, the opinion. What's the date of that opinion? The very top.
The opinion is dated November 10th.
So take a look at it, sir. Just take a look at it.
I did.
All right, if I may have it back.
Yes, sir.
What's the date of the opinion?
The opinion is dated November 2010.
So it is 2010, then, right?
You asked when I testified. I didn't testify, I believe, in
Sir,
2010.
the opinion is dated 2010, correct?
Yes, sir.
You testified in February of a couple years previous to that, correct?
That is correct.
You also were involved in a case in Texas involving an individual by the name of Clark, correct?
Evidently, I don't recall that case, but I know that I did according to the records.
Isn't it true that with regard to that particular individual, you submitted an affidavit, right?
I did.
And in fact, the trial court at that level found that your affidavit lacked credibility. Isn't that what it says?
Evidently.
Do you need to look at this to have
No,
your...
I didn't know it at the time that I submitted and
I'm not
then...
asking at the time. I'm asking as you sit here today.
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that you know that the trial court found in the Clark case that you submitted paperwork that lacked credibility, right?
Yes, that was the term.
At that time, when you submitted that affidavit that the court found to lack credibility, you had a number of years of experience as a psychologist, right?
Yes, sir.
You had numbers of years as a neuropsychologist, right?
Yes, sir.
You had a plethora of experience, right?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, even though you had that experience, the court found that you were making things up, right?
Objection, it states the opinion.
No,
Making
the,
things up, right?
no, the court did not state that at all.
Well, isn't it indicated here that with regard to you, you submitted an affidavit and you talked about things that had happened 5 years prior to the events in question, right?
That's correct.
And you didn't review any court records or transcripts of the trial testimony, and yet you still submitted the affidavit, right?
That is correct.
And what you did rely is you relied on some records out of Pennsylvania, and those were from 1976, weren't they?
I believe that's correct.
And in fact, the conduct that you were looking at, you submitted this in 1992, right?
That part I don't remember. I'd have to look.
And-
If it says that, I'm not going to argue. I just don't remember.
And in fact, this was based on hearsay that was provided by other people, right?
Yes, sir.
You had the same sort of experience in Hawaii, didn't you?
Well, you're going to have to be more specific about the same sort of experience. No, the Hawaii court didn't say I wasn't credible.
Well, the court in Hawaii excluded your testimony, didn't it? In the case involving Hawaii versus French, didn't they?
They excluded one small part of the testimony, not the rest.
So they did exclude part of your testimony, didn't they?
Yes, they did.
And sir, you indicated that, well, when you came in here, that you have worked, haven't ever worked with the defendant in this case, right?
Correct.
You indicated that you haven't worked with the prosecution, right?
Correct.
But you do know Alice Laviolette, right?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, you have been the editor of one of her publications, right?
The book I mentioned, yes.
And so you do have some association with her? You do talk to her, correct?
Yes, sir.
You have talked to her in the past, right?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, you're colleagues, correct?
Yes, sir.
And one of the things you also indicated in this case was that you're doing this out of the goodness of your heart, this particular case, right?
No, I don't never use such terms.
Well, you said that with regard to this case, the only amounts that you're getting paid are your salary, right?
That is correct in all cases.
You're not getting any more money out of this case other than the payments that you get as part of your salary, right?
That is correct.
That nobody is paying you any money for this, right?
Yes, sir.
Even though you're not getting any money for this particular case, sir, you're still the same individual who will go to court if you believe in something and make things up, right?
Objection. Argumentative.
Sustained.
Move to strike.
Granted. The jury will disregard.
And sir, even without getting paid, you will come into cases like this, right?
When asked, yes.
And in fact, in this particular case, you told me that you were contacted last week sometime, right? About testifying in this case, right?
Well, that's partially what I said. I was
Well-
contacted long before. I didn't know till about a week and a half ago that I was actually going to be testifying.
You were contacted in this case with regard to an issue involving this case, what, January of last year? Is that when you were contacted?
No, November.
Of last year.
Yes, sir.
And then, after that, whatever issue that issue was dealt with, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in terms of coming in here and testifying about and criticizing Janine DeMarte's work, you were contacted less than a week ago, right?
No, sir.
Is it 2 weeks ago?
No, unless you want to keep guessing, I can just tell you.
Well, sir, didn't you and I have an interview?
Yes, sir.
And we had that on Monday, didn't we?
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yes,
At
sir.
that time, I asked you, when was it that you had been contacted about coming in here to testify? Do you remember me asking you that?
Yes, sir.
And you told me it was less than a week before that. Do you remember telling me that?
Yes, sir. Not less than I said about a week ago.
So, if Monday is about a week away, and now here we are on Wednesday, that's less than 2 weeks away that you were contacted about testifying here, right?
You asked two different questions.
No, I'm asking, sir, isn't it true that you were contacted and started reviewing the documentation less than 2 weeks ago?
No, that is not correct.
So you started reviewing then, so when you told me that, you were in error when we had that interview, right?
No, you asked a different question.
Sir, and with regard to reviewing these materials for the critique of Janine DeMarte's work here,
Yes.
you started that, according to you, less than 2 weeks ago, right?
No, sir.
So you knew you were going to testify in this case previous to 2 weeks from now.
No, sir.
And so one of the things that we talked about during that interview was this floating profile, didn't we?
Yes, sir.
And one of the things that you regaled us with on direct examination was that you have many students that you have that are part of this editorial board, right?
Not many. We have 4.
Right, and these individuals, there are articles that are submitted based on research, right?
Among other things.
Sure, and one of the things that you told us is that it's blind both ways, right?
Yes, sir.
And which indicates that, according to what you're telling us at the place that you're at, you're very familiar, if you will, with the state of research as it involves things relating to psychology, right?
Well, that's really broad-based. I wouldn't claim to know everything about psychology and all the research being published, so that's
Well,
getting a
but
little bit too broad.
Okay, how about the floating profile? You did talk about that, right?
Yes, sir.
You did talk about the individual named Gatchel who came up with it, right?
I don't know if he came up with it, but he wrote about it.
Well, and that's the person that you referenced for the jury previously, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're the same person that indicated that, well, after a time, Dr. Gatchel repudiated that floating profile analysis or statement that he had made, right?
Yes, sir.
And when did he do that?
I believe the publication was around 2008.
Actually, isn't it true, sir, that there's a publication from 2008 where Dr. Gatchel indicated just the opposite? You familiar with that?
You'd have to refresh my memory unless he wrote 2 different publications in the same
Well,
year.
are you familiar with something called the Rehabilitation Psychology Journal?
Yes, sir.
And are you familiar with one that came out in 2008, which talked about this particular issue?
I thought that was the one I was actually referring to, unless there's two different ones.
Are you familiar with somebody named Robbie Haggard?
Not personally, I just know the name from the
You
article.
know somebody named by the name of Anna Stowell? Do you know that?
Other than I know that, I don't know the person, no. I just know that that's the co-author.
And with regard to this issue about the floating profile, isn't it true that he wrote in this article that individuals involved in this, or the issue of this floating profile, frequently are identified as having an access to personality disorder? Yes or no?
I'd have to look at that particular statement. I don't recall
Well, didn't
that.
you do your research before you came in here involving Dr. Gatchell?
Argumentative.
Did I do my research on
Yes,
Dr.
that's what I'm
Gatchell?
asking.
No, I didn't research him, no, sir.
Well, you didn't research this floating profile that you were talking to us about?
Yes, we did look at the floating profile
Well,
research.
so what articles did you look at?
Could we ask that only one speak at a time and the prosecutor not interrupt his answers? Do we have a clear record?
Counsel approach, please.
What articles did you review? I know you're looking at something.
I
I'm
was
here.
looking for that same
What articles did you review?
Well, one of those was the one you just mentioned.
Do you have it there?
Yes, sir.
Why don't you take it out so we can mark it as an exhibit?
I believe this is the one you're referring to.
Go ahead and take a look at page 472, the left column.
Yes, sir.
And it's the second to last paragraph.
You said second to last paragraph?
Second to last paragraph, the one that starts, the fourth profile, analyzed by Gatchell and colleagues.
Yes, sir.
It does say that in that particular portion that this profile is considered significant for psychological distress and turmoil. Individuals who respond in such a fashion, and it's talking about the floating profile, are frequently identified as having an access to personality disorder. Most often, the DSM-4 TR cluster B category of borderline personality disorder, correct? Isn't that what that's saying?
Yes.
And that goes against what you just told us, right?
No, because you didn't continue reading.
It does say that, and colleagues 2006 relabeled this profile as a disability profile, right?
Yes, sir.
Just because they labeled it a disability profile doesn't mean that these people don't fit the borderline personality disorder. That's what that's saying there, isn't it?
Well, I wouldn't say that's what it is saying either way. It says what it just said, what you just read, which is that particular profile's been relabeled, and they're now focusing on a different thing. That's what this says.
That's what it's saying, it's been relabeled. It doesn't say that the diagnosis has changed, does it? Read it again. It doesn't say that the diagnosis has changed.
No, it does not specifically state that. That is correct.
When you say specifically, it looks like you're leaving room. Take a look at that paragraph again. And that paragraph does not say that just because this has been relabeled, that doesn't mean that they don't have borderline personality disorder, right?
It does not state that, but because
Thank
it's...
you. So one of the other things that you talked to us about was the MMPI-2. Do you remember talking to us about that?
Yes, sir.
And this is exhibit number 631. If I could have that exhibit back.
I
one
don't
that I
have
just-
that. Oh, this one? Yes, sir.
What do you have there?
I thought you were asking about this one.
I'll take that one.
Okay.
And one of the things, if I understood you, was that in looking at this, you said that with regard to Janine DeMarte's approach, that with regard to her approach, this profile that you have here, to you, that's more indicative, if you will, of some sort of traumatic event, right?
No, sir, I did not. Oh, I'm sorry.
May we have the rest of the profile? This is just a grab. This. We have the whole picture on the screen, please.
I don't need it for my cross.
All right, overruled.
Take a look at that. You remember talking to us about that?
Yes, sir.
And you remember telling us that you looked at that and you reached certain conclusions, and you said that, well, to you, that was not indicative of borderline personality disorder, right?
That is correct.
Well, if we take a look at this,
Could you just tell me what this is?
I'll get to it in a minute, okay?
Yes, sir.
If we look down here, this is the so-called F scale, right?
Yes, sir.
I'll bring it into focus for you. And that's elevated, right?
Yes, sir.
And by elevated, it's above 65, right?
Yes, sir.
And the term that you used is clinical, right?
Yes.
And that means it's meaningful and it's something that we should look at, right?
Yes.
The other thing that we have here is we have, for example, this is 1, putting a number by it, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You see that? That
Yes,
would be
sir.
fair to say, right?
Yes.
And you said that with regard to this profile, this is not indicative of borderline personality disorder, correct?
Correct.
Are you familiar with an article known as Impact of Simulating Borderline Personality Disorder on MMPI-2, a cost-benefits model employing base rates? Are you familiar with that?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Actually, don't they indicate?
Objection, Judge. He said he's not familiar.
Sustained.
Let's take a look at it then.
Did Marie approach?
Yes. You may continue.
The question is, first, isn't it true that this profile is consistent with borderline personality disorder? And by this profile, I'm talking about exhibit number 631. Yes or no?
No, that's not the way it would be used.
Take a look at exhibit 650 and start with the paragraph that reads, unfortunately. Take a look at that.
Did you want me to read the entire page?
I want you to read that paragraph, and and once you've read that paragraph, let me know.
Yes, sir?
May I have it back, please?
Oh, yes, sir.
Doesn't that indicate that this profile is consistent with borderline personality disorder?
Again, just to be clear, you're talking about the one we have on the screen?
Right,
No, it actually does not.
What do you think it says, sir?
It says for those who have F scales above 96 and F, either P or B above 80 or 90, and elevated scales in the other regions are what they're referring to, which doesn't apply to this.
Are you saying that this individual doesn't have an elevated F scale?
No,
Yeah?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
It does, doesn't it?
It does have an elevated F scale, not the level you just had me read.
And with regard to this particular profile, one of the things that you have to worry about is malingering, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And malingering involves secondary gain, right?
It can.
And what is your definition of secondary gain?
Somebody,
Beyond the scope.
Rebuttal.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear. Okay. Secondary gain usually means that somebody is doing something because there's some benefit to them. It could be monetary, it could be social, it could be whatever. It means they have something to gain by how they end up responding.
And a person who is in jail charged with a very serious crime has something to gain, don't they?
Yes, sir.
And in this particular case, the something to gain can be this over-reporting that we have here on the right side, correct?
It could be.
In other words, what this is indicating is that this person is exhibiting too many symptoms, right? That's one of the dangers of this, right?
Well, you just said dangers of,
One of the things that indicates here is that these are too many, this person is exhibiting too many symptoms such that malingering is something to consider, right?
it's partially right. Yes, it's malingering is something to consider. The word too many is not appropriate. It's that they're
Okay.
exhibiting many symptoms, and malingering then should be considered.
All right, how many symptoms are we talking about here that are over the threshold? HS is what?
Hypochondriasis.
That's not over the threshold, correct?
Correct.
D is what?
Depression.
That's over the threshold, right?
Yes, sir.
HY is what?
Hysteria.
Is that over the threshold?
Yes, sir.
How about what's PD?
It stands for
You
psychopathic.
keep reading something. Aren't you an expert in this thing?
I was just following to make sure I could
Why
not
don't
see.
you look at the screen if you don't mind?
Wait, I can't read the screen you have.
Well, then
up.
I'll bring it up.
If you could put it down, then I can see which scales you're referring to.
I'm asking you a question, sir.
Okay.
PD, what does PD stand for?
Approach.
Sir, what does PD stand for?
The technical terms are psychopathic deviant.
And what does that mean?
What does that mean, or what does that scale mean?
What does it mean?
The scale by itself is usually referring to impulsivity or acting impulsively. Could be rebellion against authority figures. It could have to do with antisocial behaviors. All those things would form that scale.
And what does MF stand for?
It generally stands for masculinity, femininity.
And PA, what does that stand for?
Paranoia.
PT, what is that?
Psychoasthenia.
And what is that?
It's usually an oversensitivity, emotional reaction, those types of things. Sensitive to criticism, all those would go into that scale.
And SC, what does that stand for?
Officially, schizophrenia.
I'm sorry?
Schizophrenia, officially.
And what is schizophrenia?
It's a psychotic disorder, meaning somebody has lost touch with reality. That's what the definition means. The scale is separate. But the definition usually means somebody who is psychotic and lost touch in one way or another with reality, maybe hallucinating or having delusions.
And in this case, when we have that, that's elevated here, isn't it? You see that?
Yes, sir, it is.
What does MA stand for?
Mania.
And what is mania?
Excessive energy, manic, means somebody high not from drugs, high in energy, overactivity, all those things go into that scale.
And all of these responses that we have here were responses that were provided by the defendant, as far as you know, correct?
Correct.
Judge, if we could take the break like we discussed.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take a 10-minute recess. Be back at, this clock says 3:05, so let's synchronize our watches. So at 3:10, please be ready to come back into the courtroom. Remember the admonition, you are excused. You may continue with cross-examination.
Sir, one of the things that you told me was that this was not suggestive to you of borderline personality disorder, correct? That's what you told me, right?
I said you could not use this scale to diagnose borderline, correct?
No, I'm asking you whether or not this is indicative of borderline personality disorder.
No, it is not.
I want you to take a look at another exhibit then.
Yes, sir?
Sir, are you familiar with somebody by the name of Timothy J. Troll?
No, not personally.
Are you familiar with the Psychological Assessment, a journal of consulting and clinical psychology?
Yes, somewhat.
And with regard to, are you familiar with an article entitled Discriminant Validity of the MMPI Borderline Personality Disorder Scale?
Not off the top of my head.
Well, why don't you go ahead and take a look at page number 234 and take a look at table 2 that's at the bottom of that article.
Yes, sir.
Judge, may we approach?
You may.
Table 2 that's at the bottom of that article.
Yes, sir.
Judge, may we approach?
You may.
You just wanted me to be basically familiar with it, not read the entire article, I assume?
Right.
Yes, sir?
All right, if I may have it, Pat.
Yes, sir.
This has a table number 2, involving the K-corrected MMPI inventory T-scores, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
And what does K-corrected mean to you?
It's actually correcting the profile of certain scales based on the level of defensiveness, the K scale, that the person had.
And in fact, it's taught, you keep looking down.
I
Are you
do
looking
that.
at something else?
No, I'm looking at the same thing.
And sir, this talks about the MMPI, and it involves scores for borderline personality disorder, right?
Yes, sir.
Major depression, right?
Yes, sir.
Dysthymia, right?
Dysthymia.
And it involves scores for borderline personality disorder, right?
Yes, sir.
Major depression, right?
Yes, sir.
Dysthymia, right?
Dysthymia.
Dysthymia, right?
Yes, sir.
Bipolar disorder, right?
Yes, sir.
And cyclothymia, right?
I believe so, yes.
Pardon?
I believe so.
And schizophrenia, right?
Yes, sir.
And also schizoaffective disorder and diagnostic groups, right?
I believe.
And then it looked at these scales that we're looking at here, correct?
Yes, sir.
It looked at the F scale, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in this article, the F scale was elevated, right?
You mean the average you're talking about there?
Well, yes. The
Yes.
average F score was elevated, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, we have an elevated score here, correct?
I would need to do one more thing. I think that may be on the MMPI 1, so they're different scales. I'd have to, if I could look at that for a second, I just need to
Well,
know.
I'm asking you whether or not this is an elevated score, sir.
Yes, this is elevated, but there's two different things. The
I understand. So is this an elevated F score?
This one, correct, is.
Right? And with regard to number 2, which you told me was what?
Number 2.
Right here, 1, 2, 3.
Oh, scale 2.
Right?
Depression.
And with regard to depression, this is elevated, correct?
Objection. Judge, may we approach?
Yes, you may approach.
And we have this elevation here under the D portion, correct?
Yes, sir.
F is not elevated, that's male-female, right?
Masculinity, femininity.
PA is elevated, right?
Yes, sir.
PT is elevated, right?
Yes, sir.
And SC is elevated, right?
Yes, sir.
And so is the MA, right?
Correct.
One of the things that, or the issues that you raised was, well, this study refers to the MMPI-1, right?
I didn't know. I needed to refresh my
Well,
memory. I didn't
assuming
look
it
at that.
does refer to the MMPI-1, correct? Let's assume it does refer to that.
Oh.
You're saying that just because it refers to the MMPI-1, it has no application to this particular scale at all?
No, the score, the reason I was asking it is you see this has a cutoff of 65, but the MMPI-1 had a cutoff of 70. So whether it's clinically elevated, which was I was trying to ask on the article, I had to go back and look compared to 70 rather than 65.
Okay. So this, I want you to take a look at and see whether or not the numerical scales are above 70. That's what you're asking about, right?
Correct. Yes, all the ones that you had highlighted are above 70. That's or 70 or above.
Correct. Which makes this a valid study to look at, even though we are now doing MMPI-2, right?
Yes.
And this indicates that of 61 people that had borderline
Objection here, saying.
Isn't it true that of the 61 people that were diagnosed with borderline personality disorder, every one of them had the identical or similar profile that we have here that we've been talking about?
No, sir.
Well, the F scale is 72.77 on this exhibit, isn't it? 651.
Yes, sir.
What is the F number for the defendant in exhibit number 631?
79. Yes.
So this F scale is above the clinical threshold of 70 that you talked about, right?
Yes, sir.
With regard to the number 2, the D, which is depression, correct?
Yes, sir.
The level here on the study was 80.43, right?
Yes, sir.
That's above the 70 cutoff line, right?
That is correct.
And then number 3, which is the HY, isn't it true that in this study it was 70.05?
Yes.
Right?
Yes, sir.
That's above the 70
Well,
marker,
that's
right?
at 70. That's still clinical.
But it's still clinical. Number 4, which was the PD, right?
Yes, sir.
That was at 79.75, right?
Yes, sir.
Number 6 was 73.15, right?
Well, I am actually assuming you're reading it, so I'm not going to... I'm assuming you're reading
Okay,
me the same
sure.
number, so I would say
understand.
yes.
And number 7 was 72.34, right? Assuming I'm reading it correctly.
Yes, sir.
And number 8 was 79.20, right?
Yes, sir.
So if we assume that the cutoff is 70, the threshold on the F scale is met, correct? To be clinical, right?
Yes, sir.
The scales on the others, that we've just talked about, are also clinical because they're above 70, right?
Yes, sir. Or
So-
at or above.
And this study indicates that those that we've just talked about are also clinical because they're above 70, right?
Yes, sir. Or
So-
at or above.
And this study indicates that those with borderline personality disorder had that type of graph, for lack of a better term. Yes or no?
Can't answer that yes or no because you're
Okay,
asking...
then thank you.
Okay.
Sir, with regard to the, one of the other items that you talked about was this trauma symptom inventory test. You remember talking about that?
Yes, sir.
And you indicated that this was,
Define that as past, yes.
and do you know somebody by the name of John Breer, PhD?
Yes, sir.
He's actually the person that put it together, right?
Yes, sir.
And are you familiar with what his psychometric summary is in terms of applying the TSI to borderline personality disorder?
I don't recall that one. I'd have to look
Pardon?
at it. I don't recall that one. I'd have to look at it.
So what was your opinion previously that you gave us with regard to this TSI? You indicated previously that it was indicative of post-traumatic stress disorder rather than borderline personality disorder, correct?
I don't think I said it that strong, but that's the general idea.
That was the general idea that you left us with, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's take a look at this exhibit. And so that we know what we're talking about when we talk about the TSI, this is exhibit number 644. Do you remember that?
I didn't know the number, but I know...
This is it, right?
Yes, sir.
And this is the one that you indicated that, well, there were the summary scales on there that Dr. DeMarti did not include, right?
Yes, sir?
And you indicated that, sure, somebody, if they're hand scoring it, in your opinion, they should always have the summary scales attached to it, right?
Not in my opinion, it's provided in the manual how to score it.
So you believe that the manual indicates that even if you hand score it, that is something that you are required to do?
Required isn't the way that would be the correct terminology for any test. It would say that in order to use this test, here are the scales and here's how you devise the summary scales. I don't think somebody's going to say you're required to do anything on a test. You're given it to get information and here's the information you can get. So it's just not a terminology we would use.
Have you ever hand scored one of these?
Oh, yes.
When was the last time you did it?
Oh. Last time I probably hand scored a TSI would be probably about 8-10 years ago.
And at that time, you did the summary scales, right?
Yes, we did.
No, you keep saying we. Did you do it, or did somebody else?
It would well, in all these settings, I've had staff, so I would train them how, and then they would do it for practice and to learn how.
And so it is your view that you're sure about this issue involving the summary scales as you are about everything else. In other words, that the person who put this test together indicates strongly that the summary scales should be created as part of giving this test, if you hand scoring it.
That's, again, language that doesn't make sense. No, I haven't talked to John specifically
No, I'm not
about...
asking you if you talked to John. I'm asking what your understanding is. Is it your belief, as you sit here today, that the people that put this test out, you didn't create it, right?
That's correct.
That the people who created this test are saying, if you hand score this test, you are required, strongly required, to also create, as part of this hand scoring, the summary scales.
No, I don't recall reading any statement that would be stated the way you just did.
Well, what is the statement that you recall that it says?
Just instructions on how to obtain the summary scores if you're hand scoring.
Right. But instructions are different than a recommendation. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, you don't get recommendations per se in instruction manuals. You get in the manuals instructions on how to use the test, how to score it, how to interpret it. So I don't think it gives you like recommendations from the
Right, but
standpoint.
what you're saying is that there are instructions on how to prepare these summary scales, but that's what it says. That's what they are, instructions on how to do it, if you want to do it, right?
Well, if you leave out the last three words, if you want to do it, it just says, here's how you obtain these summary scales, and then it tells you how to interpret it.
But your view is that just because the instructions are there, it's bad work on the part of Janine DeMarte because she did not do the summary scales. That's what you told us, right?
No. Oh, shoot.
Go ahead and clean up, please.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was doing so well. Could you repeat that
Go
again?
ahead and finish up. I understand you.
Okay.
We were talking about instructions
Yes, sir.
involving the TSI and the summary scales.
Yes, sir.
And what you're telling us is that, what you remember from the manual is that there are instructions to this TSI that would tell the psychologist how to create the summary scales should they choose to do so.
Yeah, if they're hand scoring is what you're asking.
Right, if they're hand scoring it, because
Yes,
you
sir.
did this by computer, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what you're saying now, though, is that there is no specific language in those instructions that indicates that it is mandatory, although is that there is no specific language in those instructions that indicates that it is mandatory on your part that Janine DeMarte did a bad job because she didn't do the summary scales was based on your view that it should be done, not on what the manual says.
You've asked me two questions in there. First, I never used the word bad, period, so
Oh, you were very glowing about Janine DeMarte's work? Is that what you're telling me?
no, I believe the word that was asked.
No, were you glowing about Janine DeMarte's work?
Was I glowing?
Yes, were you praiseful? Did you praise her work on the stand?
Not that I can recall.
No, you actually criticized her work from the stand, right?
Some of it, yes.
And one of the things that you criticized from the stand involved the TSI, right?
Yes, sir.
And you criticized the fact that she did not have summary scales, right?
Only partially.
The answer is, yes, you did criticize, didn't you? You said she should have done it, right?
I said two things. I said, yes, they are part of that, and yes, she should have known they were part of it. I didn't criticize her for not requiring to do it. I criticized part of it because she didn't evidently know they were there or understand what they were. That's the criticism.
How do you know that she didn't know what she needed to do? How do you know? Can you read mine, sir?
Objection argumentative.
Sir, you didn't speak to Janine DeMarte about it, did you?
No, sir.
You never asked her whether or not she knew about the supplementary scale, the summary scales, did you?
No, sir.
And in fact, you never saw anything in writing that indicated from her that said she didn't know, right?
Objection.
The summary scales, did you?
No, sir.
And in fact, you never saw anything in writing that indicated from her that said she didn't know, right?
Objection.
May we approach?
Yes, you may approach.
To DeMarte, you reviewed her report, right?
Yes, sir.
Nowhere did it indicate in there that she didn't have any knowledge about this, that it was a requirement that this TSI have these summary scales, right?
There was no indication of anything about the summary scales in her report.
That's right, and just because there's no indication in there doesn't mean she's ignorant of it, does it?
No, sir, it does not.
You made that leap, didn't you?
No, sir.
Well, you made that leap based on what? You read her report, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you read the results to the TSI, right?
Yes, sir.
And those are the only things that were provided to you, according to you, involving this TSI and the summary scales, right?
Those are the only materials provided to me, not the only information provided to me.
And in any of those materials, did they provide any indication that Janine DeMarte was ignorant of this requirement that you believe?
Not the only information provided to me.
And in any of those materials, did they provide any indication that Janine DeMarte was ignorant of this requirement that you believe exists?
You keep saying requirement, and I never indicated it was required first. So, no, I never used the term required. Word required is not used in any of the manuals. So that's the first part.
Thank you.
The second part is, was I provided any materials that...
With regard to the summary scale, so that we know what we're talking about,
Yes, sir.
if we're talking about summary scales, aren't they just 3 readings, right? We're talking about 3 readings, right?
You'd have to define what you mean by
Well,
readings.
let me just show you Exhibit 646. Talking about 3 readings, right?
You'd have to define what you mean by
Well,
readings.
let me just show you Exhibit 646.
Yes, sir.
And count with me. 1, 2, 3, right?
Yeah, we don't call them readings, we call them scales.
Well, there are 3 areas that have a summary, right? They're called summary scales, areas or sites that the test addresses, correct?
Yes, sir.
You have 10 readings, correct?
Readings is not a good term. It's 10 scales, yes,
All
we
right,
do.
let's use the word, there's 10 scales that are reported, correct?
Yes, sir. Well, 10.
10 plus the validity scales.
Yes,
I
sir.
understand.
Yes, sir.
But you have the 10 scales. And then you have these 3 scales to the right. Is that the word you want to use?
Thank you, yes, sir.
And with regard to these 3 scales to the right, what they merely do is they summarize what those 10 scales are there, what those 10 scales say, right?
Well, if you leave out the word merely, the answer would be yes.
So they do summarize what's here, right?
Yes, sir.
In other words, what you're saying is somebody can take a look at this, which is the full scales, right? These are the full scales, right?
Yes.
And this is sort of the shortcut scales, right?
Again, shortcut is not a good term.
I understand it's not a shortcut, but the term summary means it's not the whole thing, doesn't it?
It means it's based on a compilation of other things.
But if someone as experienced as you is a clinical psychologist or is an expert in this, to be honest, you don't really need these summary scales. You're way too smart for that, right?
Objection argumentative.
Sir, you can do it. You've had how many years of experience in this?
In trauma or in this
No,
test?
no. Total experience in the field of psychology.
35.
And in those 35 years, you've dealt with this TSI test, haven't you?
No, the TSI was produced probably in the research version a little over 20 years ago.
So you've dealt with this for many years, right?
That is correct.
Whether it's the TSI-1 or the TSI-2, you've dealt with it for, what, 20 years?
Yeah, a long time.
And in those 20 years, you've given this test many times.
Yes, sir.
And many times you've been able to take a look at all of these scales here, 1 through 10, whatever they are, and you know what they mean, right?
Yes, sir.
So you're saying that you need the summary to be able to tell you what these scales mean?
No. The
Thank you.
scale. Okay.
Now, with regard to the this trauma symptom inventory, which is 646, you indicated that this was not just, but this is one of the tests that looks at trauma, right?
Yes, sir. Trauma symptoms.
Right. It doesn't look at personality like the MMPI, right?
Correct.
Because MMPI stands for what? Minnesota Multi-State Personality, right?
Minnesota multiphasic personality inventory.
Right. But the term there is personality, right? That's what it's looking at, right?
Yes.
And that's one of the most studied tests around, correct?
Yes, sir.
And is this a test that's studied a lot, this TSI?
Well, a lot, yes. A lot if you're using MMPI. There's probably nothing as much as the MMPI, but this has been pretty well studied.
And this one right here, this looks at the trauma as reported by the person who's taking the test, right?
The symptoms, yes.
Right, the symptoms that we're talking about. And some of the symptoms that you told us were what, for example?
Well, those scales would be anxious arousal, depression, defensive avoidance, dissociation, sexual arousal, depression, defensive avoidance, dissociation, sexual concerns, dysfunctional sexual behavior, and impaired self-reference. I'm assuming you're asking me for the
Sure.
clinically significant scales.
And then we have DSB here.
Yes,
What is that?
dysfunctional sexual behavior.
And for example, what do those questions ask?
In general, without giving you the type of
Well, let me help you.
unpleasant behaviors or things that they're dysfunctional, unprotected sex, too many partners, those types of things go into what would be called dysfunctional sexual behavior.
And the person who's taking the test is given a number from 0 to 3, right, to fill in.
Yes, sir.
And 0 means never, right?
Yes, sir.
And 3 means often, right?
Yes, sir.
And so, for example, in question 28 of the TSI, it asks,
Objection. Really push.
That's good.
Yes.
Sir, you indicated that you reviewed a TSI that was administered by Dr. Karp, correct?
The report by Dr. Karp, yes.
And you indicated that the profile there, which is what we have here, right?
You have a profile
Right.
here, that is correct.
Didn't you tell us that the results in Dr. Karp's testing, or the TSI, were the same or consistent as what we have in 646? Didn't you tell us that?
No, I said of the scales elevated here, you have 7 that are
Right? Consistent as what we have in 646. Didn't you tell us that?
No, I said of the scales elevated here, you have 7 that are
Right.
elevated. 5 of those were the same elevations she had, according to her report. One, this intrusive, I'm touching it, it's not helping you. The intrusive experiences one in her report was clinical, and it's below that. And she did not indicate that either of these two, the sexual concern, I'm sorry, hit the wrong thing. Sexual concerns and dysfunctional sexual behavior, she did not indicate were in the clinical
She didn't
range.
indicate what you're...
She did not indicate that they were in the clinical range. So it's a
So-
similar profile, but not exactly the
So
same.
you don't know what the profile was, for example, with regard to DSP?
It was below clinical.
Why don't you tell me what the number was?
I don't know. She did not report
Well,
numbers.
where would you have that?
Where would I have it?
Yes, you
I
reviewed
would
it.
not have her number unless somebody gave me her actual results. I have her report.
So with regard to John Breer, we were talking about him. One of the things that you said that with regard to this profile that we're looking at, that this to you talks to trauma, not to personality, right? The statement from Mr. Breer, who indicates that in a
Objection, you're saying?
psychiatric inpatient sample, TSI scales identified 89% of those independently diagnosed with borderline personality disorder. Are you familiar with that?
Not offhand, I'd have to see the article or...
Sure, let me show it to you. 9% of those independently diagnosed with borderline personality disorder. Are you familiar with that?
Not offhand, I'd have to see the article or...
Sure, let me show it to you.
Thank you.
Exhibit 652.
Again, could you tell me what your question was?
Are you done looking at it?
Yes, sir.
Probably going to have it back.
Yes, sir.
Doesn't he indicate under his psychometric summary that in a psychiatric inpatient sample, TSI scales, these are TSI scales, correct?
Yes, sir.
Identified 89% of those that have already been independently diagnosed with borderline personality disorder. Isn't that what he says?
Well, first, no, that's not necessary. I don't know if that's...
Well, no, sir, let's take a look at Exhibit 652 and see whether or not that sentence is included there, yes or no?
You're asking me 2
No,
questions.
I'm asking you whether that sentence is there. Take a look at it.
You asked me if John Briere said that.
Well,
This is a...
let me go ahead and have it back.
Excuse me.
This does talk about John Breer, PhD, at the top, doesn't it?
Yes, he's the author of the test.
And it does indicate that it's copywritten, right?
Excuse me. Yes, sir.
And it talks about the validity scales of the TSI, right?
Yes, sir.
And this talks about the clinical scales, right?
Yes, sir.
It's on his letterhead, isn't it?
I thought it was on par letterhead, if you let me...
Pardon?
I thought it was on the test publisher's letterhead. I'd have to look
You see the
again.
letterhead there? Whose name there is there?
It's not his letterhead. It looks like his website.
It may be his website, but it is his letterhead, right?
I can't answer that yes or no. I don't really know. That doesn't look like his letterhead. It looks like his website.
Judge, I move for the admission of 652.
Objection, Judge. Your question.
You may.
denying that this publication was put out by this individual, John Greer, PhD?
I'm not denying it, I haven't seen that, it looks like it
So
might...
the answer is no, you're not denying that.
I'm not denying it, no.
So when you see the name at the top of that, you don't have any reason to have any suspicion that it was not put out by him.
Judge, may the witness actually review the entire document?
No, you can inquire on redirect. May continue.
What did you ask again? Do I have any
You have no reason to
suspicion?
believe that this was not put out by John Greer, PhD.
I don't have reason to believe either way, actually.
So the answer is, you do have a reason to believe that he didn't put this out.
No, I can't tell you anything. I'm not familiar with that particular
And
document.
with regard to the second page, we were talking about the sentence, isn't it true that it says, similarly, in a psychiatric inpatient sample, TSI scales identified 89% of those independently diagnosed with borderline personality disorder. Does that sentence exist?
Yes, sir.
And that goes against what you told us in terms of this being more of a traumatic kind of test, right?
No. You're again confusing different issues. One is you've asked me whether there's a study that supposedly exists that says it helped identify versus this test.
All right, let's
is
talk
not.
about that study. Are you saying,
Judge, he's interrupting. Can the witness finish?
let's talk about the study. Are you saying that it is your opinion, that, and your opinion is the one that governs, that this does not indicate or it has no correlation to borderline personality disorder?
No, the study is obviously related. It's
Yes or
about
no?
borderline personality. So it's a double negative. I can't say I don't agree that the study is about borderline when it's obviously about borderline. So I'm not sure. You worded it in a way that sounded like a double negative. So if you could clarify, I could answer.
And you were asked a double negative by defense counsel previously. Do you remember even commenting that on direct examination?
And I believe I asked to clarify.
And you had no problem answering that. Do you remember that?
No, I believe I asked to clarify and I rephrased
And you
it.
clarified your answer without clarifying the question. Do you remember that?
In that one, I was allowed to clarify.
Sir, isn't it true that you told us that, in your view, there is no correlation between this, what we're looking at here, and borderline personality disorder? That's what you told us, right?
Objection foundation as to this. What is this?
Sustained.
Exhibit number 646. You're familiar with that, right?
Yes, sir?
You were the person who laid the foundation, right?
Yes, sir?
And this is the exhibit that we've been talking about.
Yes, sir.
Were you confused about what the this was?
No, I was not.
So with regard to this particular exhibit, 646, isn't it true that you told us previously that this profile, for lack of a better term, had no correlation with borderline personality disorder?
No, sir, I did not say that.
So are you saying then that it does correlate with borderline personality disorder?
No, I'm not saying either. You're asking different questions than what I answered before, and so I can't answer it.
Let me do it this way. Are you saying then that this correlates with borderline personality disorder? Yes or no?
I'm not answering either way. I'm not saying yes or no.
You can't answer that?
Correct.
And then, does that correlate with post-traumatic stress disorder?
Yes.
Even though John Greer, the person who created this test, indicates that in a sample,
Objection asked and answered.
TSI scales identified 89% of those independently diagnosed with borderline personality disorder. You're still saying that?
Am I saying which? Yes, I'm saying that there's a study that you've quoted, I haven't seen it, but I don't dispute it, that has used this and it indicated there is a correlation, which is a separate question from saying is this test used to diagnose borderline. Those are two separate issues.
And I'm asking you about correlation. Didn't I just ask you that? Isn't that the word that I just used?
Correct. That's the word you just used, not the word I used before.
Right, and I'm asking you the question, whether or not there was a correlation between this test and borderline personality disorder. That was the word that I used, right?
Yeah, and this study, not having read it, but this study would suggest there is.
And if that study were true then, and there is this correlation, your criticism of Janine DeMarte's work then would be less valid, right?
No, sir.
So you still stick to your criticism even though there are studies out there that you may not be familiar with?
You're asking again two different questions.
No, that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking you to answer my question. Isn't it true, sir, that even though there may be studies out there that indicate that looking at this test may be something that's important in deciding whether or not there's borderline personality disorder, you're saying you're discounting that, right?
No, the answer to the first part of your question is no. That is a completely different question, what you just stated, from what you stated after that. To say that a test...
To say what?
To say that a test like this is used to diagnose is not what that study says, or should be used that way.
We all agree that you've said, and everybody agrees, that these tests do not you can't just use them solely to diagnose post-traumatic stress disorder, right?
Correct.
Or borderline personality disorder, right?
Correct.
That's what you said, and those are the two items that we've been talking about, right?
Yes, sir.
But when you were talking about this TSI as it applied to Janine DeMarte, one of the things that you took issue was her using that test to determine whether or not, in her mind, based on what she saw there and all the other data that she had, whether or not to her that indicated borderline personality disorder, right?
Yes, sir.
Even though there are tests out there or there are studies out there that say that there is a correlation, correct?
Objection misstates the test
Overruled.
foundation.
There, again, you keep using different questions. There is, according to that, I haven't seen it, but according to the study that you just quoted or something, a test, I'm sorry, there's a study that indicates there's a correlation that is different from saying that test should be used to identify. Those are like apples and oranges that you keep asking me, which is why I'm having difficulty giving you a yes or no, because it's yes to one, it's no to the other.
But isn't that something to consider? If there's a test, if there's a study out there that correlates this test with borderline personality disorder, don't you think that that's part of the general intelligence out there that should be considered? Or is that?
Well, there's a correlation between PTSD and borderline.
No, I'm not asking that.
I know.
I'm asking in terms of considering information out there. You're saying this information out here in 652 from John Beer should not be considered, is what you're saying, right?
No, I did not say that.
Well, if it is to be considered, then there's at least an indication there that Janine DeMarte probably, or her statement that she used it in considering whether or not there was borderline personality disorder, that was appropriate.
No, it's a different issue.
So you don't think it's appropriate then to use the TSI results in trying to determine whether or not the defendant had borderline personality disorder? That's what you're saying, right?
That is what I'm saying.
Even though John Breer says something else.
No, John Breer didn't say that either.
Well,
You're-
didn't John Breer say in a psychiatric inpatient sample,
Asked and answered.
TSI scales identified 89% of those independently diagnosed with borderline personality disorder, right? It does say that, right?
Yes, it does.
One of the other things that you talked to us about today was this issue about the frontal lobe, right? Do you remember
sir.
talking to us about that?
Yes, sir.
How many autopsies have you conducted, sir? If you could just give me, and I know that it may be a lot, so just give me a ballpark figure.
No, I have not. That is not my area of expertise.
So the answer is how many?
0.
You've never gone inside the brain and taken it out and looked at it, have you?
No, sir.
Have you taken a look, do you know what the difference is between a brain that has not decomposed and one that has decomposed? Have you ever done an autopsy to look at that?
I've never done an autopsy.
Have you ever even been at an autopsy where there was a brain that was decomposed?
I don't believe so.
And have you ever even been at an autopsy?
No, I think it was afterwards. I don't think I was at it when they were actually opening up the person.
You said something and I didn't hear what you said.
I said, I don't think I've actually been at one where they were opening. I've been at one where it was afterward, but not when they were doing it. No, sir.
And even though you have never been even to an autopsy, you feel confident in offering an opinion as to what was inside Travis Alexander's brain, right?
No, I wouldn't word it that way. I'm comfortable in talking about what the different brain functions do and what kind of damage needs to occur in order to make different statements. I'm not comfortable. I'm relying on the medical examiner's report to say what went on in the brain.
So you're saying that what is written there, you're just basically critiquing what he wrote there, right?
No, I'm assuming everything he wrote in his report is accurate.
So when he says apparent in terms of the track, because the brain was the consistency of tapioca, you're saying that you will agree with that then, right?
Yes, sir.
So if apparent, or the word that you used was apparent brain injury, apparent means that there has to be some skill that's applied in determining that brain injury, doesn't it?
I would assume so.
And especially because the brain was decomposed, correct?
Yes, sir.
One of the things that you also vouched or said that you thought was appropriate was this PDS. Do you remember that?
I don't think I talked about it. What was the question you asked, if I vouched for
Well,
it?
you indicated that this was a strong indication of post-traumatic stress disorder. Do you remember talking about that?
I remember talking about it's another test that does assess PTSD.
And you indicated that it didn't matter to you whether or not the trauma was caused by a bear or a tiger. Do you remember saying that?
No, I was asked if that would have changed the results, not whether it mattered to me.
You do remember the question involving a bear or a tiger, right?
Yes, sir.
What you're saying is that what's important is the report that follows it, correct?
No, you're adding words now. I didn't say what was important. I said that test assesses the reaction to the event. Importance is a whole different word that I don't recall even saying.
When you says that it assesses a reaction to an event, what you're actually saying is what we have is an individual that's making a report, right?
Yes, sir.
There are no validity scales here, right?
Correct.
And we could just as well have a psychologist sitting there with a pen and pad, right? Without scripted questions, right? And say, tell me about what is ailing you, traumatically speaking, right?
And can we have a psychologist asking questions? Yes,
Sure.
I'm not sure what you're asking.
This is the same as a clinical interview because it doesn't have any validity scales, right?
Well, it's not the same. It's structured very specifically, but it does not have validity scales. That's correct.
And there's the issue of secondary gain here, right?
Yes, sir.
A person can over-report, and we don't know if they're over-reporting in this test because there's no scales to tell us either way, right?
That's correct.
And there is the issue of secondary gain then, right?
Yes, sir.
And with regard to this particular case, you're saying even though an individual may have been untruthful about the trauma, that's of no importance to you, right?
You're adding a whole bunch of words to
Is
what I
it a
testified.
yes or no? Is it of importance to you or not?
It is of importance.
So if it's of importance to you, what the answer is to what? Question 14? Is that what the one we were talking about?
I thought it was 4, and then if I remember...
You thought it was
correctly-
what?
Question 4 tells you what you're answering the question on.
So you think question 4 is what now?
Well, in this particular one, yes, there are a bunch of things in that question that you check. The 4th item is what was checked in this scale.
But I'm asking about question 14. Do
Okay,
you know what
I'm
I'm
sorry.
talking about when I say question 14 or not?
I believe so.
And question 14 is the issue that, it's the question that has all of the writing on top, right? About the trauma, right? And it tells the person to pick the traumatic event that is most important to them, right?
Yes, sir.
And then underneath it is a bunch of choices, right?
Yes, sir.
There are bubbles underneath there, right?
Yes, sir.
And have you ever administered this PDS test?
Yes, sir.
And when was the last time you administered it?
We don't usually use it that much. I would say probably 3 or 4 years ago.
And how many times have you administered this test? You?
Quite a few before the DAPS came out, then we switched over because it had validity scales. I couldn't tell you exactly how many, but we use that quite often.
Could it be 10 times, or it could be more than that?
Oh,
I
it's
just want a
more.
ballpark figure. I'm looking to see whether or not you're familiar with the test. So are you very familiar with the test?
Not as familiar now as I was 5 years ago when we were using it more regularly, but yes, in those days we used it regularly. I'd have to stop and think how many. I would say relatively often when we were assessing trauma.
So are you saying maybe 100 times that you've
No,
administered
no,
this?
it'd probably be somewhere 20 to 40 maybe, be a
And-
rough estimate.
And the way that this works is there's a bubble sheet that's attached to it, right?
Yes, sir.
And this bubble sheet, the way it works is you give the person the test and the questions, and they're supposed to fill in the bubble sheet, right?
Objection, Judge, may we approach?
Yes.
Starting at question 14 with those multiple answers that are there, how many times did you ever fill out the answer for the client?
Not very often.
So you and in the circumstances where you ever fill out the answer for the client?
Not very often.
So and in the circumstances where you filled it out, it was because they were physically unable to do it, right?
Or may have had reading or other comprehension
Right.
problems, yes.
But if the person did not have any reading or comprehension issues, or didn't have their hands cut off, something like a physical disability, there's
I
no,
would think of it as somehow we were using it for the interview, but we didn't do that. I've not done that very
no,
often.
I'm just asking
No.
about you.
I may have done it once or twice, but rarely.
You dropped
I
that?
may have done it once or twice as that. I've not done that very
No,
often.
I'm just asking
No.
about you.
I may have done it once or twice, but rarely.
You dropped that?
I may have done it once or twice as part of an
Sure.
interview, so I'm asking the questions
Right.
instead of them, but most often they would fill it out.
Right, which is what we just talked about, that this could be done like in an interview, right? We start
Part of an
Sure.
interview, so I'm asking the questions
Right.
instead of them, but most often they would fill it out.
Right, which is what we just talked about, that this could be done like in an interview, right? We started out talking about this, and that's what I asked you about, and you said, yes, that's exactly what
can
we're
be,
talking
correct.
about. And what you're saying is, in this particular case, that to you, let's assume the person was untruthful as to the traumatic event. And let's assume there is no traumatic event. Assume that it doesn't exist. And yet they fill out all of the answers here. Your answer to that was, it's still valid to you, right?
I don't think I answered that question.
Well, then answer it.
before. I misunderstood. If I know there's no traumatic event, first, I wouldn't be giving it. Second is, then if there's no traumatic event, well, yeah, I don't know what the reason would be to give it. But if somebody somehow had no traumatic event, and they did fill this out, and you got these results, I'd need to go back and explore why they're responding the way they did.
And this is, again, could be just like sitting down and talking to the client, right? In other words,
Yes.
this could be conducted with an individual and just asking the questions, and you could write the answers, right?
Yes, sir.
It's because there are no validity scales, right?
Yes, sir.
And assuming that you were conducting this interview and you were talking to this person and this person was untruthful to you during that interview, wouldn't that raise a red flag to you? If you're sitting down and talking to an individual, wouldn't that at least raise a red flag to you?
Objection beyond scope.
Overruled.
Yes.
Sir, one of the other things that you talked about, let me show you some exhibits. take a look at exhibits numbers 654 and 653. If you just look at them yourself.
Yes, sir?
Are you familiar with those photographs?
No, sir.
I thought you just testified and told us about Dr. Horn having, in your opinion, not being accurate with regard to Mr. Alexander and whether or not he received a injury to the frontal lobe.
You're asking two questions. You asked me
Well,
about
I'm
the
asking you,
medical...
are you familiar with that, first of all? Yes or no?
These pictures?
You're
No.
right.
No,
Have
sir.
you ever seen them before?
I don't believe so.
And those photographs that you are looking at, they generally depict the inside of an individual's skull, right?
Yes, sir.
They also have some arrows there, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what those arrows mean?
No, not without the report or explanation.
And in fact, those arrows point to...
Objection, hearsay, and testimony.
No, not without the report or explanation.
And in fact, those arrows point to...
Objection, hearsay, and testimony.
Don't they point to that skull? Yes or no?
They point to inside the skull.
Don't hold them up. Just
Oh.
look at them yourself.
Yes, they point inside the skull.
In your experience, sir, given your experience as a neuropsychologist, can you tell us the trajectory of the bullet based on those photographs? That
Objection beyond the scope.
Beyond expertise.
No, not likely without more explanations.
well, no, but you couldn't do it, right?
No, no.
You would go to an expert, wouldn't you?
Or I'd read the medical examination report.
You have read the medical examiner's report in this case, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
If I tell you that this is Mr. Alexander's skull opened up, can you tell me the trajectory just by looking at that?
No, I would rely on what the report said, not on those particular photos. I would go, if I wanted to know the trajectory then I would read what the examiner said was the trajectory, and I would trust that that was accurate.
So what you're saying then is that you are only here to tell us what you read in a report, right?
Well, two things.
Yes or no? Are you here to tell us something else?
Yes.
But that knowledge that you have, or what you're here to tell us, is based solely on what's on that police report, right?
You mean medical examiner?
I'm sorry, the medical examiner's report, right?
No, because part of it is based completely on that. The other part was talking about the brain itself, not based on a report. It was talking about how the brain functions. So there's two different things I did.
But that's your experience, though. That's what you carry with you everywhere you go, right?
Yes, sir.
And the only new thing that's added here is the report, right?
Yes, sir.
And so you're telling us that what your opinion as a neuropsychologist is based on a reading of a report, correct?
And my knowledge of the brain.
And your knowledge of the brain, and you've indicated that if you really wanted more explanation as to this particular issue, you would go to an expert yourself, wouldn't you?
Yes, sir.
I don't have anything else, thank you.
Redirect.
Yeah, may we approach?
You may. We're going to take a 10-minute recess. So again, it's 4:20 now according to this clock, so it will be 4:30 according to this clock. Adjust your timepieces accordingly. Please remember the admonition, you are excused.
Please stand for the jury.
That's fine.
Where did John go? Just some questions and things if you want that. when he's done, you could have it.
The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. You may continue with redirect, or begin redirect.
Thank you, Judge. Okay, you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You were asked questions about an O'Rourke case, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And in that case, the judge had not so nice things to say about you.
That is correct.
And in fact, one of the things he said that you were a hired gun.
Yes, ma'am.
And is that somebody who comes in and testifies to what they're being paid to testify for, so to speak?
Yes, that's the general definition.
And is that a type of person who will ignore certain testing results and still come up with their own diagnosis to fit what is wanted from them?
Judge, a lack of foundation.
Is that how you would define it?
Yes, that would be one of the ways it could be exhibited.
Okay. Now, I'd like to hear the rest of the story with regard to what happened in that case. Is there something that happened with regard to that judge and all the parties in that case?
Yes.
Can you tell us?
That was a child custody case with a battered woman and at least 2 kids that we dealt with. We actually evaluated the woman and the 2 children based on a whole battery of tests and interviews and records. It became clear through Child Protective Services and others that the kids had been abused, and so had the woman. So I had testified about our evaluation, or tried to, and also testified as to some major flaws in the quote experts who had done the report to the court. These were people who were appointed by that judge and had worked pretty frequently with that judge.
And you were criticizing these people?
Yes.
Okay.
I was indicating in very specific ways how they had obviously misinterpreted tests, used, in this case, neuropsychological tests to deal with parenting, which is inappropriate, and came in to basically also talk about what we had found in the children we had tested and I had talked to myself, who did not want to live with the father. After I testified, and as counsel pointed out, I didn't see the opinion for quite some time because I had testified much earlier. But 2 things happened. One is, it's the only...
Hearsay, relevance.
Sustained.
May we approach? With regard to this case, were there problems with, did people complain about the way the judge handled this case?
Yes.
What happened?
After that decision,
Objection, you're being ruled.
Sustained.
Well, just briefly, what happened? When, after this case ended, did the judge treat the other parties of the case rudely or inappropriately?
Objection, again, you're ruling.
Overruled, you may answer yes or no.
the other parties meaning,
Objection, the scope of your instruction.
I just didn't, I needed to hear the question.
People involved in the case. Were there
Yes.
problems with the way the judge treated people involved in this case?
Yes,
And did people complain about that?
yes,
And ultimately, after this case, did that judge resign?
yes.
Thank you. All right, so next let's talk about the Clark case. Okay? Oh, you
Yes.
were asked questions about the Clark case, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that has to do with where you gave an affidavit,
Yes,
and in that affidavit, that was something that you included in that affidavit, your limited scope of what you were writing about.
yes, I stated what the limitations and what I was basing it on.
Okay, and basically there was no question about your honesty in the affidavit, was there?
No, sir, no, ma'am.
And so, but the problem was is that you didn't have the time. Did you have the time to review all the information to be able to have a more comprehensive affidavit submitted to the court?
No. It was a short time where they asked for it. I said I could only do X amount because I wouldn't have had the time. They said do it anyway. I did. I explained in the affidavit what the limitations were, what I reviewed, what I did not. And then the ruling that was read was based on, because I stated I did not have the time, and the court ruled that, yes, this was not complete. It was based on hearsay, wasn't comprehensive, and therefore they weren't going to allow it. Nothing about me or my credentials or my integrity.
Okay, so there was no issues with your actual your integrity with regard to this case, right?
No, that is correct.
Okay, and there was a French case you were asked about, right?
Well, the name was French.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes,
Yes, the name was French, not speaking French.
correct.
Okay, and what happened with regard to this case? We understand that your testimony was excluded, right?
No, this was a kidnapping case. It was also a woman and children who had been abused. I wasn't involved. She had taken her child and fled and was arrested later. This was the kidnapping case. And I was asked to explain about the dynamics of domestic violence, the dynamics of child abuse. The judge did not allow me to testify legally is what's called the ultimate question. I was asked that, and then the judge said, no, you can't answer that part of it. But I testified for a full day, all of which was accepted and utilized. And in fact, the appellate court indicated that my credentials...
Sustained.
Oh, okay.
So in other words, you were allowed to testify about everything you knew with regard to your expertise?
Yes,
Okay. And the judge made a legal decision to not let you testify about one particular area, right?
that's correct.
And did the judge say with that one particular area that that's up for the jury to decide?
Exactly.
And that's why you were not allowed to testify?
Yes.
And it had nothing to do with your credentials, did it?
No, in fact...
And in fact, did the court say that you had great credentials?
Yes, and stated in the opinion.
Credibility. So,
Yes.
I'm sorry, yes? they
Yes, the
did say-
judge actually stated...
Objection beyond scope of the question.
Sustained.
The question was, did the court actually note that you had excellent credentials?
Yes, they stated
Objection
that.
beyond scope of the question, yes or no?
Yes,
Yes, how?
they actually...
Relevance.
The court actually indicated and put in the record the correct...
Judge, this is follow-up, it's follow-up to his, he opened the door.
Approach, please.
So Dr. Geffner, even though you weren't allowed to testify because of a legal issue, did the court ultimately state that you have excellent credentials with regard to your expertise?
Well, he didn't say I wasn't allowed to testify.
Objection.
Couldn't testify about...
Objection beyond the scope of the question, yes or no?
What did he say?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Okay, so, simple question.
Yes,
With
ma'am.
regard to this particular case, okay, on cross-examination, Mr. Martinez made it sound as though your testimony was excluded because you did something bad, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So let's assume that's the way it made it sound. He made it sound. What I'm asking is, we've talked about the fact that what you were not allowed to testify was a minor part that was a legal conclusion that the judge said that's not something an expert can do. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay. And did the judge allow you to testify for a day about all the other things that you have in expertise?
yes,
And in fact, in the opinion, did the court actually talk about the fact that you have excellent credentials?
yes.
Okay. Thank you. With regard to questions about getting paid, that you get a salary, you remember being asked those questions?
Yes,
And there is money that is getting paid to the institute, right?
hopefully,
Okay, hopefully. And this is a nonprofit institute?
yes,
And so that money is given to the institute and goes into its budget, is that right?
yes,
And you don't personally see any of that money?
that's correct.
Okay. With regard to, you were asked questions about Gatchell, Dr. Gatchell,
Yes, ma'am?
and some studies that were done that Dr. Gatchell eventually had a study that talked about the MMPI and the floating profiles. Do you remember
Yes,
that?
yes.
All right. May I approach, Judge? Yes. Showing you exhibit number 649. Is that the study that you were asked questions about?
Yes,
Okay, and in this study, what is your opinion as to what this study says?
that they are not dealing with a floating profile anymore. The term, in fact, he says in the first line, formerly known as, and now they've switched gears based on the research that had come out and what was now known in the field. And what he was focusing on was this profile being defined as a disability profile. It's the term he used, in order to now be used for dealing with a pain population, no longer dealing with clients or trauma or borderline or anything. They were really focused on pain patients and whether this had a relationship to it.
Okay, so if I understand you correctly, then what used to be termed as a floating profile, in Gatchell's own article, he now says, we're not calling it that anymore, we're going to call it a disability profile. Is that one thing?
Yes, because
Okay.
the research had now come out by this time and started being very clear that there was no such predictive factor and it shouldn't be used that way. And as a good researcher, he then modified and revised because it was clear that that was inappropriate.
Okay, and part of what was inappropriate is then he wanted to now label this a disability profile, and does he link it then to people having to do with chronic pain?
Yes.
Okay, he doesn't link it anymore to people with borderline.
Well, not unless they were associated with chronic pain. It was specifically focused on that population.
Okay, all right. All right, you were asked questions about an article, Impact of Simulating Borderline Personality Disorder on the MMPI-2. It's exhibit number 650. May I approach? And I believe the prosecutor asked you to read a certain paragraph.
Yes, he did.
Okay, so do you have an understanding of what that article is reflective of?
Yes, it was basically, oh, yes.
Yes, okay, what is it?
It was basically looking at how people might do on the MMPI if they pretended they had borderline and those characteristics, and what scales would be elevated, et cetera, with that type of situation.
Okay, and so does that article then tend to suggest that MMPI can diagnose borderline?
No.
What does it say about that?
Again, it's not talking about diagnosing borderline based on this. It's talking about associations. There's an important difference in science and psychology about things associated with one thing versus being able to predict something. That's a major difference. When you use a test to diagnose, you're essentially predicting. There's lots of things that are associated with each other. Borderline personality happens to be strongly associated with PTSD. But you can't say that borderline predicts PTSD. So a lot of these studies are looking at, well, what are associated with each other, not to use a test to predict. And this particular article that I was not familiar with until he showed it to me, actually looks at what the profile is, and in order to fit this article, you have to have specific criteria met. That's what they say that he did not have me read. The case we were having up there did not meet it. If you had the MMPI, I can show you.
Are you talking about the validity and clinical scales?
Exactly.
Okay, so I'm showing you exhibit number 631.
So we were talking before about, because he was talking about it being elevated. Well, this particular article itself that actually says that in order to be found this way, you would have to have a cutoff score on the F scale. This is the F right here. You can see that score right here, well, if you went up just a bit, is 79 right here. This article says to be considered in their connection to borderline personality, this score would need to be at a minimum cutoff of 96. So instead of 79, it would be up here. And it also said that the FP scale, which is this one right here, which her score, I just didn't mean to cover it. Her score is, no, FP? Yes, would also need to be elevated, and hers is not elevated at all, as you can see. But in this particular study, you would have to have this scale also elevated up here. So you would end up having a profile that looked something like this, way up there, which isn't relevant to this case at all because we don't even have that. So this whole issue, again, of trying to establish an association with borderline is interesting research, but it doesn't have anything to do with what we're talking about. It's not using this test to predict it, and it's really misleading based on, I wasn't allowed to actually say where those scores were.
All right. With regard to these multiple elevations that we see on the MMPI,
Yes.
does that cause you concern that of malingering?
Well, it does, not necessarily these. You come over here to the validity scales. If these were all down, like here, the main validity scales are this F scale, the L scale, the K scale, and you can even use, if you want, this S scale. This scale up here, the F, is in the clinical range. Then that means you need to be cautious. It doesn't say why. I mean, yes, it could be malingering, it could be exaggeration, it could be a lot of things. This elevation here means symptoms severity. It indicates that we're getting a lot of symptoms. Now, the interpretation of these scales, if done correctly, is that, yes, the reason we have all these in here is because we got a lot of symptoms. What might be causing that? Well, the person could be exaggerating. That was the whole argument with malingering or secondary gain. However, the normal, even unless you have evidence of malingering, the more common interpretation is a cry for help, somebody in severe distress. And this is, they may be exaggerating some of the symptoms, but it's really talk about such major distress as a cry for help. But again, those would all be working hypotheses that you would want to then talk to the person about, look at the other tests. You wouldn't rely on one test.
Okay.
Theoretically, you shouldn't. Maybe I should say it that way.
Okay. All right, and on this we see the schizophrenia scale
Yes.
is elevated, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you, and then in the back of this MMPI, do they have the actual subscales?
Yes, they do.
Okay. So, I'm looking at page 8. Does that give us the subscales for schizophrenia?
Yes, so one of the things they do, you can see up here it says Harris Lingo. This research takes those clinical scales and then breaks it into sub-things to help you understand more why that scale is elevated. So, as the example you just asked me, the schizophrenia, which is down here, now you look over here at the T-scores and you see, does that help you understand more? I mean, is this person really psychotic? Which would be, some of these other scales. But you look here and you see this person is really alienated toward themselves and others. That's the highest. They have no ego mastery. I don't know if you can actually, hopefully you can see that. Those are the two really extreme things that are pulling this scale up. So it's not somebody who's actually psychotic or schizophrenic in the true sense of the word. It's somebody who's having major issues with their own ego, feelings about themselves, and a lot of alienation, emotional alienation. So you can actually go through these different scales and look at that, which would be appropriate to try to narrow down again, like we did with the other tests, why is these scales so elevated? She had so many scales elevated, then there's a whole bunch of things going on that you would need to explore in more detail.
Okay. If you were trying to diagnose, would you want to explore these scales in more detail?
That would be required, to use that word which I didn't like before, is in order to actually diagnose, you are required to do these other things.
So in order to diagnose somebody then, you would have to use the scales beyond just page 2 validity and the clinical
Yeah.
scales, right?
And other tests and interviews and records, etc.
Okay. You were asked about the scales. Here, HY and PD. What are those again?
HY is hysteria. PD, the term is psychopathic deviant. It's not a good term. It's actually the psychopathic deviant and the schizophrenia. You know, if it wasn't that way historically, they would probably relabel those because it gives the people the wrong impression.
Okay.
This is more of a impulsivity, sometimes anti-authority scale. It doesn't really mean the person is either a deviant or psychopathic. That's why, unfortunately, the label is not good, but that's the technical term.
Okay. You were asked questions about whether or not these two scales were elevated. Do you remember that?
Oh, yes.
And then asked questions about whether or not, yes or no, if they indicated borderline personality. And you said you couldn't answer that as a yes or no. Why is that?
Because, again, this test isn't designed to assess borderline personality. That's a different question than saying, could somebody with borderline personality end up with this profile? Yes, they could. But can you use this profile to reverse and say this person, because of this, has borderline personality disorder? No, that's not appropriate. I can probably design lots of different profiles that somebody with borderline or PTSD or some other diagnosis could end up, because that's not the way this test is to be used.
Okay. And in fact, is there a better test to diagnose borderline?
Well, that was what we talked about. The Milan, the MCMI, is designed specifically for that. So if you had a working hypothesis like we did this morning, you would look at the results of that test, and if the borderline is elevated, then you would then have a working hypothesis that, borderline might be the appropriate diagnosis.
Okay. And when we looked at the results of the MCMI, borderline was not elevated, was it?
It wasn't even close.
It wasn't even close. Okay. You were asked questions about the TSI
Yes, ma'am?
and whether or not you knew who created the TSI.
Yes, ma'am?
Dr. Briere?
Yes.
Do you know Dr. Briere?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And have you worked with him with regard to creating the TSI or testing for it?
Yes, when he originally, I've known him for a long time, and when he was originally designing this test, as I mentioned, we were one of the test sites for them and for him. Before it ever got published, we were communicating and we were evaluating the test. As I said, he's at the University of Southern California. I probably have known him for 25 years now.
All right. With regard to the TSI, there was this conversation went back and forth about instructions versus mandatory to do the summary scales.
Yes.
When you have given the TSI, do you do the summary scales?
Yes.
Why would you do the summary scales?
Because it gives you the complete use and picture of that test. I mean, it's like, why wouldn't you? Can you tell from the other scales if you're likely to have an overall trauma score elevated? Sure. But it's not just my guess or my experience. That's objective. That's not me. That's a computer scoring this based on the research. And yes, in fact, that scale indicates that trauma itself as an overall entity, besides all the individual things, is a significant issue, clinical, and the other things. So you can have different scales elevated there that wouldn't necessarily show you that the trauma scale itself, overall trauma, like PTSD, was in the clinical range. That's what it does. It's not just an add-on. It's a key part of the overall interpretation of the test.
And I'm showing you Exhibit 646. So we see the summary scales on the right.
Yes.
So
there's no real reason not to do it. It's like saying, okay, I'm going to exclude this part of the test because I'm not interested in it, or, what the heck. No test is going to tell you you're required to do it. They will tell you how you're required to administer it. They assume you're trained in using this. That's part of the ethical requirements. And they're assuming you know how to score and interpret it. And they're telling you how to score it. It's almost like redundant to say, by the way, you need to do this, this, and this. We're supposed to know that.
Okay. And so part of the instructions is to tell you how to do conduct the test appropriately. Is that right?
Yeah, and then it does tell you, if you're not going to computer score it, the scoring manual tells you how to compute those summary scales manually if you were going to score the whole test manually.
Okay. Okay, you were asked questions about this printout from a website. May I approach, Judge? Exhibit 652.
Yes,
Does that
ma'am.
appear to be a printout from a website?
It's likely a copy of website transferred into another website.
Okay, at the top of that page, what do you see? Whose name is it?
John Briere, PhD.
Okay, and then the rest of that, can you tell who that comes from? Who
Yes.
writes the rest of it?
Yes.
Who writes it?
That's the test publisher. That's right out of the test publisher's website. What they do to promote and advertise the test and tell you what's in it. It gives you the scales. It's talking about some of the research, which is what he was having me read, but it wasn't having me explain the whole thing. This is not from John Briere. This is from the test publisher, and it's talking about different studies that have been done using this. And then there's like 4 pages, 5, 6 pages of articles by people all over the country who have tested out or used this instrument in research and others, not just Dr. Briere. So this one thing he highlighted was talking about one particular study that the publisher highlighted, and I'm not even clear that Dr. Briere is the one who did that particular study. He tends not to work a lot with inpatients, and that's what that was about. But somebody evidently did a study that showed there's an association. But you can't say this is from Dr. Briere and that he's contradicting me or I'm contradicting him. There's, one, just to be accurate, 2, 3, 4. There are 4.5 pages of articles about the TSI that people basically all over the country and in other countries have done at the time this was produced. And I don't remember which, I don't know how old this is, because obviously this isn't current, because the current one would have the TSI-2. So this is even an old version of looking at this. And I was trying to see if there's actually a date. No, I can't find a date on it. But this is obviously prior to the last few years that somebody pulled up, because everything now the publisher and Dr. Briere would have would be the TSI-2.
Okay, and is there a difference between association and diagnosing?
Yes, it's a large difference.
So, to be clear, with the TSI, is that an instrument used to diagnose borderline?
No, it is not.
Can a person with borderline traits or borderline characteristics have elevations on the TSI,
Yes, definitely.
And do borderline characteristics, is there an overlap between borderline characteristics and PTSD characteristics?
Yeah, actually there's quite a large overlap because we know from years of research that borderline personality often comes out, or the characteristics, with PTSD. That's why I said this morning, if you have all these criteria for borderline, but it's all in conjunction with, at the same time, or after the trauma, you don't diagnose the personality, you only diagnose the trauma. You would have to have those traits prior to the trauma as well, and then you wouldn't eliminate the trauma, you would diagnose both.
Okay. You were asked questions about the medical examiner's report, right?
Yes, ma'am?
And you are relying on what the medical examiner says in his own report, right?
Definitely.
And you're not trying to say that you are a medical examiner or a medical doctor, right?
Both of those are correct. I'm not trying to say either.
Okay. But in your expertise with neuropsychology, do you understand how the brain works?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you understand brain injuries?
Yes, ma'am.
And if in this report you were asked questions about the word apparent.
Yes.
Okay. Prior to seeing that, though, don't we see that Dr. Horn actually writes when he's talking about the brain that it is without gross evidence of significant intracranial hemorrhage.
Yes.
And then he says, or apparent cerebral injury, right?
Yes.
Okay. Regardless of whether or not you can examine a brain because it's decomposed or not, or anything like that, in Dr. Horn's own report, does he say that this membrane, the duramater, is intact?
Yes.
Is there any possible way for the duramater to remain intact if something pierced through it into the brain?
Not that I'm aware of.
And so you're relying on the fact that this Dr. Horn wrote a valid report, right?
Yes, I'm assuming all the information is accurate because I would have no way of knowing otherwise.
Okay. Okay, you were asked questions about the PDS test, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were asked questions about secondary gain, if a person has a reason to lie on the PDS test to make their symptoms seem worse than they are, right?
Yes.
And if a person were to lie on this and exaggerate their symptoms, at the end of this test, there is a symptom severity score, isn't there?
Yes, there is.
And I'm showing Exhibit 535. Stapled. Okay, the symptom severity score, you see that right there?
Yes, actually, it's right in the area of the arrow, more or
Oh,
less.
sorry.
Yes.
Okay, symptoms, and we see the number is 33, is that right?
Yes,
Okay, what's the maximum?
51.
So if somebody were to be exaggerating their symptoms, would you expect to see this number higher then?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Overruled.
Yes, if somebody's really trying to make themselves look bad or fake or malinger, then they tend to really escalate all the symptoms. That's assuming, again, they don't know how specifically to take a test. But yes, you usually see then an extreme elevation in those cases.
Okay. And with regard to the medical examiner, again, you're not, the trajectory of the bullet, you're relying on what's in his report, right?
Yes. Well, and knowing what he said is where the bullet ended up and where it went in, and knowing the brain.
Okay, so based on what you know about the brain and what Dr. Horn says in his own report, can you tell us and give us an idea of where the bullet went?
Yes.
Okay, what is that?
It looks like it went in on it, as I said it, or as he said, a downward angle in the forehead and ended up behind the cheek. Actually, he tells you how many inches from the nose and back behind the cheek, and it went through the nasal cavity. It's what he said, which is essentially either bypassing the brain or maybe going in part of the frontal lobe. But again, if it's going in the frontal lobe, it should have gone through the dura mater. So, but the trajectory is going down and ending up here and going in here. So that's really not going through major parts of the brain. And I mean, I don't want to say it that way. All parts of the brain are major and important, but it's, if anything, it's going through part of the frontal lobe, and I'm not sure exactly how, then again, with the dura mater intact, but that's essentially what he's saying.
Okay, and so based on what Dr. Horn actually says in his own report, is it possible that the bullet didn't even go through the brain?
It is possible.
And you talked about the sinus cavity?
Yes.
And does that tell you then where the bullet is going, behind the eye, over the mouth?
And behind the
sinus,
nose.
and behind the nose. And that's not near the brain?
Well, it's in front of.
In front of the brain, okay. That plus the fact that the dura mater was intact at the time that Dr. Horn examined, does that also give you a conclusion, or are you able to make a conclusion about the brain because of that?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
And with regard to the brain, if it did go through a part of the brain, somehow that Dr. Horn's report is incorrect about the dura mater, then it would be through the right frontal lobe, is that right?
Yes.
And based on your experience and knowledge with regard to the brain, does that cause any type of problems that would make the person immediately incapacitated?
No.
And is that based on just your experience with the previous patients you've had, or?
No.
Okay, what is that? What can you give us that answer based on?
There are books written on what's called neuropathology. There are both medical, legal, and neuropsychology books. There are research articles quite a bit actually done in Europe that actually have traced brain projectors in the brain. They've actually studied with cases, people have had different types of injuries to the brain from bullets and others, and what did and what did not incapacitate. They've actually laid out pretty clear criteria of the types of injuries you would need to incapacitate somebody.
And based on those studies, a .25 caliber bullet going through the right frontal lobe, can you tell us anything about whether or not that would cause immediate incapacitation?
Well, depending on, if it went into the brain, it would have to, well, no. Actually, a bullet, especially going through the frontal lobe here, in order to cause incapacitation, would have to essentially go through the motor strip that we showed on the diagram, which is back here, on the right side, which would then incapacitate the left side of the body. Somehow turn and go through and cause damage to the left side, which would then incapacitate the right side, and then somehow end up in the cheek. It's almost like a U-turn. And you'd have to see usually damage too, but you'd have to somehow impact the motor strip area or the brainstem or something to incapacitate a person, especially immediately.
Okay, and that motor strip, is that located in the frontal lobe at all?
No, not at all. Well, it's frontal parietal. It's at the back of the frontal and in sort of the center in the parietal area.
Okay, but is it located anywhere near where you can tell, based on the ME's report, where the bullet went in?
No, it is not.
All right, thank you. Nothing further, Judge.
All right. Dr. Geffner, the jurors have some questions for you.
Yes, ma'am.
How do you feel events such as incarceration, public accusation, and invasion of privacy on a large scale can affect tests such as the MMPI or MCMI?
Well, for the MMPI, it can increase paranoia because it's not only that you think people are out to get you, they are. And so your paranoia scale can go up. If you're having depression, your depression scale can get elevated. Anxiety, if you're worried about the future, all those scales can be elevated on the MMPI. You usually don't see those elevated on the MCMI because that's supposed to be long-standing. It's like personality traits, something that's there back in history. So you don't usually see too much of a change. Where you would see it possibly on the MCMI might be those bottom scales like anxiety or trauma. If somebody is being traumatized by being incarcerated, which definitely can happen, then you could see an elevation in those scales.
Is it possible that an individual could score very differently after a traumatic event, such as killing another person, as opposed to prior to the event?
Yes. God. It depends on what test you're looking at. If you're looking at the trauma inventories, then obviously if you're talking about would the test be different before and after the traumatic incident, whatever it is, yes, definitely, because they theoretically wouldn't have been exposed to trauma beforehand. If you're talking about personality tests and others, then yes, they can be impacted too, because if that changes your personality, like let's say you're not really depressed before this incident, and then now afterwards, for whatever reason, you're severely depressed, that scale can go up. So yes, your scales can vary depending on pretty significant events going on in your life or in your environment.
Please discuss the high and low scales on the validity side of page 2 on the MMPI test.
Are we allowed to put it back up to do that?
Yes.
Okay. We did some of that already, but I'll go over it again. So the normal range down here, so these are actually just telling you whether the person is consistent in their responses, and it's saying the person basically is. And this scale, the FP, is indicating whether the person has any kind of psychotic. In other words, are they answering the question similar to the way somebody who might be psychotic or out of touch with reality might? And it's saying no. So, and then the L scale is actually termed the lie scale. Is somebody really answering these questions in a way that's distorting their answers? And it's saying no. K is defensive. Are they afraid to disclose anything going on? Again, no. S is a little bit in the lower average range. It has more to do with whether the person feels superior, has good self-image, and this is saying this person is definitely in the average to low average. So your elevated scales are these. Over here, the F is the one we mentioned, which is the one that could be exaggerating symptoms or under severe distress or a cry for help. You don't know. It could be any of those. FB is just looking at those same questions on the second half of the test. So it's basically saying, does this person answering the first, remember this is 506, well you don't necessarily remember, but it's 567 questions, so it's a lot. So this is looking at consistency. Are they giving you roughly the same type of responses at the beginning of the half of the test to the second half? And this one, this FBS, which is the highest, is symptom severity. It's indicating that this person is displaying or exhibiting or expressing lots of symptoms.
You stated it is not appropriate to use an old test if a new version has come out. Is it like that for everything? For example, Dr. Samuel stated he did not purchase the new DSM and was using information based on the old version. Does this cause any concern?
Well, DSM is not a test. It's like a diagnostic manual. It's the things we use to make diagnoses. So it's giving you the criteria. So if I think somebody has PTSD, for example, then it tells you what has to happen, what behaviors, what symptoms to diagnose PTSD. It's like a guide for all mental health professionals on how you come up with a diagnosis, whether it's borderline or PTSD or anxiety or depression. So it doesn't affect testing. It's not the same. If you're diagnosing based on an outdated version, that's not really the best idea, especially if things have changed. It's going to become more complicated because next month a DSM-5 is coming out. So all of us are going to have to learn some changes, and there are some changes in the diagnostic code. So there's a time period, though, where we're allowed to get trained and learn. But if it's way in the past, it's not considered the same as a test, but it's not the best idea. It's not a good thing.
Do you know how many questions were changed on the TSI-2 compared to the TSI-1?
Oh, good question. There are, I believe, 20 more questions that were added, and I think, 20 completely, no, that's not right. Let me rephrase. I think there was like 26 questions that are either new or rewritten, 6 that were either rewritten or taken out. So I believe the new version now is 120 questions. So there were some changes. It's not like a major overhaul, but it was reasonably significant.
Are you saying that the PDS survey can be viewed as valid even if the client misstates what the trauma was and or who perpetrated the trauma?
Well, valid, we've already said that there's no validity scale, so that's hard to use that term because it's pretty specific in our profession. There's two different things. If they, as the prosecutor was saying, if they lied about what the event is, then yes, that's important. If they, even lying, end up filling this out indicating PTSD, then what is going on? I mean, that's what I would ask is, what if this didn't do it and they made that up, is there something else that did cause? Because now I'm getting results that are indicating this person has PTSD. Well, where is it coming from? So, and I think the analogy was a bear or a tiger or something. So if that didn't happen, did something else happen that either they didn't want to admit, didn't want to state, or may not have tuned into? But I would at least be up to me to find out why is this occurring? Why does this person show with PTSD? And I don't know the answer, but that would be up to what the evaluator should find out. You can't just say, okay, they made this up, so I'm ignoring everything else. You still got to figure out why they're saying they have these symptoms. And do they know enough, and that was the issue that was raised, to fake it. Not only to fake it, but to be consistent on others. That's why you don't use one test. You look at a variety of tests to look for consistency. And then it's up to the evaluator to try to put these pieces together to come up with the right picture. Not always easy.
You stated that a lack of apparent hemorrhage from the gunshot wound to the brain indicates lack of significant injury to the brain. Can it also mean it occurred after death, therefore no active bleeding?
I don't know how, can the hemorrhage, could you read that last part again?
Can it also mean it occurred after death, therefore no active bleeding?
I'm going to have to assume that means the gunshot occurred after death.
Yes.
Depends on how far after, because there's still blood in the brain and in the body, so you may not get as much hemorrhaging, but even after death, if something is going through tissue, then it's leaving a path or destroying tissue or something. You just may not have lots of hemorrhaging, but there's usually some type of damage, whether it's before or after, unless it's so far after that essentially there's no blood left in the brain, then you wouldn't see hemorrhaging, but you would still likely see damage.
Is it your belief that a gunshot to the front of the head, specifically the brain, at a very short distance would not be able to immediately drop a person?
To the front side, depends on the caliber. I mean, some of those studies I mentioned, they had shotguns or large caliber guns that essentially went in and just really wiped out the brain. Those cases did incapacitate. But even with large caliber or shotguns that were at a distance, it didn't incapacitate. So it really, to incapacitate, more of those go through the side, because then they go through both the motor strips, and that's what incapacitates. Assuming, again, we haven't hit the spinal cord or the brainstem back here, which is a separate issue, because that will do it. But just the brain itself, something coming in, it would have to be a pretty major damage in the brain that would spread to the motor strips to incapacitate somebody. Again, using the incapacitate meaning couldn't move arms or legs.
You told us that you are not receiving any compensation for this case. Are any of the organizations that you are associated with receiving any financial compensation or consideration from this case?
The Institute on Violence, Abuse, and Trauma, or the Family Violence and Sexual Assault Institute, that bills out for our services. Our general rate is $250 an hour, but we have sliding scales because we're nonprofit. So in this particular case, we started working in November. Then we worked for a few months, and then we didn't do anything. So we also bill out differently. Because we have a whole team, including, I mentioned, interns and postdocs, we bill out for them at like $85 an hour, 1/3 of the rate. But we still do have a sliding scale. So in all the work we've done in this case, which myself and others, which is probably 70, 80 hours, including the trip here today, I think the final bill would probably end up being somewhere around $13,000, $14,000. And that money goes back into the Institute, not in a particular for a particular service. It goes back in the Institute that helps fund all the different things we do, along with everything else we do. This is a small part of our operation. The clinical and forensic services is probably only about 20% of our budget with all the other things we do.
When testing tests or renorming, are there attempts to manipulate or lie on the tests to see if it is possible to direct the outcome of those tests? Please explain.
Yes, in fact, one of the studies that the prosecutor was handing me and talking about was a particular study getting people to pretend they have a disorder. Like that particular one was borderline. There's others that say, pretend you have these symptoms or malinger. Part of these validity scales here are created from research and looked at with people who try to fake it and see if the test picks it up. And it's revised based on the ability to detect those people and distinguish those people from others. So that is always ongoing. That's why these validity scales on all these tests are so important, because it gives you more confidence as a psychologist or clinician that the results are correct.
Do you feel it is possible to manipulate the MMPI, MCMI, PDS, or TSI? Please explain.
Well, I got to answer that two ways. Manipulating one test as opposed to 4 or 5 tests is a different story. So with my knowledge of psychology in these tests, I could probably manipulate it to come out a certain way because I've been using these for so many years. Or somebody who has the training that I do. Assuming we don't, then unfortunately you can go on the internet now and they'll tell you some things about the MMPI, or I don't know if they have the TSI on there. I haven't seen that one. But there are tests where people tell other people how to fake it, or try to. But the reason to give a whole battery of tests is imagine what you, if you're trying to fake it, and do it in a way that doesn't show up as faking, would have to do to end up answering, say, 800 or 900 questions over several hours. Or if you're given a test now in 6 months or a year or two, remembering, if you're faking it, what you said before to get you the same profile. That's really unlikely. But that is the reason you don't just give one test, because it is easier to malinger or fake one test than a whole battery. That's why if one test indicates something and the others don't, you don't put as much weight in it. You don't go crazy over that one. When you get a consistent pattern, that really reduces the likelihood of somebody either faking it or something that's not real. That means you have to pay attention to it. Or, I'll rephrase it, you should pay attention to it if you're doing an appropriate professional job.
If Dr. DeMarte had additional evidence, such as interviews, journal entries, etc., to support her opinion of borderline personality disorder, would you expect to see that in her report?
Yes.
Did she include that information in her report?
She included a little bit. She included some of the things that she indicated that she found in her interviews or records that she indicated would support borderline. In her report, most of these had to do with things after the incident. I shouldn't say that. After the interaction with Mr. Alexander. So there's a lot of things she quoted in there. And again, I don't know. I don't know if they're accurate, not accurate. I don't know what people actually said or testified. But based on her report, she indicated some of the things that she said supported borderline. If they indeed are accurate and they could be shown to go back, and not just one or two. In other words, borderline actually has like 9 criteria, and you have to meet 5 of it. But you can't meet one of it when you're 14, and one of it when you're 25, and 3 when you're 28, or whatever the age is, and then lump them all together. You have to have this pattern going back to adolescence, early adulthood that continued prior to the event. So if you have that, then that would be an appropriate diagnosis. But the second part of that is, that doesn't give you the right to then eliminate.
Sustained. With regard to criminal cases you have been associated with, is it common for defendants to score high on anxiety in any test prior to a trial?
It's reasonably common if it's close by. It depends on how far away the trial is. But elevated versus clinically significant aren't always the same. If they're having a significant anxiety reaction, which would...
Sustained. Shouldn't you consider the possibility that the years spent in jail and the possibility of a death sentence or life imprisonment will show up in your tests as anxiety, stress, etc.? Why do you assume that these traits were caused by the events that occurred in 2008?
I'm not assuming anything. I don't know specifically what caused those results. That wasn't my role. I didn't evaluate her. I don't know what the other evidence that you've probably heard is. So I can't make that conclusion or decision. So I'm not assuming that. I'm telling you that these tests...
Sustained. When you evaluated these tests, did you know they were Jodi's or were they anonymous?
No, I knew they were Jodi's. I didn't know her or anything about, but I knew it was from this case.
Had you heard of the case prior to evaluating the tests?
No.
Do you think what you knew of the case or Jodi could have affected how you interpreted the tests?
If I knew about the details of the case, there is the potential for bias, especially if there's a particular agenda I had. But as I said, when I was asked to be involved in this case, I was basically given tests. I really didn't know anything about it. I mean, it became very clear that she was on trial for murder, for killing her ex-boyfriend, but I didn't even know the details, and neither did my staff. That wasn't even part of what we were looking at. We were looking very specifically at the test, and then over time, we found out a little bit more, but I wouldn't even venture to say I know what's gone on in the last 4 or 5 months.
All right, are there any other questions? There appears to be another one in the basket. Counsel, please approach. Are there any other questions from the jurors? Looks like there is another. Please approach. Some additional questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Do bullets always travel in a straight line when going through a human body, or is there the possibility that a bullet can change its trajectory by deflection?
Yes, if it hits something, it can.
If there is the possibility of change of trajectory, can you give us with 100% certainty what the exact path of the bullet was?
I could not.
You indicated that the act of leaving out the summary scales on the TSI did not indicate Dr. DeMarte had an inadequate understanding of the TSI, nor did you receive any materials that indicated this. Was there something else that left you with the impression that Dr. DeMarte had an inadequate understanding of the TSI or any of the other tests you reviewed? Please explain.
I was informed, because I didn't hear her testimony or know what she said. I was informed by the defense counsel that when asked about the summary scales, she did not know what they were or that they existed, and challenged the defense counsel on their existence or that there was such a thing. Not using it under an explanation is one thing. Not even knowing they exist.
Overruled. You may complete your answer.
Not using it or not knowing about it was of more concern to me. I mean, somebody can choose and say, okay, I'm not going to do this, and here's why. That wouldn't mean they at least know it and making an informed decision, so I then wouldn't have made such a comment. But also using it to try to then diagnose borderline and to ignore all the trauma symptoms is inappropriate. That suggests to me that this person is not really trained in either the issue of trauma or at least or the MMPI inventory. Similar with the MMPI, not using, not knowing about, or saying that all those supplemental scales we saw, content, are not supported by research or others is completely wrong. There are entire books that have been written over many, many years just on the MMPI by some of the psychologists and researchers who have been working on this their lifetime that shows all the research with all these scales. And so, again, if you say, I'm not going to pay attention for this reason, that's one thing. Not knowing how it's to be used is really a problem. And it makes somebody else like me wonder, are you really trained and know how to really utilize these instruments?
Follow up, Ms. Wilmot.
You were asked questions, Dr. Geffner, about Dr. Samuels using the DSM-4 versus an updated version.
Oh, I didn't say, this is an older version. I assumed that meant DSM-3.
Oh, okay. Well, if Dr. Samuels actually used the DSM-4 instead of the TR, DSM-4 TR, is there a difference between the two that is going to cause a problem?
Not as much. I may have misunderstood. The DSM-3 definitely had major changes. The TR did have some minor changes. It's not as big a deal, but it's still, you should use the most current one.
Okay. And does the TR have any major changes with regard to the criteria of PTSD?
No, the TR version really didn't change the criteria for PTSD.
So if Dr. Samuels used the DSM-4 instead of the DSM-4 TR for PTSD, is there a problem with that?
No, not likely. I mean, I'd have to actually go back. It's been a while since I looked at DSM-4, but my recollection is that that didn't lead to any major changes in criterion or diagnosis.
All right. And with regard to the PDS test, if a person answers the PDS test as though there's a trauma, okay? So in other words, they're answering questions. Do you need to review something?
No, I'm
Okay.
just getting organized, sorry.
All right. So if a person answers questions with regard to the PDS test as though there is a trauma, okay, as though they suffered from a trauma.
Yes.
But it turns out that there is absolutely no trauma at all, okay? Is that a problem for you? Would that create validity problems with regard to the PDS test?
Well, it would create questions. If somebody is showing up with PTSD and there's no identified trauma, then the question is, what is going on? You know, why are they showing trauma symptoms? Did they have a trauma that they're not admitting to, a different event, or, you know, I mean, I don't have an answer for that, but that's the question I would need to answer in order to then dismiss that test. It's just unusual to say that there's no trauma anywhere, yet they show up with PTSD. That's harder to reconcile.
Okay. Then is that different than if somebody answers questions on the PDS test about a trauma and specifically listing that a trauma occurred with regard to being assaulted and having their life threatened? Does it matter to you if that assault occurred by a stranger or by someone they knew? Does that invalidate the test?
Yes, we have some elements.
That was the question.
No, it matters because you want to be accurate, but it doesn't change then that whatever this person is referring to, whether it was a stranger or somebody they knew, caused this reaction. So the question would be to go back and find out, first, what is the event that actually occurred? Second is there a particular reason that person listed something else instead of what it was? But it wouldn't then, quote, invalidate the test. It would mean that whatever that person was referring to did cause this trauma, but we need to find out what that is.
Okay. And the results of the PDS test in this case, did she meet the criteria for PTSD?
Yes.
And is that consistent with the other tests that you reviewed with regard to the MMPI, the MCMI, and the TSI, two of them?
Yes, they were all consistent with an anxiety or trauma type of diagnosis or disorder.
Okay. You were asked questions about being able to manipulate tests. You remember that?
Yes.
And with regard to having, let's say, for example, these TSI tests, that there are two that are given by two different healthcare providers, right? Mental
Yes.
health people. And they're given a year and a half apart from one another. Is that right?
Yes.
And for their scales to be similar, to have similar elevations and similar results between the two TSI tests, what does that tell you about manipulating the tests or faking them?
Well, first thing is you look at the validity scales. If the validity scales were elevated and it meant it wasn't valid, then you would worry about faking or something. With them being valid and two similar profiles over that long a time period with two different examiners, it would lend quite a bit of support to that being an accurate portrayal of what's going on with the person. That'd be very hard to fake that the same way a year and a half later.
Okay, and with regard to when the TSI test given by Dr. DeMarte that we've discussed today, that particular test was referencing a certain time period, wasn't it?
Yes,
What was the time period that that test was referencing?
2007, 2008.
Okay. And is that before Ms. Arias was arrested even?
That's my understanding.
Okay. All of these tests, you'd agree, right, that we're in currently, what is it, May 1st of 2013, right?
Yes,
Okay. So all of these tests were conducted over, what, a 2-year period you told us before?
yes, ma'am.
And what's that 2-year period?
2009 to 2011.
Okay. So the most recent test then was given at least 2 years ago? Or close to 2 years ago?
Well, a year and a half. That's bordering, getting close to 2 years, yes.
Okay. And the furthest test, the earliest test that was given is about 4 years ago, close to 4 years ago. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay. And is that before, long before we've started this trial, obviously, right?
that's my understanding.
Okay. And regardless of when these tests are given, is there a pattern of consistency between all the tests, starting in 2009 up to 2011?
Yes.
And that pattern of consistency tells you what?
Well, it makes it more likely that whatever it's saying is correct and accurate and should be dealt with or diagnosed or looked at in more detail. It goes back to the working hypothesis. It tends to have more support for that hypothesis.
If there's, when we talk about, you were asked questions about borderline personality and what Dr. DeMarte reviewed in her, or noted in her report.
Yes, ma'am.
Other factors. And you talked about needing a pattern of criteria that supports borderline prior to a traumatic event. Is that right?
In order to diagnose it separately.
Okay. And in the report that you reviewed from Dr. DeMarte, does some of the criteria that she uses to support her hypothesis or her diagnosis of borderline, is some of that criteria when Ms. Arias knew or was involved with Mr. Alexander?
Apparently based on what was reported by Dr. DeMarte.
And regardless of whether or not there's a diagnosis of borderline personality, you started to explain to us about that, something about you still can't exclude. Do you know what you were going to say?
Yes.
What is it that?
You can have the board.
Same objection.
Approach.
You may ask.
So, what were you going to answer about you still can't exclude what?
I was going to say, you can't exclude the anxiety or PTSD. You can indicate and say that yes, it appears this person, based on records and everything else, has borderline personality. But unless you have particular reasons, that doesn't negate the PTSD trauma. So all the tests that still show that, you'd have to explain. So you can't say, oh, she has borderline personality or paranoid personality, so I'm forgetting all the other stuff. What would be more appropriate, if you believe that, is to have perhaps two diagnoses: borderline personality that preceded the event, and either post-traumatic stress or an anxiety disorder or something in addition. Or you'd have to really justify why all these consistent results are being ignored.
Okay. And you were asked a question about bullets and their path of travel. If it hits something, can it change direction because of deflection?
Yes.
Is this your particular specialty?
No.
Okay. But can you tell us, with your specialty, as far as your knowledge of what the different centers of the brain do, if in this case we have a bullet that is going in on the right-hand side just over the eyebrow and eventually being lodged into the left cheek, okay?
Yes.
And we know that the medical examiner said that it went through his sinuses, right?
Yes.
Based on that information, can you tell us where the bullet would have had to have traveled, maybe have been deflected, to make this person incapacitated?
It would have to somehow, well, two things. One is it would have to have been deflected through both the right and the left motor strips to incapacitate them. If there's any other thing, like couldn't speak, couldn't talk, and others, that'd be other areas of the brain. Whatever you're saying that the person could not do, then those are the areas of the brain that would need to have been impaired, damaged, or injured to then cause that kind of incapacitation or reaction.
And the motor strips are located more in the center of the brain?
Yeah, technically it's called frontal parietal. It's sort of in the center but inside also on both sides that I was showing on that diagram that we had up.
Okay, and if we were going to have an arrow pointing from where the bullet entered to where the bullet eventually was lodged, would that arrow in any way touch those motor sensory areas? Those motor areas?
Not to my knowledge.
And this is all assuming that Dr. Horn's medical examination report was incorrect when he stated that the dura mater was intact, right?
Yes.
If we were to assume that a bullet went through the brain, we'd have to also assume that Dr. Horn was incorrect and wrong when he said that the dura mater was intact.
It would have to have gone through it to get into the brain. If you're coming from the outside and you're getting to the inside, you've got to go through the stuff in the middle, which is the dura mater. So, yes, one of those two things aren't consistent.
All right, thank you. Nothing further.
Martinez.
Sir, one of the things that you told us was that there was a pattern of consistency between the tests, right?
Yes, sir.
Well, let's start with the PDS. Question 14 and the answer to number 4. You've been told over and over that that was a lie.
Objection misstates the
Testimony.
Overruled.
Okay? So we have the PDS that starts out with the lie. Then if we take a look at what we have here in the Elmer, which is 631, and you take a look over here at the validity scales, those are elevated, right?
One of them is, yes.
Well,
The F scale with the FBS are elevated, yes.
I'm asking about the validity scales. They are elevated, right? You're talking about the F scales. Aren't they elevated?
Yes, 2 of the scales are elevated.
And that means that there's an issue as to whether or not there's malingering there, right?
It's a caution you want to look
Sure,
at.
it can be the issue of secondary gain, right?
Yes, sir.
So if we're talking about somebody who now on 2 tests has already lied, the pattern is that this person is lying, isn't it?
Objection misstates his testimony.
Testimony.
Overruled.
Any answer?
Isn't that what the pattern is?
No, because you just used the word lie. The lie scale is actually not one of the ones that was elevated. What was elevated was one that talks about either exaggerating symptoms or symptom severity. So
Sir.
that's different from lying.
So you're saying that somebody who do you go to the Alice Laviolette school
Objection
that,
argumentative. And move to strike.
with regard to exaggeration, sir? So you're saying, for example, that if somebody exaggerates something, they're still telling the truth, right?
They might be, but it depends on how much they're exaggerating. That's a continuum.
So it's their degrees of exaggeration that determine, so when does the exaggeration become a lie for you? Is it 10%, 15%, 20%?
Objection beyond scope.
Overruled.
There is not a percent where it moves into one or the other that you can define the way you do. When you have something exaggerated, it means that there's other things you have to do to look at it, and you need to be cautious. But exaggeration doesn't mean it's either incorrect or a lie. It means this person is displaying many symptoms.
Didn't you just tell me that it depends on the exaggeration? The answer to my question. Isn't that what you told me?
That was the answer to the prior question, yes.
And so I'm asking you, what standard do you use to determine when an exaggeration, in your mind, becomes a lie?
They're not the same thing.
I'm not asking if they're the same thing, am I?
Well, yeah, you are. You're saying when does an exaggeration become a lie?
Lie.
They're not the same thing.
I'm not asking if they're the same thing, am I?
Well, yeah, you are. You're saying when does an exaggeration become a lie? Hard time answering
All
because
right,
they're different.
Let's do it by way of example. Let's say that the prosecutor tells you that he's 6 foot tall. Is that an exaggeration or is that a lie?
If we're talking about in this particular
This
case,
prosecutor here, right.
it would likely be both.
Oh, so then a lie can also be an exaggeration, right?
Objection relevance beyond scope.
Overruled.
It can be.
So when does it become a lie if we're talking about this prosecutor? What if he says he's 6'2"?
I don't know if there's a definitive cutoff that I would know about.
So what you're saying is anybody can exaggerate as much as they want, and to you, that never becomes a lie.
No, I did not say that at all.
Well, you're looking at the prosecutor. Do you believe that this prosecutor is 6 foot tall?
I don't believe so, no.
So if this prosecutor told you that he was 6 foot tall and said, I'm exaggerating, would that be the truth? Or would that be a lie, or would that be an exaggeration?
Objection relevant to the code.
Overruled.
If the prosecutor said he was 6 foot tall
Right,
and was
6'2".
6'2" and was exaggerating, what was then the question?
No, you indicated to me that that was an exaggeration. If this prosecutor told you he was 6'2", right?
It could be either.
And you said it could be either. When then, in your opinion, does it become, this exaggeration, become a lie?
I don't know if there's a specific cutoff that you could say like 5'8", 5'9". I wouldn't have a specific criteria that I would move from one to the other. I
Well,
think you have
we're
to
not-
look at the context.
You've now introduced something else. We're not talking about 5'8" or 5'9". I said 6'2". Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Objection just acts and answered beyond the scope.
Approach, please.
Of when an exaggeration becomes a lie. In this particular example that we have here, exhibit number 631, we have what we call the validity scale, right?
Yes, sir.
And there's an indication that there's an exaggeration as to 2 of those scales, right?
Potential.
Well, they are clinical, aren't they?
Yes, but as in-
Yes or no? Are they clinical?
Yes,
They are above the threshold, right?
they're above the clinical level.
Right, the clinical level, which is 7, which is what? The little line that we have there, right?
Yes, sir.
What's the number for that line?
65. Yes, sir.
And they are above that line, 2 of them, right?
Yes, sir.
So if you, in this case, you not only have 1, but you have 2 of the scales that are indicating that there's an exaggeration here, right?
No.
You only have 1 then that indicates an exaggeration?
No, they give you 3 possible indicators, which is what I tried to explain, but you cut me off. Those 2 don't just look at exaggeration. They give you 3 alternative possibilities when they're in the clinical level, one of which is exaggeration.
Right. And what you're choosing to do as you sit there on the witness stand is ignore the exaggeration and just look at the other 2, right?
No, sir.
Well, let's talk about the exaggeration. That's what I want. Would you agree with me that 2 of them could be exaggeration, right?
Yes.
And exaggeration is the same thing or akin to or is in the same neighborhood as a lie, right?
No, I actually think
So
I'm
the
going to
answer is
have...
no.
The answer would be no.
And is there ever a time where you would consider that an exaggeration, as we have on the MMPI, would be considered a lie? Ever?
I probably would not use the term lie with an elevation on the F scale. Would not be appropriate to use that term for that scale.
So the answer is never, correct? For
Yeah,
you?
correct.
Now, with regard to this PDS test that was administered, you're familiar with that, right?
Yes, sir.
What you told us was that, well, if somebody gave me a lie with regard to the event that triggered or that is being used sort of as the basis for the post-traumatic stress disorder, what you indicated that you would do is, rather than saying, wow, this person is lying to me, and they may be lying about their trauma, what you said is, the trauma is valid, I want to know why they lied, right?
No, that is not what I stated.
Could it then be the possibility that if they lied about the event that supposedly caused this trauma, that it could also be true that they lied about the symptoms, right?
Yes, could be true.
So if we have a PDS test that has those supposedly caused this trauma, that it could also be true that they lied about the symptoms, right?
Yes, could be true.
So if we have a PDS test that has those, consider it valid, right?
No, the valid is not the correct word to use
So
on that.
in this case, you've seen the PDS test, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you consider it valid, yes or no?
I can't answer that yes or no.
Well, why can't you answer it yes or no? You know, assuming the hypothetical, that the event involving two individuals is untrue. That's what we all know. She said that it wasn't true.
Well,
Assume that. No, assuming the hypothetical that the event involving two individuals is untrue. The answer? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm asking you to assume that the answer to question 14, when she marked number 4, was a total lie.
yes, sir.
Okay, assume that is the course of events in this case. Even with that, you're saying that this test is still valid, exhibit number 550.
No, I am not.
So then, if that's the case, if there was a lie as to that particular question, then it is something that would call into question the validity of this test, right?
You're using the word validity again, and it's not appropriate. It would call into question the results of the test, yes.
So it would call into question the results of this test that indicated post-traumatic stress disorder, right?
Correct.
And if it did that, and then we have the elevated scales here, that would further call this evaluation or this person, the validity of this MMPI. Wouldn't that also be called into question if you also have, as a precursor to that, an invalid result?
No, you just now confused two things. This profile that you just saw, or that we have up there, is not an invalid profile. In fact, when you run the computer scoring, it says it's a valid profile, and it tells you what cautions. So this being a valid profile with various cautions is separate from saying that that one is invalid, and therefore this is now invalid too. You're again mixing apples and oranges.
What you're saying then is that exhibit number 631
Yes.
is a valid result, right?
Yes.
It's a valid result with a concern that there may be an exaggeration.
Among other things.
So one of the other things that you also told us was that you were talking about the DSM-3. Do you remember being asked about that?
Just recently, yes.
Yeah, that DSM-3 came out 10 years ago, didn't it?
I think it was longer than that.
All right, how long ago did that come out?
Boy, I'd have to look. I thought it was in the 90s. DSM-3, I believe, was in the 90s. I don't actually remember. It's been so long.
It's a book that's probably no longer in print, right?
Probably not.
And now the book that people that are in this field use is DSM-4-TR, right?
Generally, yes.
And so with regard to one of the other tests that you talked about, the TSI, do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
The TSI, there was the TSI-1 and the TSI-2, right?
Yes, sir.
In this particular case, the TSI-1, when was it administered by Janine DeMarte?
Summer of 2011.
You have a month.
I can look if you want.
Please look.
It indicates on the test August of 2011.
All right, and when did the
March of 2011.
So February of 2011, right?
Yes, sir.
And the difference there is 6 months, right?
Approximately.
Wouldn't you agree that 6 months is a whole heck of a lot shorter period than 10 years?
Yes, sir.
And wouldn't you agree that in those 10 years, with regard to the other book that we're talking about,
Objection, Judge, may we approach?
Finish your question.
with regard to those 10 years, wouldn't you agree that there are changes in this book that was published at least 10 years before?
All right, thank you.
How about the DSM-4? When was it published?
The 4TR was probably
No, DSM-4, not TR.
in the 1990s. I don't remember the exact date.
When did the DSM-4 TR come out?
I believe it was around 2000 in that area,
So what we're talking about is a difference there about 10 years, right?
between DSM-3 and...
No, the DSM-4.
I don't think it was quite that long. I think DSM-4 was probably about somewhere around the mid-90s. It was probably at least 5 years. That's my recollection. I actually haven't looked at the date of the DSM-4 in a long time.
You're a psychologist, right?
Yes, sir.
And one of the Bibles, if you will, to diagnose somebody is the DSM, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so you are familiar with this book intimately, right?
Well, I wouldn't say intimately. Yes, I'm familiar with it.
And why wouldn't you be intimate with it? Isn't that the type of work that you do?
Well, no, we don't actually do a lot of diagnoses right now, but by intimate, that almost sounds like I have it memorized. I don't. I use it when I need to diagnose, and I know how to use the criteria, but I don't memorize it.
Do you know whether or not they're published about once every 10 years?
Well, the one that's coming out now is going to come out in 2013. That's going to be probably more like 12, 13 years from the last one.
And so, and the last one was what? DSM-4 TR, right?
Yes, sir.
And before the DSM-4 TR was DSM-4, right?
Yes, sir.
So if we're talking about this space of time, DSM-4 TR, right?
Yes, sir.
And before the DSM-4 TR was DSM-4, right?
Yes, sir.
So if we're talking about this space of time from between the DSM-4 to the 2013, how many years would you say?
To really remember when the 4 came out, as I said, I don't really recall the copyright of the 4.
And there are changes to the book when it's sent out, right?
You mean published?
Published, right?
Yes, sir.
And so part of the reason that it's republished is because these changes are reflective of the ongoing research, for example, correct?
That would be one good reason, yes.
And that's the same reason for the TSI, right?
You mean the revision?
Right, the TSI 1 to the TSI 2, right?
Yes, sir.
And what you're saying is that if somebody gave the TSI 1, just because they gave the TSI 1 6 months before after the TSI 2 came out, are you saying that it's invalid?
No, I'm saying it's getting out of date, and the question is, why would you do it?
Pardon?
No, I said it's out of date, why would you use it? And that would be the question that I would ask if somebody was doing that.
You were asked about the materials reviewed by Janine DeMarte and about her borderline personality disorder. Are you familiar with the term personality disorder, NOS?
Yes.
That's borderline personality not otherwise specified, correct?
Yes.
That's in the family of borderline personality disorders, right?
Well, no, you got it backwards. You have it backwards.
How do I have it backwards?
Personality disorder, NOS, is a general personality
Right.
disorder. Borderline would be a subset of it. The personality disorder, NOS, would not be a subset of borderline, it'd be the other way around.
So in other words, what you're saying to me is that personality disorder is the umbrella, correct?
If you cannot determine a specific disorder, but you think that there is a personality disorder, but it doesn't specifically meet all the criteria, then sometimes that's a catch-all to say there is a personality disorder, but I can't really specify.
And all the way through this, we've been talking about all these tests, and you've been saying, well, there are characteristics of PTSD, right?
Yes.
Did you know that Dr. Samuels actually
Objection beyond the scope.
with regard to, you've indicated, as we've been going, that you believe that post-traumatic stress disorder is characteristic of these tests, correct?
It's consistent with...
Consistent, right? And
Yes,
you
sir.
know that that was Dr. Samuel's result. You knew that, right?
I think I did know that from Dr. DeMarte's report.
So you did know that. Were you also familiar with the rest of the documentation where Dr. Samuels actually indicates that this case could be a case of personality disorder, NOS, that needed to be investigated? Did you know anything about that?
No, sir.
You had conversations with the defense attorneys, didn't you?
Objection beyond the scope.
Overruled.
Didn't you?
Judge, may we approach? You may.
You spoke with the defense counsel about Janine DeMarte, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, they gave you information about Janine DeMarte, right?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, that information that they gave you about Janine DeMarte was the reason that it caused you to come in here and indicate that she was not trained with regard to some of these tests, right?
Partially.
Well, you talked about her report, right?
Yes.
And you...
I'd have to go back and look at the report. I mean, I didn't state that. I'm trying to think if that's still accurate, if there's nothing in the report. I'd have to go back and look at the report. I mean, I didn't state that. I'm trying to think if that's still accurate, if there's nothing in the report that would have indicated that. I have to go back and look at how she interpreted the MMPI and TSI and to see if in the report she indicated that those were No, I need to retract. In her report, she talked about a floating profile, and that was the reason the MMPI indicated borderline personality. So that would not be correct. And that would be a part of the suggestion that about either training and other things.
So when you told us a different answer earlier, that's your mistake then, right?
What was the different answer?
The previous answer to the questions was that there was nothing in report or anywhere else, anything that suggested that Dr. Janine DeMarte did not have the sufficient training with regard to these tests. Do you remember telling us that?
That was...
Yes or no?
I don't remember saying it the way you just did. That was a question about the TSI, and I indicated...
All right, with
that.
regard to the TSI, weren't you asked about that question involving it? No, there was nothing either in her report, there was nothing in any other data that suggested to me that she was not trained in this. Do you remember telling me that?
No, sir.
You don't remember saying that to the jury previously?
Not about all the other tests.
No,
about
I'm
the-
talking about this particular test involving the floating profiles. Do you remember telling us that?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
Do you remember telling us that?
That there was nothing in her report about the floating profile?
Sir, we talked about her report.
Yes, sir.
Janine DeMarte's report, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember that I asked you, with regard to her report, whether or not there was anything in that report that suggested to you that she didn't know or lacked the training with regard to these?
Answer reflected the TSI. I don't recall you asking me about the floating
All right,
profile
so
or
it's
the other
about the
things.
TSI then.
Correct.
And so in this, and the TSI, is this?
Answer reflected the TSI. I don't recall you asking me about the floating
All right,
profile
so
or
it's
the other.
about indicated to us as part of the questioning that part of the reason that you believe that she lacked the training with regard to these scales or this test was based on what the defense attorneys told you, right?
Yes.
But now you then want to talk about something else, right? That she, about some other test, right?
I thought you were now generalizing it to the other tests.
Do you want to, no, my question to you is, isn't it true that now you started to talk about the MMPI, right?
I thought that's what you asked me.
No,
If I
then you thought
misinterpret-
wrong then, right?
Evidently, I'm not clear exactly what you're asking
So
me.
the only test where you believe that she didn't have any training with,
Yeah,
no,
if I
then you thought
misinterpret-
wrong then, right?
Evidently, I'm not clear exactly what you're asking
So
me.
the only test where you believe that she didn't have any training with,
Could you ask again?
and with regard to the TSI, so that we're clear,
To the report?
TSI.
No, no.
I'm
Are we-
talking about the TSI only,
Oh,
right?
and could you ask again?
And with regard to the TSI, so that we're clear, there's nothing in the report or any other data that suggests she needed training, she being Janine DeMarte,
Not in the report, that is correct.
and in any other data that you received, correct?
I think that's likely correct because I don't recall records that it would indicate that.
But because of what the defense attorneys told you, now you do have an opinion that she lacked training, right?
In part, also in part to the interpretation of the TSI
Sir, do you remember being asked that question by the jury?
by
Do you
the
remember?
jury.
Yes. And you don't remember being asked this question about the jury, about whether or not why you thought Janine DeMarte lacked training? Do you remember being asked that by?
Yes, I do.
And do you remember your answer?
I think so.
And do you remember that after that there was follow-up by defense counsel?
Yes, sir.
And the issue was laid out that you actually talked to them, right?
Yes, sir.
And at that time you indicated, oh, it was because of what they told me that I decided, or I realized that she lacked training. Do you remember saying that?
Yes, sir.
You also talked about compensation for the case. You're saying that that this case, you are getting paid for this case, right?
I'm not. Our institute, well, theoretically, our institute is.
Well, while you're out here, you're getting paid your wage, right?
That is correct.
How much do you make a year?
I make $117,500.
And your wage is being paid today when you came out here, right?
That is correct.
So the institute, it's not like you're not getting paid to come in here though, right? In other words, you are getting paid whether you're there or you're here. Your time, even though you're still getting paid, your time is still going to be billed for the time that you were here, right?
Yes, the institute bills.
And how much for your time are we going to be billed? What is the hourly wage that is going to be billed?
It's $250 an hour. You're talking about for today? Because
For
it changed.
today in court as you testify.
It's $250 an hour, or it maxes at $2,500 a day.
Do you remember that you previously testified?
Change.
Today in court as you testify.
It's $250 an hour, or it maxes at $2,500 a day.
Do you remember that you previously testified in other proceedings involving your work? Do you remember testifying?
Always.
Objection beyond the scope.
Approach.
Sir, do you remember testifying in the O'Rourke case that, on cross-examination, that you no longer treat patients?
I'm not sure if that,
Remember testifying in the O'Rourke case that, on cross-examination, that you no longer treat patients?
I'm not sure if that was in the Aurora case, in another case, but
Well,
yes.
648, take a look at the bottom paragraph.
Yes, sir?
It indicates that that's what you testified to, right?
Yes, sir.
And it indicates that you devote all your time to consulting work relating to your specialty, right?
Yes.
This is part of your specialty, correct? Testifying.
It's one part.
When you indicated that you devote all of your time to consulting work, weren't you indicating that the majority of your money came from testifying?
Oh, no. It's never been that way. It's always been a small part of what I do.
But you have testified in different jurisdictions, right?
Yes, sir.
One of the other things that you talked about was that in terms of the trajectory, that you could never be 100% sure as to what the trajectory could be, right?
Yes, sir.
And rods from one end to the other, correct?
They do a variety of things. Yes,
Pardon?
they do a variety of things, yes.
And you're aware that to do trajectory, they actually have rods that go in what is perceived as the entrance wound to where it actually, they believe the bullet may have come to
Yes, I have
right?
seen that.
But you don't do that sort of work, right?
No, sir.
You were also asked, well, in terms of the bleeding that was associated with this particular case, you indicated that in terms of the bleeding, couldn't it also be, in your experience, that the reason that there wasn't any bleeding along the track or where the shot to the head was because Mr. Alexander was already dead at the time he was shot, right?
That's what was asked.
And the answer is he could have been already, given your experience, he could have been dead at the time he was shot. And that would explain the lack of blood, right?
Yes, sir.
You also indicated that you really hadn't heard about this case prior to a couple of weeks ago. In other words, the facts of this case, or know anything about the case. Do you remember the jury asking you about that?
Yeah, they asked when I got involved. I said last November. I hadn't known I was testifying in this case until like a week and a half ago.
Judge, may we approach, please? were telling us about was that you were familiar with people who get shot in the head, correct?
Somewhat.
And you were also telling us that with regard to these individuals, you were telling us that unless they get shot in a very specific way, they are still able to ambulate, correct?
In general,
And sir, all of this information that you were giving to us involved you reading some articles, right?
plus the...
Correct?
In general,
And sir, all of this information that you were giving us is, and then you have some articles that you read, correct?
3 cases, articles read, workshops attended.
And workshops that you attended did not have any cadavers there, right?
That's correct.
So really what you, in terms of your knowledge of what you have here, would you agree that in terms of experience, your experience is lesser than an individual who actually conducts the autopsies and actually sees the effects of the gunshot wounds?
Objection foundation is to experience.
Overruled.
Yes, I would agree with that.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please go back to the jury room for approximately 10 minutes. Please remember the admonition.
Please stand for the jury.
Counsel, please approach. Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Mr. Martinez?
State County Court. Your name, sir?
Kevin Daniel Horn.
And you're the individual that conducted the medical examination of Travis Alexander, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you exhibits number 653 and 654, see if you recognize them.
Yes.
What are they?
They are photographs of the base of Travis Alexander's skull.
And do they also indicate or show the entry wound of the bullet?
The entry and the exit, yes.
I move for the admission of exhibit number 653 and 654.
No objection.
653 and 654 are admitted.
Sir, one of the things that you previously told us was that the trajectory of the wound. Sir, one of the things that you previously told us was that the trajectory of the wound, trajectory of a bullet. What can account for that? What is it that is that? What does that indicate to you?
Means the person may have already bled out from another injury or may have actually been deceased.
And the reason that you can say that he may have been deceased is why?
Just the lack of hemorrhage within the wound and the lack of vital reaction to the injury.
So, and if I remember right, you previously indicated that the heart stops pumping at the time of death.
And the lack of vital reaction to the injury.
So, and if I remember right, you previously indicated that the heart stops pumping at the time of death, and so that may account for that also, correct?
Yes.
Let's look at... thank you. What is this right here?
That is the entry point of the projectile into the right anterior fossa, which is the front part of the skull.
And what is the part of the brain that lays in this particular area?
The right frontal lobe.
Take a look at exhibit number 654. Is the part of the brain that lays in this particular area?
The right frontal lobe.
Take a look at exhibit number 654. We have two arrows that are pointing. Why was it significant enough to have those two arrows pointed?
It shows the
Back to exhibit number 653. This is what down here?
That is the center of the base of the skull. It's actually overlying the nasal cavity.
And the reason that we had arrows pointed here was why?
Well, normally there's intact bone there. There's a plate there, and it has been torn away by the bullet that has begun to tumble and deform. So that's why we have a larger exit point and a smaller entry point.
One of the things that you indicated was that the brain had the consistency of tapioca, I think was the way you...
Yes. Pudding, yes.
Yeah, pudding. If it had the consistency of this pudding and the frontal lobe is here, is that what would have the... I know it would be the whole brain, but in terms of the frontal lobe, would that also have the consistency of tapioca pudding?
Yes, the entire brain was decomposed, yes.
And is that one of the reasons that did that hinder you in attempting to find out what a trajectory was?
Yes, in addition to lack of hemorrhage in the wound to begin with. If the hemorrhage had still been there, I might have been able to identify that, even in a decomposed brain. But there was really no hemorrhage, and the brain was uniformly green-gray and soft.
And if there is no hemorrhaging there, that's what you previously indicated, could indicate that he was already dead.
Yes.
And if the bullet goes in this direction and the frontal lobe is there, is it your opinion, even though the brain was in that tapioca pudding kind of state, that you can at least give us an indication as to what the trajectory was? And I know previously you indicated something about simple geometry.
Yes, if you draw a line straight from the right front part of the head towards the left cheek, which is in this area here.
Go ahead and draw the line if you can. I don't know exactly how to work it.
Trajectory is this way, and the cheek is in this location. So the bullet ends up here. So you can see that it enters the skull here, and the reason why we have a larger fractured exit point is because the bullet has begun to tumble and deform, and you get a larger exit as the bullet is deformed by the bone.
So it isn't a situation where the bullet then goes down in this direction, but it actually keeps going this direction,
Yes,
correct?
it goes down below the skull into the face.
And if it goes down in that direction, do you have an opinion as to what going this direction,
Yes,
correct?
it goes down below the skull into the face.
And if it goes down in that direction, do you have an opinion as to what...
Nothing, because he was already dead.
Okay.
It's the first wound, and it's passing through his frontal lobe.
portion of his face?
If it had been the last wound, areas of brain even away from the frontal lobe, but this person would have collapsed.
Is there something to a bullet involving, for example, concussive effect? In other words, it's not just the item that's going through, but is there any sort of, for lack of a better term, radiation of energy that goes from there?
The bullet, as it passes through something soft, like brain, will create what's called a temporary cavity. And you see that in ballistic gelatin when you test fire a bullet through gelatin. You see it in the ballistics labs. And it's the same concept in the brain. You'll get a very large open area that squashes the brain around it into the skull around it, and then that will collapse back down. And it's the same concept in the brain. You'll get a very large open area that squashes the brain around it into the skull around it, and then that will collapse back down, and you may be able to see a wound track, but in this case we don't. But it damages areas of the brain away from the frontal lobe. Even only passing through that one part of the brain, other areas of the brain are involved and damaged.
And so if this was the first shot, what is your opinion as to whether or not Mr. Alexander would have been incapacitated?
He would have been incapacitated.
And would this have been an immediate sort of reaction, seconds?
Yes.
And by seconds, how many seconds would you indicate?
A second or two. He would have collapsed to the ground and been unresponsive.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Dr. Horn, how long does blood stay in a person's brain after they've died?
If there's an injury there, there should be blood visible.
Well, if there's no injury in the brain, how long is it going to take for somebody, for that brain, if somebody's bleeding out, how long is it going to take for that blood to leave the brain?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Well, you talked about the fact that there was no hemorrhage that you could see when you were looking through these. For that is the fact that maybe there was no blood left, right?
That he'd...
And when you talk about how you saw that there was no hemorrhaging, one of the reasons that you're giving us for that is the fact that maybe there was no blood left, right?
That he'd bled out from other injuries, yes.
Okay, so how long does it take to get to that point?
There's really no hemorrhage left in this track.
My question is, how long is it going to take?
With his injuries, seconds.
So in seconds, you expect that there is absolutely no blood left in the brain?
Yes.
Okay. And also, with regard to, we've talked about this brain and its consistency of tapioca, right?
Yes.
And regardless of what the consistency of tapioca, you this brain and its consistency of tapioca, right?
Yes.
And regardless of what the consistency of tapioca, you were able to actually take slices of it, weren't you?
Not slices. We put the brain in a pan to weigh it, and really this is like a liquid, almost a very soft, when I said I'm sectioning a decomposing brain.
So now you're telling me that it's completely liquefied?
I didn't say that. I said it was the consistency of pudding. It's very soft.
Well, if you didn't have it in this pan, it was going to run off the pan, like liquid, right?
It's like a sludge, yes. It's a pudding. I didn't say that. I said it was the consistency of pudding. It's very soft.
Well, if you didn't have it in this pan, it was going to run off the pan, like liquid, right?
It's like a sludge, yes. It's a pudding.
Okay, so you don't talk about this pudding or this sludge in your report, do you?
Yes, I do.
When you talk about the otolized brain?
I call it autolyzed, that's what that means.
And otolized has different degrees, doesn't it?
Yes.
Okay, so just because you're talking about an otolized brain, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be liquefied, right?
I didn't call it liquefied.
Okay, but it doesn't mean that it's going to be liquefied, does it?
When it's autolyzed, it's very soft and very fragile, and pudding-like is most of the time what I see in an autolyzed brain. Yes.
That wasn't my question. My question was, when we're dealing with an autolyzed brain, there are different degrees. So if you term it, as you did in your report, autolyzed brain, that doesn't mean that it's going to be liquefied, right? Necessarily.
I didn't call it liquefied.
I know.
It's...
I'm asking you, in an autolyzed brain,
Yes.
if we're talking about autolyzed brain, are there different degrees of having an autolyzed brain?
Yes, I answered that. There are.
Okay, so then answer me this. If there's different degrees, just because you have an autolyzed brain and you're looking at an autolyzed brain, does it necessarily mean that that autolyzed brain is going to be liquefied?
No.
Okay, so because there's varying degrees, correct?
Yes.
And in this case, the degree, you talk about medium decomposition, don't you?
Yes.
And so you're not talking about completely decomposed?
Well, medium decomposition is pretty far along.
Well, if we're talking about medium, isn't there a little, medium, and a lot?
Right. Advanced
So-
would be a skeleton.
Okay.
So medium is pretty much a liquefied, bloated body, which is
Okay,
what
so we're back to
doing.
liquefied again.
Yes, the body is liquefying, in the stages of liquefying.
Okay, did you not just tell us that the brain was not liquefied?
It's a pudding, so it's a form of liquid. It's not like water. It's
Okay.
it's an oozing liquid.
Okay.
It's like a
And
pudding.
so, sorry, go ahead.
It's like a pudding.
Oh, like pudding, okay. And so, when you were able to take this brain and put it into a pan, you talk about doing these sections, right?
Cutting it with a knife.
Yes, and so, in cutting it with the knife, you were able to actually look at the slices, right? Weren't you able to?
That's what I usually do.
Okay, and so it wasn't so pudding-like that you couldn't see the difference as you're putting the knife in, see the slices, right?
They are not slices in the best use of that term. I'm able to cut through what is there, pull it apart, and look through it to see if I'm missing bullet fragments or hemorrhage or scarring or other things.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is based on the limitations of the exam that I have, I didn't see any of those things.
Okay, so perfect. What you just said, I think helps explain what we're trying to talk about here. You're able to put a knife through it and pull it apart, right?
Yes.
And when you can pull it apart, you're able to then take a look at what you're pulling apart, right?
Yes.
And you do that for several sections, right?
Yes.
Okay, and so when in these several sections, you weren't able to see any foreign bodies, right?
That's right.
There was no evidence of that.
Right.
So when you talk about this bullet tumbling and deforming, it certainly wasn't exploding, right?
Not exploding, no.
And not breaking apart?
No, not fragmented.
And there was no fragments in the rest of the brain, right?
Not that I found.
So just this one track, or well, you couldn't see a track, right?
I could not see a track through the brain, that's
Okay.
correct.
Even though you were able to slice it and pull the slices apart, you were not able to see a track. Is that what you're
That's
telling
right.
us?
Yes.
And you were able to see enough that you couldn't see any apparent trauma, right?
Couldn't see any hemorrhage or a wound track in the brain, yes, it's true.
And you talked about this shock theory, right? That when a bullet goes into a projectile in their frontal lobe, they will automatically be incapacitated due to this shock wave.
I'm talking about my experience with similar cases, yes.
So just in your experience?
Yes.
Okay. So you're not familiar with any research then?
Not explicitly today, no.
Okay, so you're not familiar with research that talks about specifically people getting hit with projectiles in their frontal lobe and not being incapacitated. Are you aware of that?
No.
So you don't do that extra research as a part of your job?
No.
And you don't keep up with the current research that tells us about projectiles in brains?
I've read articles, but no, I can't quote any articles to you today.
Okay. And so based on what you're telling us is that every time the right frontal lobe has a projectile go through it, regardless of the caliber, it's going to immediately incapacitate.
That's been my experience with these cases, yes.
Okay, and that's been your experience, but frontal lobe has a projectile go through it, regardless of the caliber, it's going to immediately incapacitate.
That's been my experience with these cases, yes.
Okay, and that's been your experience, but not looking outside your experience, right?
Well, my colleagues' cases as well, similar.
All right, I'm showing you what's been in as 654. This is the arrows, right?
Yes.
And you're talking about entry and exit.
Yes.
And so basically, and when we talk about entry and exit, what we're also talking about is the fact that it's also going down, down. Is that correct?
Yes, it goes down into the face.
Okay. And actually, would it be better if we do it that way? Because it's down and to the left, right?
Yes.
Okay. So it goes in at this front corner, and then it's out. And when we see this hole over here, what we're really talking about is down into the... It goes in at this front corner, and then it's out. And when we see, when you drew that line for us about the trajectory of the bullet actually just went in, according to you, just went in very briefly and then out the nasal cavity into the left cheek, right?
Very briefly, sure. Takes no time at all.
Well, very briefly into the brain, just a little part of it then, right?
Yes, through the frontal lobe.
Okay, the right frontal lobe.
Yes.
And with regard to your report, everything else is correct, isn't it?
I believe so.
All right, nothing further.
Direct?
Even though you couldn't see, given the consistency of the brain, even though you couldn't see a track in terms of this particular wound, exhibit number 653, is this the entrance wound?
Yes.
And the bullet was traveling in this direction?
Yes.
And if it's traveling in this direction, what would it hit?
It's going to injure the right frontal lobe.
And what is this right here? Is this the cranium? Is that what they call it?
That is the right frontal bone. Yes, cranium.
And then the bullet traveled in this direction, and it came out of the cavity there, correct?
Yes.
I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Looks like we have one juror question. Are there any others? Counsel, please approach. Horn, a juror has a question for you. Would you agree? Horn, a juror has a question for you. Would you agree that 100% of the people you have seen with frontal lobe trauma are deceased at the time of your examination?
That you see that have this injury are deceased, getting you back to this particular case, does that change your opinion about the bullet, its trajectory, blood that was there, was not there? Does that change any of your opinions?
No.
Does that change your opinion as to whether or not this gunshot wound, when it occurred, immediately incapacitated Mr.
Objection
Alexander?
be on the scope.
Change that opinion?
If he was alive at the time.
And did it, if he was alive? If he was alive, Mr.
Objection
Alexander?
be on the scope.
Change that opinion?
If he was alive at the time.
And did it, if he was alive? If he was alive, it incapacitated him immediately, correct?
Yes.
If he was dead, that would account for the life.
Yes.
And it has nothing to do with any of the research that's been done with regard to projectiles in the brain, right?
I have to rely on the cases I've seen, yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the jury? All right. One more question. Counsel, please approach. One additional question. Your report stated there was no damage to the durameter membrane. Can you explain how the brain can be damaged?
The only thing I can say is that that's a typographical error. That's part of our usual protocol with the report. So clearly the durameter had to have been perforated. So that would be a typographical error in my report.
All right. Any other questions?
Usual protocol with the report. So clearly the durameter had to have been perforated. So that would be a typographical error in my report.
All right. Any other questions from the jury? Follow up, Mr. Martinez.
With regard to that issue of the perforation of that particular part of the anatomy, so as you look at it, and your recollection based on what you saw, was there that perforation?
Yes, there would have to have been, yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
There would have to have been, yes.
When you say there would have to have been, why is that?
Because of the location of the tracks and the fact that the dura sits right on where that bone would have been fractured and blown apart. So it would have had to have perforated the dura in that location.
I don't have any other questions.
Ms. Wilmot.
Dr. Horn, you're aware that this is a capital case, right?
Yes.
You know how serious it is.
Objection, relevance.
Do you understand that this is a serious case?
Yes.
Objection, relevance.
You would have reviewed your report prior to coming to testify, right?
Yes.
And you would have reviewed your report probably long before that again, also, right?
Yes, before testimony.
And you were interviewed in this case by defense counsel, weren't you?
Yes.
And wouldn't you have reviewed your report prior to being interviewed by defense counsel?
Usually, yes.
And in all those times that you were reviewing your reports, you never found any error with regard to the durameter, did you?
I did not note that until just now.
Okay. And in fact, did I not just ask you 5 minutes ago if the rest of your report was correct, right?
To the best of my knowledge, it was, yes.
And you answered yes.
Yes.
But in fact, now you're telling us in order to fit with the idea that this bullet had to have passed through the brain, and you're sure that the mistake isn't the fact that the bullet just didn't go through the brain.
It had to have injured the brain, yes.
So then you're just wrong in your report and it's incorrect.
It's a typographical error, yes.
Nothing further.
All right, any other questions? Thank you, Dr. Horn. You may step down. The state may call its next witness.
State calls Jill Hayes.
Right up here to be sworn.
Can you spell your last name for me?
Hayes, Hayes.
Raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Please walk right around and have a seat.
Your name, please,
My name is Jill Hayes.
and what do you do for a living?
I am a forensic neuropsychologist.
And where do you work?
I work here in Arizona as well as in Louisiana.
When you say that you work here in Arizona as well as Louisiana, are you licensed in the state of Arizona?
I am.
Are you licensed in the state of Louisiana?
I am.
Where do you live? What state?
I live in Louisiana.
And in terms of your education, when did you receive your bachelor's degree?
I'm sorry.
When did you receive your bachelor's degree?
In 1990,
From where?
from Armstrong State College in Savannah, Georgia.
And what was the area of study?
It was in psychology.
And after you graduated, did you continue on with your studies or did you go do something else?
No, I kept going.
And did you go to the same school or go somewhere else?
Somewhere else.
Where did you go?
I went to Augusta State College in Augusta, Georgia.
And at Augusta State College, what degree did you receive?
I received a master's degree in applied psychology.
And what year was that?
That was in 1992.
After that, did you continue your studies?
I took a year off.
And during that year, did you work in the area of psychology or not?
I did.
What did you do?
I was a psychometrist for a neuropsychologist, which
Well-
means I did testing.
And then after that, what school did you go to?
I went to Louisiana State University.
So what year would that have been?
I started in 1993.
And when did you graduate?
I graduated from LSU in 1998.
And when you graduated in 98, that would mean you had your doctorate, correct?
Correct.
Once having your doctorate, can you practice or do you have to wait to be licensed?
At that point in time, you had to do another year before you could actually sit for the licensing exam.
And that year of study that you had, where did you accomplish that?
I did that at LSU Health Sciences Center, the School of Medicine in New Orleans.
And what did you do there in terms
Um,
of your training?
I was on faculty at LSU and also concurrently did a fellowship in forensic psychology and neuropsychology.
When you say you were faculty at LSU, what does that mean? What did you do?
I was hired as an assistant professor, and I just want to make sure, I think I said something incorrectly. You could take the licensing exam during the year, but you had to take the oral exam at the end of the year, so I didn't want to be confusing. But I was an assistant professor, which meant that I had to wear a number of different hats, which would include teaching, research, seeing patients, doing administrative work.
And so when were you licensed?
I was licensed in 1999
And after being licensed, where did you begin to work?
at the same place I stayed at LSU School of Medicine.
What did you do there?
I continued as an assistant professor until I was promoted later. Then I was an associate professor and then continued on. And
I'm sorry, somebody coughed. I didn't hear what you said.
I continued on after I was promoted to an associate professor. I was with LSU for about 8 years.
And while you were with LSU for about 8 years, what were you doing? I know you said you were a professor, assistant professor, but what were your duties?
Again, you did a number of different things. You had to do teaching, you had to do research, you had to see patients, administrative work, and so I did a number of different things.
And after that, where did you begin working after those 8 years?
After those 8 years, Hurricane Katrina hit New Orleans, and the med school, part of the med school was underwater. And so I actually came out here and I started teaching at ASU, and I started working with a forensic psychiatrist, Stephen Pitt. And so I've been doing work with him since out here, and then back in New Orleans, a private practice there as well.
And your practice, what does it consist of? Is it seeing patients or is it something else? Explain to me what your practice is.
My practice now is mostly forensic psychology or neuropsychology, doing evaluations of folks. I still on occasion see people that I had seen prior to Hurricane Katrina. When I was at the med school, I worked at the HIV clinic, and so I still see some of those folks from time to time. And I also see police officers who are having difficulties as well.
And as part of your work, does that entail testifying in proceedings such as this?
It does.
And how often have you done that?
Probably around 75 times I've testified.
And your current caseload, in terms of plaintiff and defendant, what's the split?
My current caseload,
Of cases where you testify, what's the split in terms of prosecution and defense?
we keep, in my field, you keep 4 years of your testimony according to the federal rules of evidence, and so today I will be 50-50, so 50% prosecution, 50% defense.
Are you familiar with a test called the TSI?
I am.
First of all, what does that acronym stand for?
It stands for the Trauma Symptom Inventory.
And what is that test used for?
It's measured to or it's used to measure symptoms of depression, anxiety, different difficulties that a person may have as a result of a trauma.
And does that require there to be a trauma for that test to be given in the realm of a forensic evaluation? Where does that come in?
I would probably give it in the realm of trauma, just because that's its intended purpose.
Is that the first thing that you would do when somebody walks in, or do you have to have sort of an indication that there was some trauma that was involved?
I would think you would have to have an indication that there was some trauma. I mean, each person's different, so you have to figure out why they're coming to see you and then proceed accordingly.
So let's say that in this case, the presentation of the trauma was that the individual took a test, and I'll show it to you. Are you familiar with what the PDS is?
I am.
What is it?
It's the Post-Traumatic Stress Diagnostic Scale. It's another paper and pencil test where a person fills out basically yes or no to various symptoms that they could have, or rates them on a scale between, say, 0 and 3 as to how bad something is, the particular item in question.
And with regard to this particular test, are you familiar with the PDS test in this case?
No.
In terms of this particular case, have you reviewed any of the PDS tests that were given?
No.
Let's say, are you familiar with question 14, though?
Question 14?
Yes, of the test that is administered of the PDS.
No.
Is there a question that deals with what trauma is involved?
I believe so.
And with regard to that question that deals with the trauma, what if there's a situation, for example, if the trauma or the traumatic event that is spoken of turns out to be untruthful or a lie?
That would give you concern, of course.
What does that do to the validity of this PDS test, the results?
If the reason that the person was given the test is a lie, then it calls into question everything else that the person had indicated on the test.
Would you blindly, with regard to a test, if you knew that the person had lied on the PDS, would you continue on and say, well, no, they may have lied about this trauma, but I'm still going to consider this to be valid because there could have been some other trauma that they were referring to? Is that how this test is done?
Can you rephrase the question?
Let's say that the trauma or the incident involving the trauma is a lie, and then the person answers the PDS based on that lie. Mm-hmm. Every one of the symptoms that they exhibit or that they acknowledge is based on a lie. Let's assume that. If that's the case, how valid could that test be if the event that supposedly triggers this is a lie?
If what you're telling me is that the event was a lie and that every answer was a lie, then of course the test would be invalid.
Well, no. Could it be a situation that somehow, as a psychologist, you could divine that or see that if the answer was a lie, what confidence do you then have that whatever answers are then made after that, what confidence do you have that they're the truth if you have an event that's a lie to start with?
I would be very concerned because if you know 100% for sure that something is a lie, then how do you know that what else is being told to you or what's being answered is the truth?
And so in that circumstance, would you then say, well, if we have a lie to start with, would you then use that sort of as a starting point, even though you know that the event that's listed is a lie? Or would you do something else? trauma that's listed, or traumatic event that we're talking about, if you have that traumatic event and you know that it's a lie, in terms of the validity of the result of this test, is that something that you are going to be confident in, or that as a psychologist you're going to be confident in?
I certainly would not be confident in the results if I knew that the premise was a lie.
So would you then continue to administer other tests, for example, the Milan, even though this PDS gave you this, or you know that there's a lie on there? Would you continue on with the premise that, well, that may have been on the PDS? Would you then continue and just ignore it when you administer the MCMI?
Objection, Judge. May we approach?
Yes.
Now, would you have any confidence then just continue ignoring the result, the fact that there had been a lie in this test, and then continue administering other tests?
It would depend on the situation.
The situation is as I just described it. They lied.
But what I'm saying is it would depend on the situation as far as, is this a one...
The situation is as I just described it. They lied.
But what I'm saying is it would depend on the situation as far as, is this a one-time event that you have with this person and that's the only time that you're ever going to be able to interview that person? Or is this going to be an ongoing evaluation? And so I think it would be dependent on that.
Are you talking about whether or not this is an ongoing evaluation, or are you talking about whether a person has lied on other?
No, I'm saying sometimes when you are a forensic psychologist, you only have one bite at the apple. And so if I only have one bite, I would probably continue. If I had more bites, then I probably would not continue.
And if you only have one bite of the apple, why would you continue? And how is it that you would deal with the validity of a test like this? And would you, instead of being, as you said, honest, would you attempt to rescore this 3 times?
Objection, Judge. May we approach?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the term called a floating profile. Are you familiar with that?
I am.
What is a floating profile?
A floating profile refers to a profile on the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, whereby of the 10 clinical scales, 8 are, almost 8 are in the elevated range, which would be above what's called a T-score of around 65 to 70.
And with regard to that particular profile, are you familiar with who coined it or who came up with it?
I am.
Who was that?
It was a person named Strong in 1957.
So was it, are you sure it wasn't somebody by the last name of Gatchel?
I am.
And so it was Strong, okay. And what else do you know about this?
What do you mean?
In other words, he came up with it, and what did it mean when he came up with it?
Basically, it meant when a person had this type of elevated profile kind of across the board, that a person is definitely experiencing arousal, the person's overwhelmed, and so it also was applied to folks with borderline personality disorder.
Exhibit 631, this is an MMPI profile. Are you familiar with, have you seen that before?
I believe so.
And when we were talking about these floating profiles, is that what we're talking about?
Yes.
And so what is, because we're talking floating, what is floating about this profile? In other words, why is this a floating profile?
Can you,
Well, there's a, something
can I
like...
point?
Do you see that? Now you can hit the pencil thing.
Pencil? Okay.
Yeah, and then mark, or the arrow, whichever one you want.
I'll try it with this hand. Those particular scales are all above this line, which is the 65 line, which I was saying is the point at which one would consider not to be elevated. So these scales that I tried really inartfully to circle are all above that, and so that's what is floating about it, is that they're all elevated.
And with regard to this floating profile, in terms of whether or not it can have any indications or any applicability to borderline personality disorder, is that an outdated concept that has gone by the wayside, or what's going on with that?
It's not something that's discussed frequently because it is a pretty antiquated term, but it's still available, it's still researched, and it's still used.
Would you agree, we've had an individual here who testified that, well, this has been changed and it's no longer valid, and that Dr. Gatchel has in fact said that this floating profile, the concept is no longer valid as it applies to borderline personality disorder. Is that what your research has indicated?
With all due respect, I would disagree.
Why?
Because Dr. Gatchel did some research in 2006. Dr. Gatchel is a psychologist who works at University of Texas Arlington with spinal disorder patients and people who have other sorts of bodily injuries. And he did not say that the floating profile was not valid. He then changed the name for his purpose and said, I'm going to call this now the disability profile, not valid. He then changed the name for his purpose and said, I'm going to call this now the disability profile. Spinal disorder patients, it was still indicating folks that had borderline personality, and then did research on that. And what his research showed was that in his...
For that?
Yes, I am.
Let me find the TSI listings. Exhibit number 646. If you could just tap the arrow there. I think it, tap it. There you go. With regard to this trauma symptom inventory test, what is it that this test does, or what is it measuring?
This test is intended to measure symptoms that may result from trauma or from some sort of experience that a person has that they experience to be causing them intense helplessness, horror, and other things like that.
This TSI, there was a TSI,
Causing them intense helplessness, horror, and other things like that.
this TSI, there was a TSI 1 and a TSI 2, correct?
That's right.
The TSI 1, when did the TSI 2 come into effect?
The TSI-2 was published in February of 2011.
And the TSI 1 that was witness testified to was that if you don't use the TSI 2 the next day after it comes out, that somehow you're incompetent. Do you agree with that?
Objection to Stacy's testimony.
Overruled, you may answer the question.
Ma'am? Thank you. No, absolutely not. That's not true.
Was there a problem, and as you see it in this case, that there was a lapse of time between the TSI, when after the TSI 2 came into effect, that the TSI 1 was still being used? There's a period there. Do you see a problem with the TSI being administered on the date it was administered, even though the TSI 2 was available?
No.
Why is that?
Well, because after a new test gets released, many people would like to make sure that the new test is just as good as the old test. And so they wait for additional research to be done to ensure that the new test actually works and does what it's supposed to and is actually better. And so many psychologists will wait and just make sure that the new one that came out is just as good.
And so, do you see any, by problem, I mean any psychological deficiency in waiting in this particular case and still using the TSI 1 even though the TSI 2 was available?
No, and in fact, the peer-reviewed literature does not suggest that either.
So in other words, you're saying those that do this type of research doesn't suggest that either?
What I'm saying is that there has been, like for example, an article published in the Clinical Neuropsychologist in 2010 that's saying when should we use these new tests, and that there is no standard for when one should switch from one test to another, and it depends on the judgment of the clinician. And if the clinician has a good reason for why he or she doesn't want to switch to the new one yet, well then that must be respected.
This test includes some summary scales, correct?
It can.
And when you say that it can, are you familiar with this test if it's scored not by computer but by hand?
I am. That's actually the one that I was, I guess, raised on.
And with regard to scoring it by hand, is there a requirement anywhere by the people that have this test or the patent on this test, or anywhere in the literature that requires or indicates that the best course to take is to have these summary scales after you do this test and you score it?
No.
And what are you relying on to say that?
I'm relying on two things. One is the fact that when you have the hand scoring, well, I guess three things. One is when I was trained at the National Crime Victims Research and Treatment Center in Charleston, South Carolina, we didn't do the summary scales there that I can recall. It's been a few years, but I don't recall them. We used the hand scoring, and we didn't have the computer scoring. And on the hand scoring profile form, there actually is no spot for you to be able to write the summary scores or calculate it. The third thing would be that I contacted the test publisher and just asked, and they said that the...
Objection to hearsay.
Sustained.
Ma'am, is this as part of an expert that you are? When you reach an opinion, do you sometimes go out and read articles?
Absolutely.
And as part of this research, as an expert, do you also talk to the people, for example, that create this test?
In some cases, I would, when you
How
want
about in this one?
In this one, I did.
And is that part of, does that form your opinion in this particular case as to whether or not the summary scales are required, or in your view, have to always be in this test?
Yes.
And what is it that you learned after speaking with them? Why don't you tell us what you learned rather than saying he or she said? What did you learn about the requirement that there be this summary attached to these scales?
I guess I didn't learn anything new. I learned that it wasn't a requirement. I just wanted to make 100% sure.
Okay, so you actually confirmed what you already knew, right?
Exactly.
And who is it that you spoke to, the organization?
A representative from the organization.
Objection Foundation, which organization?
Sustained.
Go ahead, tell me, who did you contact? What organization?
And I had phone and electronic correspondence with a person named Terry Lyon.
Okay.
Same objection.
Name of the organization?
Do you remember the,
Yes, ma'am. Psychological Assessment Resources. And the acronym is PAR.
Thank you.
and what we're really talking about with regard to the summary scales are these things right here, right?
Yes.
And those scales, the other scales that are here in the middle, are these what are these then?
Those are just the clinical scales.
And do you need to have this, is it absolutely imperative that you have these summary scales here in order to know what these other scales, the ones that were actually scored, mean?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
No.
And when you were in your practice and based on what you know in the literature, can you just go, can you go and look at those and then make an assessment or make a determination as to what's going on?
Certainly. I mean, if you had like 25 scales or something like that, maybe it would be nice to have a summary scale, but to have 3 summary scales for only 10 scales, you can just look at the 10.
You are familiar with the MMPI, correct?
Yes.
And this is exhibit number 631. What is the MMPI?
The MMPI is probably the most commonly used test of psychopathology and personality that is given by psychologists.
And is this of any use in making a determination as to whether or not an individual may be diagnosed with borderline personality disorder?
It's helpful, but it's not the end-all be-all. You've got other pieces of the puzzle.
When you say that there are other pieces of the puzzle, what are you talking about?
What I mean is that no competent psychologist that I know would base his or her opinion solely on a test. You want to use the test to hopefully validate or confirm other pieces of data that you would receive, like a forensic interview, collateral information from other people, records that you have, observations of the person that you see, and what you want is for all of the data to point into the same direction, and then you can be really sure that what you are saying is accurate.
And you're talking in the perfect world. Is it a situation that every case that comes through a psychologist's door fits all the criteria all the time, and there's all this corroborative data out there, or is there a situation where the psychologist has to make a decision?
I wish it was. I mean, that would make our jobs a lot easier, but people are all different, and we're not always consistent, and so, no.
And is this just, as they say, part of the whole in making an assessment in reaching a diagnosis?
Yes. I mean, a diagnosis is not going to rise and fall with the results of a test.
And if you, for example, just looked at the MMPI, the TSI, and the PDS, if you just looked at those 3 tests as well as the MCMI, would you be able to then say, you know, I believe that this person has PTSD or has borderline personality disorder? Can you do that?
No, you can. In fact, you're cautioned against that.
What is required even if you have all of these tests that are administered?
What's required is that you actually do an evaluation, and as part of the evaluation, it would be helpful to do an interview. It really depends on the situation. I mean, you're using these tests to develop hypotheses about someone, to develop ideas about what may or may not be wrong with them that you either then need to confirm or deny through other sources of information.
In terms of the MMPI-2, if you're going to administer this test, is it a situation where you just sit there and you begin to talk to the individual without any more and just give them this test, or is there any other kind of work that needs to be done before you actually administer the test?
Objection, make an introduction.
Yes.
So, you just throw that in front of the person that you're going to have that filled out? Is that how it's done by the psychologist, the elite psychologist?
No.
Well, is it something that you then sit and you say to them, can you read, for example, extended score report, or read something, and then you say, okay, you can go ahead and fill it out? Is that how it's done?
Can you ask me that question again?
For example, would it be a situation where you're going to administer this, that is there a determination that has to be made as to some level of confidence for the person who's going to take it in terms of reading ability before you administer it?
Absolutely.
And why is that? Why not just, assume? That's all right. You've talked to them. You've sort of seen them reading it. Shouldn't that be enough?
No, it's
Why
not. Especially in cases like this, you have to ensure that the person who is reading the test actually understands it. And one can ensure that through giving that person a reading test.
And what's that reading test called?
Well, there's different ones. The one that was used in this case was called the Wide Range Achievement Test, the 4th edition. And
is there an acronym for that one?
RAT.
Go ahead.
Or RAT4 in this case, because it's the 4th edition. And it's a simple and easy to give test. And the reason that it's important is that, even I've seen folks who have graduated from college who still read at a 3rd grade level. You need to make sure that the person understands what they're reading, otherwise the data that you're going to be getting is going to be bad. It's just common sense.
Would you agree, there was an individual who testified before you, would you agree that in this case, and his opinion was that, well, Dr. Janine DeMarte, the only reason was doing that was to get more money from the prosecution. Would you agree that with that statement as it applies in this case?
With all due respect, I wouldn't, because to ensure that the reading level was adequate would probably take 5 minutes.
I don't have any other questions, thank you.
Cross-examination.
Good, evening, Dr. Hayes. Good evening.
Good evening.
What you were just talking about with regard to making sure the person is able to read before they take the MMPI, you said it takes about 5 minutes?
Yes.
And in order to make sure that they can read, you can also just give them something to read, can't you?
You wouldn't, here's the problem. If you just give them something to read, you're not going to have any normed-based information on which to draw your opinion. When Dr. DeMarte gave the RAT4, what she was able to get back was an actual grade score for where Miss Arias fell. And in this case, she was at the 12th grade level for reading. The MMPI, depending on which questions you're reading or which author you're believing, is going to be written at the 6th to 8th grade reading level.
Let me stop you there.
Sustained.
Well, it's non-responsive.
All right, sustained.
Okay. If before Dr. DeMarte gives this RAT test, She has read through thousands of pages of a diary that Miss Arias wrote herself, and she finds that she's able to read through these diaries and they make perfect sense, and the spelling is correct, and they're following an order so that they're making sense to read. And if she's reviewed that, and then she's also reviewed text messages that go back and forth between a conversation with Miss Arias and other people, so she's able to understand, she's able to see that there's a conversation going back and forth, that Miss Arias is clearly able to follow this conversation. And if she has access to another doctor's report that tells her that Miss Arias has an IQ score of 112, if she has all of that information prior to giving the MMPI, isn't that enough to say that she can read at a 5th grade level and conduct the MMPI?
Well, it's more than 5th.
Okay.
For one, it's probably 6th to 8th, and some say even some questions are going to be higher than that.
Okay,
But
isn't it enough then to say that she can read at a 6th to 8th grade level?
no, and I'd like to explain why. Because I can tell you, if Dr. DeMarte would have sat up here and had not done that, then someone would have criticized her for not doing that. And so it really is best practice for her just to take the 5 minutes and do it. What does it hurt?
So you're saying that you can conduct a complete RAT test in 5 minutes?
No, I'm saying that you can conduct the reading recognition, and that way you can get a grade level on where that person falls in terms of his or her reading recognition.
Okay, but she conducted the entire RAT test, didn't she?
I don't think she did. I think she just did reading recognition. I'll check.
Okay.
No, just reading recognition.
Okay, and so despite knowing that Miss Arias had 112 IQ, you still think she had to make sure she could read?
Absolutely, because if she didn't, she would have been crucified.
Oh, okay, so basically the only purpose for doing it then is to make sure that she's not cross-examined for why she didn't do it. Is that what you mean?
That, and to make 100% sure that there is no problem with her reading.
Okay.
It's always a possibility. I would have done it.
Okay. You were talking about the MMPI. I believe you said that it was helpful to diagnose borderline.
Yes,
Is that right? But it's not actually a test that is supposed to be used to diagnose personality disorders, right?
no test should be used to diagnose something. Again, it's like what Mr. Martinez was
Well, let
saying.
me stop you there, because the thing is when I'm talking about the MMPI, using it, it's an instrument to talk about personality characteristics, right?
Personality characteristics as well as psychopathology.
Okay, and it's something that we're talking about that is based on a person's personality that we expect to remain static, right?
Yes and no. There's going to be what's called state characteristics as well as trait characteristics, because a person's situation that they're in may affect some of the way that they answer some of those questions. For example, if
Dr.
you...
Hayes, or I guess objection, non-responsive. Okay. The MMPI, when that was created, that was normed against a general population, right?
It was. Well,
Okay.
actually, the first MMPI was normed against people that were in Minnesota.
I'm sorry, the MMPI too,
Yes,
the one that we're talking about. So it's normed against people who don't have psychological disorders, right?
that don't have...
Psychological disorders.
It was based on what was considered to be a normal population, but I would probably use normal in air quotes.
Okay, so when we talk about normal, in other words, it's normed against people that they're not necessarily known to have psychological
Yes,
disorders,
no
right?
identifiable that I'm aware of. So.
Okay, all right, and then the MCMI, are you familiar with that test?
I am.
And that test is actually normed against people who are known to have psychological disorders, right?
That's correct.
And the MCMI, that test is specifically designed, maybe not to give us a complete diagnosis on just that one test, but it is designed to tell us more about specifically personality disorders, isn't it?
No.
It doesn't tell us anything about personality disorders?
No, you said to give us more. I mean, actually, more research has been done on personality disorders with regard to the MMPI than the MCMI. The MCMI is another great test, but so is the MMPI. I use them both. They're both fine.
Okay, but when we're talking about personality disorders, we're talking about the MCMI being specifically normed against people who are known to have personality disorders, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so if you have a hypothesis about a personality disorder, wouldn't you want to use the test that is normed against personality disorders?
If I could, I would give both. In most situations, though, if given the choice of just being able to do one or the other, I would probably choose the MMPI because it's had probably 10 times as much research done on it as the MCMI.
Okay, you would use the MMPI to help diagnose personality disorders.
No, I'm saying if I only could give one, because both of them are pretty long, then I would probably choose the MMPI because I think it's better researched and it's going to give you more information.
Well, I mean, you're not limited. Let's assume that
I'm sorry?
You're not limited to just giving one. So if you're going to talk about personality disorders, don't you agree that the MCMI is the test that talks about personality disorders, that tells us more about personality disorders?
I think that the MCMI is great for helping determine whether a person has characteristics that are similar to people with personality disorders, but the MMPI has the same it's research-based as well, and there's research on the MMPI related to what types of scales would be elevated if a person had a certain sort of personality disorder.
So the MCMI is what you're saying is that the MCMI is a great test to determine, use with personality disorders.
I think they both are very good.
Okay. With regard to the TSI, using the TSI-1 versus the TSI-2, you've never used the TSI-2, is that right?
No, I haven't.
And in fact, the last time you gave the TSI was in 2010, is that right?
I believe so.
So it's not something that you're doing very recently at all, right?
I'm sorry?
It's not something you're giving very recently?
No, not in the past couple of years.
Okay. And, I'm sorry, did you say something? Okay.
No.
Ultimately, you'd agree that it's best to use updated tests, right?
One would not want to use obsolete tests, but one would also want to make sure that the test that you're going to be using is research-based and actually does what it's supposed to do.
And when a new test is coming out, like if we're talking about the TSI, when a new test is coming out, people who are in that specific area, so if the TSI, that deals with trauma, right? Mm-hmm. Is that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry.
That's okay. And so people who are dealing with trauma as a specialty, they are going to know that this TSI is coming out, right?
Oh, sure, generally.
And in fact, before the TSI-2 comes out, there is trainings on it, and there's obviously research done before it's approved to be released, right?
Generally, the research is going to be done by the authors of the test who actually stand to gain from people buying the test. And so that is why many psychologists wait until independent researchers have actually done their studies, because if you're making a decision to buy a new test based upon the research that was done by someone who stands to gain as a result of selling the test, that's why we want to wait in many cases.
So waiting 7 months is acceptable to you?
Yes, and it's also, according to the peer-reviewed literature, there is no set cutoff date.
Well, and that's because in the peer-reviewed literature, they want to make sure, they want to give the doctor latitude to determine a good reason why they might want to wait to use an updated test, right?
Your question, I don't understand. Can you rephrase?
Sure. The literature that you're referring to, and just in general, when we talk about using outdated versus updated tests, one of the things that doctors in your area, psychologists, would want to have is latitude to decide to use this updated test. That's what the literature is telling you.
Okay, first off, I wouldn't say that it was outdated. I would say that there was an updated test. I would agree with you there.
Okay.
But I absolutely agree with you that you need latitude, because the psychologist who's making the choices of what test he or she is going to use is going to base what test he or she is going to use, hopefully, on sound methodology and reasoning.
So
And
based on that then, you would want to have a good reason, right? The psychologist would want to have a good reason to wait to use an updated test.
I would think so.
And for you, a good reason would be to make sure that it's being researched and it's being used by other people first to make sure that it's a good test.
You definitely would want to wait for that. The other possibility would be that there's so much a wealth of research on the old one, especially in specific populations. So say I gave a test to the court reporter, and then that would be a specific test to court reporters. So you want to find out about anxiety in let's use the spinal disorders group again. That's a very specific group. And so a lot of times when these tests come out, it's just for a generalized population. But if I want to look specifically at court reporters and spinal disorders group, that research may not have been conducted yet. And so I would want to wait and make sure that a good database of researches is there before I switch. Because if I actually have to test the court reporter, I want to make sure that the test is going to work.
Okay, so another reason to wait would be to make sure that the test works.
Absolutely.
Okay. But if you were told that the reason that the person gave the outdated test or didn't give the updated test is simply because she just didn't own it, not having anything to do with waiting to make sure it's tested or waiting to make sure it's a good test, just simply because she didn't have it, you'd consider that not a good reason, right?
I actually consider that to be one of the reasons. It's a little crass to say, but a lot of these tests are kind of expensive. And so to switch from one to the other, it can be costly.
So based on what you're telling us, it's okay to not use an updated test just because it costs too much?
No, I'm saying there's many different reasons. You have to look at what the person's reasoning is, whether
But isn't that
is
what
it
you just-
research-based, is it due to cost, is it due to the fact that there are subpopulations that you want to make sure that the test works with. And so
So one of those reasons that you're saying is it's okay to wait to use an updated test because it costs too much. That's one of the reasons, right?
in some cases, that is some reasoning, because
Okay,
I
did you
mean,
know how
some of
much
these
the
are
TS
over $1,500, and so
Did you know
it
how
can
much
be-
the TSI-2 cost?
I think the TSI-2 is probably around 200 something.
$200?
I think so.
And so
I
that's
mean,
a
don't
good
quote
enough-
me, because I haven't priced it.
Okay, but if it's about $200, that's a good enough reason for somebody to wait 7 months to give it.
I didn't say that. I said that a person may want to wait for a number of reasons. One would be the research base, two would be subpopulations, three
No, I
may
heard
be
your
cost.
reason. What I'm saying is if you're told that this person said, I waited because my employer didn't buy it yet for me, and so her employer doesn't spend $200 to get the updated test, do you agree that that's a good reason to wait?
We're talking about 7 months, and so that is, again, you're only talking about one data point. What you're doing is you're looking at, imagine the Titanic. You are looking at one chair on the Titanic, and you're saying
I'm
that...
non-responsive.
Sustained.
Do you agree or do you not agree that waiting 7 months because you couldn't spend $200 to get the updated test is a good idea?
With a 7-month window, I don't think it's going to make a difference.
That waiting 7 months because you couldn't spend $200 to get the updated test is a good idea?
With a 7-month window, I don't think it's going to make a difference.
Okay. With regard to the summary scales on the TSI, you had to actually call somebody to find out if it's required?
Absolutely.
Okay, because that's not something...
I don't want to sit up here and potentially be wrong, so absolutely, I called and verified.
Okay, and with regard to the summary scales, they're not required, right?
No.
And in fact, There are instructions on how to give this test, aren't there?
I'm sorry?
Instructions on how to give the TSI?
Yes.
Okay, and in part of the instructions, it tells you how to score it, right?
In the instruction manual, yes.
And when it tells you how to score it, it also give the TSI?
Yes.
Okay, and in part of the instructions, it tells you how to score it, right?
In the instruction manual, yes.
And when it tells you how to score it, it also tells you how to score the summary scales.
Actually, no.
Oh, it doesn't?
No. There was not a way to score the summary scales in the hand score version. It was based on a confirmatory factor analysis that the test authors considered to be too. That's absolutely what I'm telling them based upon what my knowledge was and confirmation by the test publisher.
And just to be sure, the last time you gave a TSI was in 2010, right?
That's correct, and that's the one that you're referring to with the summary scales.
And you were still hand scoring in 2010?
I'm sorry?
You were still last time you gave a TSI was in 2010, right?
That's correct, and that's the one that you're referring to with the summary scales.
And you were still hand scoring in 2010?
I'm sorry?
You were still hand. All right, let's talk about floating profiles.
About floating?
Floating profiles,
Okay.
okay? You were asked questions about floating profiles. Give me a second. And you referred to research that was, or an article that was published by Dr. Gatchell. He was one of the authors, right? In 2006, you said?
Yes. The one that I was looking at was first published by, the first author was Haggard,
Haggard, right? And another author was Stoll.
and then Gatchell was at the end because he's probably the main man. Once you get to be of a certain stature, you take last author instead of first.
Stoll.
And then Gatchell was at the end because he's probably the main man. Once you get to be of a certain stature, you take last author instead of first.
With regard to floating profiles, didn't he?
His seminal work on it was in 2006.
I'm sorry?
His seminal work on floating profiles was in 2006. The
And he-
article that you're holding is in 2008. And so, yes, he had done another study on it.
So he did another study in 2008, after 2006.
That's correct.
Okay. And in that study, he talks about how he doesn't refer to floating profiles anymore. He changes the name to disability profiles, doesn't he?
I brought a copy,
Do you need to refer to it?
if you don't mind.
No, that's fine. I just have to mark it down.
It's probably the same as yours. You want to see?
Yeah, I just have to mark it down. So I'm handing you back the mark as Exhibit 655.
Thank you.
All right, and so this... All right, so I'm handing you back the mark as Exhibit 655.
Thank you.
All right, and so this is the article that's done by Dr. Gatchell in 2008, right?
That's correct.
And at the front of this article, on the top page, or on the top of the page is, what's that called when you have a little paragraph like that?
I'm sorry?
On the top of the first page, what's that called when you have that little first paragraph?
The abstract.
Okay, and the abstract is like a summary of what the article is about, right?
That's right.
And in the abstract, he specifically refers to the floating profile as it's been formally known, right?
As it's been,
Applications in the context of pain management, right?
yes, because that was the population with whom he worked.
Right. And so he was working with the population with regard to people in pain management.
In what?
In pain management.
Yes.
Okay. And he now calls it, as of 2008, he calls it a disability profile, doesn't he?
He calls it a disability profile, but it's still the same thing. Whether it's a Chevy or a Ford, it's still a car.
Right. But Dr. DeMarte didn't call it a disability profile, right? She called it a floating profile.
Yes,
Okay. But Dr. Gatchell is now calling it a disability profile, right?
only as it applies to his spinal disorder patients. He had
Right.
COSD patients, and
He's
you can
talking-
actually see it in two different places in the article.
Well, in this particular article, though, he is talking about his patient population of pain management people, right?
Yes,
And these pain management people also had, some of them had borderline personality too, right?
absolutely.
And so the fact that they had both, you can't just ignore that Dr. Gatchell was talking about the pain management. That's his population that he's dealing with, right?
You have to look and see what population is being written upon in order to make any sense of the study.
Okay, and so the population that he is writing about is pain management, not a population of borderline.
The population that he's writing about is patients who he's seeing for pain management, but who also had many. The population that he's writing about is patients who he's seeing for pain management, but who also had, many of them had borderline personality disorder.
Along with the pain management, right?
Correct.
And he was treating them for pain management.
That was the reason that he was seeing them, yes.
Okay, and so it just so happened that some of them also had borderline as well.
I don't think it just so happened. What he noticed was that this kind of inner emotional turmoil and turbulence that a person...
You asked questions about the PDS scale, right? The PDS test.
Yes.
And you didn't review that as part of getting ready to testify.
No.
And you asked questions about whether or not if a person lied about the trauma, that would cause problems for you believing the rest of the test.
Yes, that's common
Is that true?
sense. Yes.
Okay. But if the person lied about how the trauma occurred, but there's still a trauma, then that doesn't necessarily invalidate the rest of the test, does it?
If you presuppose that the person who is answering is telling you the truth about everything else, then it wouldn't invalidate it. But if you presuppose that if the person would lie once, it's the potential that they would lie again, then there would be some significant questions about it.
And you don't know either, right?
I'm sorry?
You don't know either.
Honestly, if you know absolutely for sure that a person's lying at one time, how do you know that they're telling the truth when all of the rest of the questions are subjective?
Well, let me ask you this. When we're talking about a trauma, and we're talking about the PDS, and we're talking about the effects, or whether or not the person meets the criteria for post-traumatic stress, right? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. So, if we're talking about a trauma, and the person writes down on the test that the trauma was caused by being attacked by a bear, and then later says, oh, I was wrong. It wasn't a bear, I lied. It was a tiger. Is that going to, in your opinion, does that invalidate the rest of the test? Or the results of the test, I should say.
So what I hear you saying is that the person is saying at time one that it was a bear that attacked him, and at time two it was a tiger that attacked him.
Yes, but the attack still existed.
I would be very concerned because what you're looking at is time two it was a tiger that attacked him.
Yes, but the attack still existed.
I would be very concerned because what you're looking at is the seminal event, the event that occurred that is causing this person. I mean, if you look at the gateway criteria for PTSD, the person has to be involved in an event that causes them to experience intense helplessness, horror, in which they feel like their lives or the lives of others might be at risk.
Right.
And certainly that would apply whether you are being attacked by a bear or whether you're being attacked by a tiger or
So either one of
whatever
those.
predatory animal you want to use.
So either one, whether it's a tiger or a bear, the person can...
The initial seminal event was a lie, self-report. If you know that the initial seminal event was a lie, then how do you know that all of the symptoms that are supposed to have stemmed...
Event about a tiger being attacked by a tiger Let's assume for a second that that's not true. And then let's assume that the event changes and it's a bear that actually attacked. The person is still going through an attack, right?
Yes.
Presumably. And the person would, if they're still going through an attack, whether it's a tiger or a bear, is going to still feel those feelings of helplessness and terror, things like that. Presumably, right?
I mean, if you're mauled by a tiger and you're mauled by a bear, you've got incontrovertible proof. I mean, you've got claw marks and things like that. And so this example, again, is presupposing that there is an absolute seminal event that has occurred.
Right.
And so in that case, maybe the person, I mean, if you want to give them the benefit of the doubt, had a misperception. And so certainly the symptoms could still be there. But again...
So let me stop you there. The symptoms, so whether it's a tiger or a bear, you would agree that the symptoms are still there if there's an attack, right?
If you have incontrovertible proof that the person had been mauled, like the claw marks and things like that, then sure.
Well, when people report traumas on PTSD or TSIs, you don't always have incontrovertible proof, do you?
No, but I also don't always see people lying.
That doesn't invalidate tests just because you don't have incontrovertible proof.
I think you're mixing things up a little bit. One is the issue of lying about the seminal event. And what I was saying is if you know that the person is lying about the seminal event, but they have incontrovertible proof like the claw marks, then clearly you could still have the difficulties. But if it's a situation where there isn't incontrovertible proof, then, and you're basically having to take the person's word at face value that he or she experienced this event, then there's no objective data that you can reference to make sure that it actually happened.
And so when we talk about objective data, you would want to look to other tests also, right?
Well, the test, it literally is one piece of the puzzle.
Exactly.
You want to look to more. You want to look to the
other-
person's records, to collateral interviews, to your forensic interview, to the observations that you see.
And you can also look at other tests, can't you?
Absolutely.
And you would do that, wouldn't you? You would conduct other tests besides just a PDS, wouldn't you?
Let me just clarify. When Mr. Martinez had asked me that question, he was asking me related to if you knew the person lied on test A, the first one that you gave.
I'm not talking about lying.
That's why I'm confused about what you're asking me.
Okay, I'm not talking about lying. I'm talking about the fact that if you're not sure if you can trust the results of a PDS test showing that the criteria is supporting PTSD, okay, if you're not sure about that, there are other objective tests that can tell you or give you a working hypothesis for PTSD, aren't there?
Are we getting off the topic of lying about the seminal
I
event?
am not talking about lying at all.
Okay.
I'm not talking
Okay.
about tigers and bears.
I wasn't sure if you switched topics or we were still on tigers, bears, and lying.
No, we're done with tigers and bears.
Okay.
So the question is if you, I'm just talking about if you're concerned about the PDS test and whether or not you can trust its results, there are other tests that are objective that can also give us a working hypothesis that supports PTSD, aren't there?
Definitely.
Okay. All right. And if you have other objective tests that give you a working hypothesis that supports anxiety or PTSD or trauma, you can't just ignore those, right? You need to look at those tests, don't you?
Yes.
And consider those in your evaluation.
Yes.
You told us that you, as of the last 4 years, you're about 50-50 testifying for prosecution and defense?
Yes.
And you've testified or worked on 4 capital cases, is that right? Last 4 years, you're about 50-50 testifying for prosecution and defense?
Yes.
And you've testified or worked on 4 capital cases, is that right?
Yes.
And that's death penalty cases?
Yes, and I think 2 are in the penalty phase and 2 are in the guilt phase. And then I wasn't sure when I told you yesterday. I think some of the on the the other side, I think 3 were murders. I'm not sure if they were charged as first degrees, because like in one of them, they weren't competent to stand, the individual wasn't competent to stand trial. And so I'm not positive what the, not
Whether they were
positive,
capital or not, is that what?
100% sure of.
Okay. And in those 4 capital cases, and this is what we had discussed last night, that occurred in the last about 4 years?
Yes.
Okay. And in that last 4 years, you testified?
Actually, it was a little bit more, because one of the ones that I was thinking of was more than 4 years, because I looked back
Last
at...
night, that occurred in the last about 4 years?
Yes.
Okay. And in that last 4 years, you testified?
Actually, it was a little bit more, because one of the ones that I was thinking of was more than 4 years, because I looked back at my list of cases that I've done.
Okay, a little bit more than 4 years. And out of those 4 cases that we're talking about, you testified for the prosecution in all of those, right?
I was retained on behalf of the prosecution, yes.
Okay. And you told us that you were licensed, originally licensed in 1999?
That's right.
So that would put you at practicing for about 14 years. Is that right?
About,
I know it's hard you were licensed as practicing, would you?
I would say that I had experience, in my personal opinion, the way that I would handle that is I would say, well, I've had experience. Because, like, for example, I've had experience working with police officers since after my first master's degree. But I wasn't licensed, and so I wouldn't say that I practiced in that area, because to me, saying that you practice pre-assumes that you have a license.
Okay, so you wouldn't say that you've practiced psychology until after you had your license, right?
I wouldn't, some other folks may, but it wouldn't be my choice of terms.
You wouldn't do it?
No.
All right, thank you, nothing.
Redirect.
With regard to the PDS and the tiger and the bear, and assuming that the individual first says it's a tiger, it's a lie, and then changes it to a bear. Assume that, which was the question you were being asked, okay?
Yes.
What if previous to that, they said it was a gopher? Would that even make it difficult for you to continue on with that test and say that it's valid?
I was actually with you at just tiger and bear, saying it's invalid if, you know, if there's actually no physical symptoms or anything to suggest that it was a tiger bear. If you add a gopher, then, you know, it's just further confirmatory evidence that the person lies.
And does that talk or speak to the validity of that PDS result?
Absolutely.
And what does it speak to? What does it say?
Again, if what you're basing your opinion on is, or what you're getting the results of, you're adding up the check boxes and things. If the event either didn't occur or didn't occur how the person said it did, well then you can't be sure that the alleged symptoms are actually true.
And as in my example, first it's a gopher, changed it to the bear, and then changes it to the tiger. Again, does that give you any pause in deciding whether or not to consider that test valid?
I think that's just common sense, yes.
And with regard to these floating profiles and the article that you were shown, does that article indicate that the concept of floating profiles as it is applied to the area of borderline personality disorders is something that should be out the window?
No, and in fact, the author is quite clear that he just termed it disability profile because of the patient population that he was working with. He didn't say don't use floating. In fact, you know, just changing the name doesn't change anything. And in fact, he said this actually was the best way to tell whether there were certain treatment complications and treatment usage and things. It actually was validated by him.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Any questions from the jury for this witness? You may step down.
Thank you.
Any other testimony, counsel?
Statements.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your patience and staying tonight so that we could finish the testimony. Tomorrow morning, please be here at 9:15. We will start at 9:30, but I would like you to be here at 9:15. Please remember the admonition. Have a nice evening. Drive safely.
Please stand for the jury.
Yes, thank you. Council, anything else?
You want us at 9:15?
9:15. Have a nice evening. We're in recess.